Jincheng no. One high school has always had a legend about Lu Yan, a former student who once stirred up a storm. He once made the school bullies tremble at the mere mention of his name. Although not many people knew what he looked like back then, no one dared to imagine that after leaving school, Lu Yan would become an idol on stage. He struck all kinds of handsome poses, while the audience below kept calling his name. As the song ended, Lu Yan introduced himself as a trainee of Longteng Entertainment Company. But immediately after, the scene shifted to him bowing in front of a simple backdrop, thanking the audience for watching his live stream. The cheers from earlier were just a pre-recorded clip. As he asked the audience if they liked his dance, he thought to himself that he would definitely gain fans this time. But the viewership was only a measly 233, along with comments full of advertising bosses, leaving Lu Yan extremely disappointed. He wondered, do I even have any real fans left, or is this my fate? Lu Yan decided to get straight to the point. He brought out a box of chili sauce and started advertising Laogan Ma chili sauce, urging everyone not to miss the 50% discount. He was extremely worried, because if he couldn't sell the product, let alone debut, he might even be laid off by the company. In a room full of Lu Yan's memorabilia, the screen was live streaming him, trying his best to advertise. A woman sitting on the sofa looked at Lu Yan and thought that his appearance, while trying to sell products, was quite endearing. She opened her Weibo account with 88 million followers and decided to give him a hand. She typed a message introducing the live stream link of young master Lu Yan, and then clicked the post button immediately. Many people swarmed into Lu Yan's livestream and gave gifts to the point that he didn't even have time to react, and the livestream viewership gradually increased, finally reaching 100,000. People on the screen kept praising Lu Yan for being cute. Lu Yan realized that these were real fans, and he cried as he said, "I can still sing and dance." After the livestream ended, he grabbed his manager, Ashi, and asked, "Did he buy me fake fans?" Ashi scolded him. "Keep dreaming. The money the company invested in buying fans before hasn't even been recouped yet." Lu Yan scratched his head, not understanding what had happened. Nearby, the sugar mommy smiled brightly, repeatedly saying, "Lu Yan, you've worked hard." He said that the sales this time exceeded expectations, so he signed another advertising contract with the company and told Lu Yan not to advertise cosmetics anymore. "He is the light of the agricultural products industry," the sugar mommy praised him. "You're very cute up close too," patted him on the shoulder and said, "I have high expectations for you." Lu Yan immediately smiled and said, "I will try my best." Watching the sugar mommy's back gradually disappear, Lu Yan's face darkened, reluctantly rubbing the spot where he was just patted. When he got home, Lu Yan practiced boxing with a punching bag, and each of his punches was very powerful. After finishing, he used his shirt to wipe the sweat from his face, and then looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't understand what was cute about him that made the company keep forcing him to follow a puppy-like image, acting cute all day long. He was once the big boss of one high school, so he should follow the domineering president image, but in the end, he still succumbed to fate. Rummaging for a pair of small bear earrings to prepare for tomorrow's photo shoot, close to dawn, the woman was still drawing on the graphics tablet. When she put down her pen, a Lu Yan wearing a bunny outfit appeared on the drawing board. At this moment, she felt it was the perfect time to post it. She moved the mouse, preparing to make Lu Yan famous. Lu Yan was sleeping, his phone constantly buzzing. Even in his dreams, he didn't forget to like and follow. On the phone screen, the number of his Weibo fans was skyrocketing. As she looked at the continuous notifications popping up, moved to tears because Lu Yan had gained 200,000 fans in just one night, and even made it to the hot topic of which male god looks best in women's clothing, with Lu Yan's name on the list. But Lu Yan wasn't very happy. He told Aishi to look closely, that he was a real man. He didn't need this kind of twisted trend. Then he painfully recalled the new fans, comments all praising him as cute, sweet, and soft. He wanted Ashin to stop all this, but Ashin just smacked him hard on the head because the one who drew him was the god-tier artist Hua Shan, a universally recognized goddess in the industry. This was Lu Yan's chance to change his life. Achi was very proud of the image he had created for Lu Yan, believing it was the correct positioning. He instructed Lu Yan to do everything according to Hua Shan's preferences. The company's future depended on him. Lu Yan was very dissatisfied with the flattery about this goddess. He wanted to meet Hua Shan. Hua Shan sneezed in bed, groping for her phone. She thought, "Is someone missing me?" But when she opened her phone, she realized it was already 2 p.m. and she was about to miss her elective class. Thanks to her 20-minute personal hygiene skills, she avoided being late for class. And after class, she even took the opportunity to coax her friends to follow Lu Yan. She thought, "Today, I must also work hard to produce food for love." At this time, Weibo had a new private message. In a good mood, Hua Shan decided to reply. A stranger told her not to draw Lu Yan in women's clothing anymore. Hua Shan was furious. Someone dares to contradict me, and only dares to use a fake account, she typed back fiercely. Luyan has to wear cute clothes. Unexpectedly, the other party said, Luyan himself might not like these things. Seeing the words, might not like, Hua Shan was stunned. Then, even more angry, I draw based on a model. She sent the other party many cute photos of Luyan. Looking at these photos, Luyan revealed an embarrassed expression. He had no reason to refute at all. Hua Shan even realized her tone of voice was also very cute. Hua Shan received a new reply. The other party requested her to let Luyan wear pants. She didn't expect this person to not give up, and immediately ended the conversation. The conversation between Luyan and Hua Shan ended in anger on both sides, because Luyan left a message saying, drawing not allowed, only to find that Hua Shan had blocked him. Luyan was still annoyed when the staff came to report that it was time for his photo shoot. Looking at the bunny costume in his hand, Luyan still felt a little resistance in his heart. Hua Shan was also angry, holding onto the handrail of the stairs, but her phone suddenly rang. Luyan reluctantly posted a picture of himself wearing the bunny costume. Tang Aining's heart was instantly healed, no longer dwelling on anti-fans, but she immediately realized she had shouted out in excitement and felt embarrassed again. Someone misunderstood that Tang Aining calling herself Mama meant she was pregnant and offered her their seat. Tang Aining ran out of the subway, mortified. The Mama I said isn't what you think it is. Back home, Tang Aining changed into her pajamas. Hugging her Luyan body pillow, she felt it was still more comfortable being alone. As she was wondering what to draw today, she suddenly remembered the words, he himself doesn't like these things. Tang Aining's excited heart immediately calmed down. She leaned over and hugged the body pillow, thinking, could it be that Luyan really doesn't like these things? Ashi borrowed Luyan's phone because he couldn't find his own. Luyan handed the phone to Ashi. Ashi saw something earth-shattering. His eyes widened. It turned out that Tang Aining had sent a private message asking Luyan if he liked her drawings. Aishing secretly rejoiced that he had seen this message. He took it upon himself to reply, and then deleted the chat. Aishing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everything is under his control. Tang Aining, half asleep, heard a notification sound on her phone. She immediately jumped up. She discovered that Luyan had replied to her. Looking at Luyan's words of thanks, she saw him as an angel. She couldn't let down Luyan's expectations. Immediately took out her drawing tablet and prepared to draw. A Luyan angel version quickly appeared on Tang Aining's Weibo. Tang Luyan was furious when he saw this. He decided he wouldn't be outdone. Tang Aining woke up, opened her phone. A good day started with browsing Luyan's Weibo. She saw the morning welfare photo Luyan posted, with the words, cheesy, plastered all over his face. She was so scared that her phone fell on her face and couldn't help but think, has Luyan been kidnapped today? After a struggle, Tang Aining tremblingly picked up her drawing tablet. She can still fight, even with 800-degree myopia. Luyan was being scolded by Ashi. Ashi hadn't managed him for half a day, and as a result, his image collapsed because of Luyan's unauthorized Weibo post. His fan count decreased quite a bit. Ashi sternly warned this straight-as-steel guy not to post on Weibo without permission. Luyan scratched his head. He just didn't want fans to call him pretty sister. Achai said, female fans, older sister fans are all love. This isn't the time for him to do as he pleases. If he screws things up, he'll have to pay a fine to the company and get his salary deducted. Luyan looked at the Weibo posts of other stars. Clearly, they post the same way. But there's still a difference between advertising photos and real-life photos. His main purpose was for Tang Aining to see, don't draw him in a dress anymore. At this time, Tang Aining just posted a new Weibo. In the drawing, he was a dark angel with cute stickers covering the important parts. Tang Aining said, the black shirt looks good, but don't wear it like that again next time. Luyan's face immediately darkened. At this moment, all he wanted to do was blow up Longtang Entertainment. He yanked the zipper of his sports jacket all the way up. Dressing this revealing is worse than wearing rags, but his phone kept ringing non-stop, and his fans kept increasing. He didn't understand why people liked watching this stuff now. After struggling for a while, Luyan gave up. He chose to continue practicing hard in the practice room. At 11 p.m., Luyan was still practicing. The other trainees were gossiping about his recent outstanding performance and slight rise to fame. Suddenly, someone wanted to cause trouble for Luyan, and he grabbed Luyan's clothes. The person with him tried to stop him, but he thought Luyan was just a sissy and didn't need to be afraid of. Another person found this even more amusing. They took Luyan's wallet to him, lying that they found it at the door, and saw a small drawing inside, but accidentally stepped on it, leaving a footprint. He sneered. If Luyan thinks it's ugly, he probably won't care. King Luyan, you're nothing here. What's the use of putting on an act? Luyan clenched his fists, not retorting. He laughed by the person with him. On the rooftop, Luyan held the drawing, remembering back to his childhood. He cried and apologized by the hospital bed, hoping his sister would recover soon. But his sister said, "You should be thanked, because thanks to you I finally did what I wanted to do." She reached out her hand to him. "I hope you can also become the person you want to be in the future." The phone notification pulled Luyan back to reality. He took out his phone and saw that Hua Shan had posted a new Weibo. It turned out that the drawing she was painting this afternoon had been taken down, and the only option was to repost a drive link. Luyan felt that something was not right. He didn't want to rely on anyone. He wanted to rely on his own strength to debut. In the list of artists participating in the Missile Legos Music Festival, Luyan's name was unexpectedly included. Hua Shan immediately crawled out of bed. She had to go to the music festival. Hua Shan relied on Jiaxuan. The crowded music festival was a big challenge for someone who was afraid of crowds like her. Jiaxuan put a mask on her. The theme of this music festival was devils appearing, so everyone had to wear masks, because even the guests weren't allowed to show their faces, so whoever guesses the guest correctly will get to go on stage to interact. Hua Shan didn't want to be chosen. She just wanted to quietly watch Luyan on stage. This kind of thing is too embarrassing. Jiaxuan called her to get the cheering equipment. The performance is about to start. Hua Shan decided to cheer really well, so that might excite Luyan. But 10 minutes later, because Jiaxuan's idol was too famous, a lot of people came, and Luyan's cheering banner was left in the corner. At that moment, Hua Shan suddenly heard someone shout, "Pervert!" She immediately became vigilant. Luyan received a notification telling him to go to the makeup room to check his look. As she had also sent his schedule to his phone, Luyan forgot where he left his phone. While searching everywhere, he accidentally bumped into Hua Shan with his elbow. Hua Shan, already on high alert, immediately thought he was a pervert and swung the cheering banner in her hand. Luyan was knocked to the ground. He explained that he was just passing by and didn't touch her. A voice beside them said, "Got the pervert." Only then did Hua Shan realize she had misunderstood Luyan. She hurriedly apologized, but the cheering banner broke, and Luyan got hit again. To avoid getting hurt further, Luyan quickly said, "No need to apologize, it was my carelessness." He muttered, "You have to see clearly before you act." He then saw her cheering banner and asked, "Hua Shan, are you a fan of mine?" Hua Shan admitted it. Luyan gave a thumbs up and praised, "Hua Shan has good taste." Hua Shan thought she'd met a kindred spirit. Luyan sighed. "It's so rare to have a fan come to the event," Hua Shan added. "You have to believe in Luyan, he's always improving, even if the process is very difficult. Just like he never gives up on his choices, there will definitely be more people coming to see him perform in the future." She took out her phone, wanting to connect on Weibo with Luyan. She was just about to say her ID when a loud scream erupted, and the crowd suddenly surged, causing Hua Shan to stumble. Luyan quickly reached out and hugged her. Hua Shan's eyes widened. In Luyan's arms, she was pinned in a small corner, and she could hear her heart beating very fast. She looked up at Luyan's features, feeling that the person in front of her looked a lot like Luyan. The crowd dispersed, and Luyan let go of Hua Shan, who was still dazed. Luyan wanted to ask if she was okay, but Hua Shan pushed his hand away, then blushed and ran off. Luyan stood there, confused. "I just helped her. Besides, I already revealed my blue hair." In the makeup room, Luyan exclaimed, "Tell the makeup artist to be gentle." The makeup artist asked about the bump on his head. Luyan explained that he accidentally bumped into something. He opened his phone and saw Hua Shan's Weibo. Looking at a photo taken at the event, he realized she was there too. At the music festival, Hua Shan had been jostled to the point of dizziness. The host was inviting the next guest to the stage. A figure stood under the stage lights, blindfolded with a white cloth, holding a microphone and singing an English song in a soft melody. Hua Shan recognized that the person was Luyan. As the song ended, the audience was captivated by Luyan's voice. The host let the audience guess the guest's identity, and the atmosphere became lively, but still, no one could guess Luyan's identity. The host was about to invite the next guest onto the stage, and the area below gradually quieted down. Luyan then heard someone call his name. Behind the crowd, a cheering banner for him was waving. It was Hua Shan, who had recognized him and called out his name. Other audience members were immediately attracted to Luyan, and many opened Weibo, preparing to follow him. The host also announced that Hua Shan had answered correctly, inviting her onto the stage. Standing on the stage, Hua Shan was very nervous. She had put herself on the line for Luyan. She couldn't help but glance at Luyan, who was taking off the white blindfold, then suddenly stepped back, feeling that all the cameras couldn't possibly capture even 1/10,000th of Luyan's handsomeness. The host announced that the interaction with Luyan would be the game you draw. I guess the rules of the game were that one person draws and the other person guesses, and the guesser had to rely on the drawing to guess the correct answer. Each person drew 5 questions. Guessing all 5 correctly counted as success, and failure would result in punishment. Luyan was secretly pleased because he had learned drawing in elementary school. Huashan was wondering why there was a punishment. Luyan raised his hand, volunteering to draw first. Huashan confidently thought she could guess whatever he drew. But 5 minutes later, looking at the scribbled drawing on the whiteboard, Huashan had absolutely no idea it was a lion. She consoled herself, "This is just the first question." But what she guessed was a kiwi was actually a hedgehog. What she guessed was a broom was actually a lotus flower. She guessed all of Luyan's drawings wrong. It was Huashan's turn to draw. Luyan rubbed his temples and prayed. "Don't let it be some weird punishment," the MC reminded. "It's guessing time." Luyan looked at the lifelike drawing and immediately guessed it was a pirate ship. He guessed 4 questions correctly in a row, until the last question. Huashan drew an angel. But Luyan was attracted by the character's drawing. He felt very familiar. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl in front of him was Huashan. Because he was lost in thought, he couldn't answer, and the challenge failed. Huashan thought she didn't draw the angel well, but the MC announced that they were entering the punishment round. The punishment was randomly selected on the big screen. The words on the big screen kept scrolling, finally stopping at the punishment of a Princess Carrie in the middle of the stage for 30 seconds. Huashan didn't expect to hit this punishment. This is clearly a fan benefit. Luyan didn't say a word, pulled Huashan over, and picked her up in a Princess Carrie. Huashan instinctively put her hands on Luyan's shoulders. At this moment she felt extremely panicked. The Princess Carrie time was counting down. Luyan kept looking at Huashan with deep eyes. Huashan turned her face away shyly, but in the end, she couldn't help but peek. The distance was so close that she felt like this was a scene of a filial daughter with her loving mother. In the eyes of the audience, this was a romantic Princess Carrie, but in her eyes, it was a scene of a grown-up son tenderly carrying his elderly mother. Luyan called her, asking her to look at him. Did he want to ask her if she was Huashan? The MC jumped out again and said, "It should be a girl carrying a boy," and the people below were all in a gossipy mood, thinking that would be a real punishment. Luyan compared their heights. Huashan was so small, how could she carry him? But Huashan clenched her fists and said, "She can." In her heart she thought, "Since I'm pretending, I have to go all the way." She tried to lift Luyan's waist. Luyan remained motionless. Instead, she was panting from exhaustion. Luyan advised her, "If you can't do it, don't force yourself." Huashan insisted that she could do it. She couldn't let Luyan's expectations down. But a sharp pain came from her waist. Her old back pain flared up. Huashan lost control and fell towards Luyan. In a panic, her foot stepped heavily on Luyan's toe. Because of the pain, Luyan also fell to the ground. He looked at Huashan lying on top of him and couldn't help but think, how did such a clumsy person and the people around her grow up safely? Huashan hurriedly got up from him, quickly retreated, and explained, "Because of a relapse of my professional disease, that's why this happened." The MC came to the rescue. Because both of them are not... Well, this part will not be continued. Luyan picked up Huashan's phone. He noticed that the phone case was a picture of him in a dress. Huashan snatched the phone and said embarrassedly, "You're too young to see this." Luyan didn't understand why she said he was too young, but Huashan realized that her identity had been exposed, apologized, and ran off the stage. Luyan felt that this scene seemed familiar. Backstage after the concert, Luyan put on a cape in the shape of a petal. Recalling what had happened, he still let Huashan escape. The phone suddenly lit up. He was about to look at it when Aishi urged him, "We're about to leave." But Luyan saw that Huashan was posting a new Weibo. This time he had to confirm it clearly. He ran to the location on Weibo, searching for Huashan's figure everywhere but couldn't find her. He didn't see her. Not far away, there was a crowd of Huashan surrounded by fans in the middle. The two of them just missed each other like this. Luyan scratched his head. He didn't expect Huashan to have left. He typed something on his phone, and immediately the phone screen in Huashan's pocket lit up. Luyan sent her a message. "I'll definitely recognize you next time." Jia Xuan was sending Huashan photos of the center of the stage. She thought Huashan was so lucky to be able to interact with her idol on stage. She saw Huashan smiling foolishly at her phone and complained to her, "You don't seem like a popular streamer with tens of millions of fans?" She was very curious about why Huashan liked Luyan, since he was already her most flop idol. Huashan recalled that rainy day when she had a fight with her family and dragged her suitcase out of the house, but she didn't expect to encounter rain outside. Leaning against the wall, she slowly squatted down, not wanting to go back home for an umbrella at all, burying her face between her knees and complaining, "Even the heavens are against me." Suddenly, the sound of a guitar rang out, followed by singing. Hearing singing in the rain, Huashan's mood improved a lot. Curious about who was singing, she followed the sound to find them. She saw a street performer under the eaves, sitting on a simple chair with an ordinary microphone in front of him. He looked up, his exquisite face making Huashan's eyes widen. At that moment, she suddenly realized this rain wasn't preventing her from leaving, but was for her to meet Lu Yuan. The singing stopped, and Huashan noticed that he was looking at her. She quickly took out all the coins she had on her and intended to give them all to him. Lu Yuan looked at the coins in her hand and chuckled, saying that he didn't need money. If she liked listening to him sing, she could scan the code to follow him. Just like that, Huashan became Lu Yuan's die-hard fan. Because she found Lu Yuan so adorable on Weibo, Lu Yuan picked up his drink, ready to take a sip, when he heard Ashi call out to him, "I told you to confirm the schedule for the photo shoot at the Academy of Fine Arts next week." On the wall behind him was a photo. It was a photo of him and Huashan, with a line below, "The first person willing to listen to me finish a song." Lu Yuan was doing a photo shoot at the Academy of Fine Arts, posing in all sorts of ways in front of the photographer. When the morning photo shoot ended, he said goodbye to Ashi and took a walk around on his own. It just so happened that today was the Academy of Fine Arts Club Fair. Lu Yuan strolled around with his coffee, finding the place very lively, when suddenly something caught his attention. It was the Comic Club's latest promotional poster. He recognized Huashan's drawing style. So she also studies at this school. He looked towards the Comic Club's recruitment booth, noticing a figure, but when the figure fully appeared, it turned out to be a man. Lu Yuan suspected he had mistaken the person. Someone bumped into him from behind, causing the coffee in his hand to spill completely, spilling onto the books on the Comic Club's booth. Lu Yuan apologized while helping to clean up. The seller found him adorable and didn't mind. A classmate suddenly said, "Xiao Zhang is sick and can't come." The seller stared at Lu Yuan and said to him, "There's still a way to save these books." Huashan was wearing heavy makeup and a wig, handing out flyers. As the artist herself, she was now very sleepy, only hoping for some good news to comfort her soul. Just then, she saw Lu Yuan also wearing hanfu and gold-rimmed glasses, handing out flyers. Their eyes met. Huashan immediately turned away and covered her face. Is this a dream or reality? Lu Yuan didn't recognize Huashan, only introducing himself as her temporary companion, and then asked her to hand out flyers together. Huashan didn't expect to meet Lu Yuan here. Everything was so surreal, but this was also the first time she had seen Lu Yuan wearing hanfu, and moreover, only the two of them were wearing hanfu. Huashan immediately gave up the idea of becoming a girlfriend fan. She was a steadfast and unwavering die-hard fan. She heard people around her talking about the Comic Club's new book. The drawing is so beautiful. She noticed that the tote bag had a chibi illustration of Lu Yuan that she had drawn before. She had to protect Lu Yuan's little soul. She absolutely couldn't let him see those things. She kept blocking between everyone and Tang Aining, preventing him from seeing that chibi drawing. An hour later, they finally gave out all the flyers, but Tang Aining basically handed them all out. At this moment, it suddenly started raining. Tang Aining lamented, "It was so sunny just now. Why is it raining now?" He asked if the club's activity would end prematurely. Huashan, soaking wet, wrung out the water from her clothes while saying, "It might end early." Tang Aining took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, but Huashan's wig got caught on his jacket. He leaned down to untangle it for her, and at this moment a female student came over to greet him and wanted to add him on GaiChat. But she saw Huashan in Tang Aining's arms, and hurriedly said that she was disturbing them. Tang Aining helped her untangle the wig, while Huashan thought of the ugly hairnet underneath, and stubbornly refused to let the wig fall off, accidentally calling out Tang Aining's name loudly. She heard Tang Aining ask her, "I clearly never told you my name. How did you know?" In fact, Tang Aining had recognized her from the beginning. Tang Aining recognized her as the coin girl from that day. Huashan didn't expect that he still remembered that rainy day. Tang Aining said, "Of course, after all, you cried after listening to me sing for a while." The people around were startled. Thinking he had done something wrong, Huashan felt really embarrassed. But at that moment, she remembered a lot of things from her childhood, and tears just kept falling. She said with a smile, "It's so magical, I felt like I was healed instantly." Tang Aining recalled that he had planned to stop after singing that song that day, but he thought that as long as there was one person willing to listen to him, he would continue singing. Huashan said that she would always be willing to listen. She had been following him since he only had a few hundred fenbian and even wanted to tell him about her drawing the chibi pictures, but in the end she hesitated. Tang Aining thanked her, but he was reminded of the insincere compliments that he disliked. Among these hundreds of thousands of fans, there aren't many who truly love him. He asked Huashan if she could tell him who drew that big poster. Huashan looked surprised. He thought he had scared her, so he hurriedly apologized. At this moment, both of their phones rang, urging them to go do their own work. Tang Aining took off the hanfu and said that he had to go to the film set. He gave the hanfu to Huashan and asked her to return it to the club, and then he left first. Huashan still wanted to say something, but Tang Aining had already left. She hugged the hanfu in her arms, feeling that this encounter was so unreal, like a dream. She buried her head in the hanfu and thought, perhaps there won't be another chance to get so close in the future. But Tang Aining suddenly turned back in front of her. Huashan blushed and asked, aren't you going to film? Why are you back? Tang Aining said to her, next week at Hualu Square, my company will have an outdoor performance. I have a segment. Are you coming? Huashan agreed. I will come. Tang Aining gave a bright smile, and Huashan was very excited. Tang Aining like that is really so cute, just like a puppy. She remembered that Tang Aining asked her, who is the author of the painting? She thought Tang Aining liked her drawing style, so she had to draw chibi more diligently in the future. Huashan had a bad feeling. Jiashuan asked her if she was deeply in love with Tang Aining. Huashan hurriedly explained that she wasn't, but Jiashuan said that someone from the club had taken a photo and sent it to her already. Jiashuan envied Huashan for having such a magical fate with Tang Aining. Why doesn't such a good thing happen to her? In Huashan's heart, she also felt that this was a magical fate, but she never dared to dream about him because to her, he was like a star. After all, they are not people from the same world. Jiashuan suddenly told her to look down in the distance. There, Tang Aining was filming. Huashan saw this scene and smiled softly. She originally thought that she just needed to be an audience member, always in her place. Watching him gradually shine was enough. Huashan drew Tang Aining's back view on the drawing board. When she tilted her head to look over, she saw Tang Aining looking in her direction. She saw a different Tang Aining. She saw Tang Aining open his mouth, but didn't hear his voice. In the end, he smiled. Huashan took off her earphones, wanting to hear clearly what Tang Aining was saying. She wanted to understand him at this moment. A gust of wind blew past, and the hat fell down. A man swirled the wine in his glass, asking the other man, are you sure you want to go find Lu Qian? The other man said he wanted to see who made his goddess like someone. For so long, Lu Qian was lying in bed, dazed because he caught a cold from being in the rain yesterday, but he had a performance today. The manager was putting a thermometer in his mouth. Suddenly, Lu Yan thought of the girl from yesterday. She promised to come see his performance. Lu Yan jumped out of bed, telling the manager to prepare his hairstyle. He wanted to go to the venue right now. At the venue, two staff members were discussing. The performance is about to end, but the two trainees have no idea where they ran off to. They weren't very optimistic about today's performance, feeling that none of the trainees performing today could debut. Meanwhile, Lu Yan was searching for the girl's figure among the sparse crowd below the stage. Sadly, he couldn't find her. Lu Yan asked the staff to hand him the mic he was going to sing. As for Huashan, she overslept because she was drawing chibis too late last night. She was rushing to the venue. The moment she opened the door, she discovered her dad had come. Lu Yan on stage was hugging his guitar and started singing. The audience below were all captivated by him. They were very interested in this new face full of talent. At this moment, in the distance, two men were also discussing Lu Yan on stage. But because of the cold, Lu Yan's head was getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, he coughed violently. The performance glitched, but the audience wouldn't sympathize with his mistake. Lu Yan was about to go off stage, turning his head to see Huashan in the crowd. She held up her phone with the words, Lu Yan, we're waiting for you. That's right. She was still supporting him this time. A gust of wind blew, and the cheering sign in Huashan's hand was blown away. Just then, a cleaner's bucket of water right above her fell down. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan wanted to rush up, but it seemed too late. Right at that moment, a man with a ponytail pulled Huashan away, helping her avoid the danger. While Lu Yan was dizzy, he fell into another man's arms. Huashan turned her head. Just in time to see this scene, her Fujoshi soul immediately ignited. At this time, the man with the ponytail came to mock Lu Yan, saying, with this state of health you still dare to perform. Huashan jumped out, wanting to explain for Lu Yan. Her heart was burning like fire. In her heart, her baby sings well and dances well, is all-powerful, but the reality was that she was facing two men, speechless. The man with the ponytail saw Lu Yan staring at Huashan and deliberately leaned closer to Huashan, stroking her head, telling her, don't stand in such a dangerous place next time. Seeing his actions, Huashan stepped back, while Lu Yan immediately flew into a rage, pushing him away, asking who they were. At this moment, a woman came over, directly pinching their ears, scolding and saying, finally found these two. Lu Yan also learned their names. One was Ye Su-young, one was Liao Yuan. The woman said, "It's their turn to perform and I can't find them anywhere." Among all the trainees, these two were the ones that made her worry the most. The two of them were dragged onto the stage to perform by the woman. One stood in front of the drums, one hugged the guitar, and their performance immediately exploded the stage. The audience was also captivated by them. On stage, Ye Su-young provocatively glanced at Luyan. After stepping off, he whispered in Luyan's ear, "The audience isn't obligated to accept any of your mistakes. You're still far behind." These words immediately dampened Luyan's spirits. Leaving the stage, Luyan was drawn in by a child's voice. He saw a piano and a little girl holding a boy's hand beside it. This scene reminded Luyan of his childhood, when he sat at a piano with his older sister. Back then, his dream was to become a child star like her. Luyan couldn't remember when he first had the idea of standing on stage. But all these years, that idea hadn't changed. He'd always been working hard toward that goal. The boy interrupted his thoughts, asking if he knew how to play the piano. At this moment, Huashan arrived. Seeing this scene, Luyan was playing the piano with a little boy. Huashan closed her eyes and listened. She opened her eyes when she felt the piano stop. Discovering Luyan standing in front of her at some point, Huashan, blushing, said she just wanted to check if he was all right. As soon as she finished speaking, "I'm fine." Luyan swayed and fell into Huashan's arms, his body burning hot. Ye Su-young was a star trainee transferred by Longtang Entertainment, good at singing and dancing and proficient at playing the drums, with millions of fans. However, this idol had a hobby of reading comics at home, participating in fan support groups, and gossiping like any other fan. The fan support groups he liked were all small. At this time, Huashan appeared with outstanding drawing skills, and she saved these small fan support groups. Ye Su-young fell in love with Huashan's drawing style at first sight, and had followed her for many years. But now, the goddess he adored was drawing for an unknown trainee, which infuriated him. His action just now was meant to intimidate Luyan. Just then, the phone rang. It was his goddess, Huashan, posting on Weibo a video of Luyan playing the piano with a little boy. Ye Su-young didn't know Huashan was Huashan. He only knew his goddess was on the scene, and she was with that kid, Luyan. At that moment, Luyan was lying on Huashan's lap. Looking at Luyan's adorable sleeping face, Huashan couldn't help but stroke his head. Then, she used her last bit of reason to restrain herself, planning to carry Luyan back, but with her petite figure, she simply couldn't do it. Just then, Ye Su-young appeared in front of her, asking if she needed help. He didn't know that Huashan was leading him into a trap. Ye Su-young carried Luyan on his back, but they both fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, Ye Su-young was so weak. In the end, Huashan and Ye Su-young each supported one side of Luyan, taking him back to his manager. Huashan covered Luyan with a blanket, wondering why he still came to perform despite not feeling well. Seeing this, Ye Su-young disdainfully asked, "What's so likable about this guy?" Huashan quickly retorted loudly, saying that as long as she liked him, he was worthy. She said Luyan was just sick and trying to endure it, which was why he didn't perform well, but he would definitely do better next time, and she believed in him. At this moment, Luyan quietly opened his eyes, hearing these words. In front of the piano, a little girl and a little boy were sitting. The little girl stroked the little boy's head, praising him, expressing her anticipation to see the little boy standing on the stage in the future. But immediately after, the little girl transformed into flower petals and flew away. Luyan wanted to hold on to the girl who was flying away. At this moment, Huashan appeared in front of him, saying that she wouldn't leave, that she would always be by Luyan's side, and even drew many adorable pictures of him. But immediately after, Huashan was pulled away by Ye Su-young. He said, "Luyan isn't worth your drawings." This scene completely woke Luyan up. Ever since Huashan posted on Weibo about Luyan playing the piano, his fan base has been constantly growing, the video has been shared by many bloggers, and it's even trending on Hot Search. At this point, Luyan also suspected that she was Huashan. The manager's voice interrupted Luyan's blushing reverie, announcing that the company had an important announcement to make. Today, the company requires them to form a boy band, and his new teammates are Ye Su-young and Liao Yuan. As soon as he stepped through the door, Ye Su-young saw Luyan and slammed the door shut. Amidst Luyan and Ye Su-young's protests, their boss gave each of them a knock on the head. The boss said, "One of them will be chosen as the leader. The leader can decide important matters for the group, and even decide the fate of the members in crucial moments." Ye Su-young and Luyan began competing fiercely in their hearts. In the evening, Luyan came out of the dance practice room and met Ye Su-young walking towards him. From the opposite direction, Ye Su-young said, "The leader position is his. Luyan should just wait to pack his bags and leave." Luyan said, No one can even think about stealing my leader position. What angered Ye Suyang the most was that every day, his goddess Huashan drew Luyan. While Luyan was in agony because he was being drawn in a cute and comedic style, Longtang posted on Weibo, the boy band ZMK officially debuts. Accompanied by a group photo of the three of them, Huashan happily saw that their relationship had improved. At this moment, her phone received a message from a partner saying that the dress she designed was very beautiful, inviting her to be a guest at the press conference. On stage, the host is welcoming everyone to the launch of Shi Diao Yi Guan. Next up is the appearance of a special guest, cheering for the trainee boy group ZMK. The three of them smiled brightly at everyone, but each had different thoughts in their hearts. Luyan thought to himself, I'm a straight man, I don't play these games. Ye Suyang was very happy to be promoting the game that his goddess was the main designer for. He felt so lucky. And Liao Yuan was just thinking about food. After they enthusiastically introduced themselves, the audience was initially silent for a moment, then started discussing animatedly. Hearing the sparse applause from below the stage, the host quickly came to the rescue, moving on to the styling competition segment. The three guests will choose appropriate outfits in the game according to the theme. Afterwards, the judges and the audience will score the outfits. The person with the lowest score will have to wear the same style dress and perform an impromptu dance. Ye Suyang quietly said to Luyan, I'm a master of this game. Luyan is dead for sure, Luyan disdainfully said. It's not certain who will win and who will lose. The host announced the initial judge of the game, the specially invited costume designer, the famous artist Huashan. Just as the two of them were anticipating, a holographic projection of a chubby uncle appeared in front of them, and Fatty Mouse greeted everyone, saying, I am Huashan. The host said that Huashan was unable to appear in person, so she will be interacting with everyone in virtual form. After announcing the styling theme, images of the clothes that Huashan had worn flashed through Luyan's mind, and Ye Suyang was still sulking, because the organizers were hiding his goddess's face, while feeling that this theme was very simple because he had already played this level before. At this moment, the answer sheets were also handed out. Huashan looked at the three bizarrely styled outfits, and her hand trembled. As the final results of the game were announced, Luyan and Ye Suyang confidently looked at each other. The result was that both had the lowest scores and had to wear women's clothing to perform. After changing clothes, Luyan saw Huashan in the crowd. She was reaching for a drink on the vending machine, but couldn't quite reach it. Lucian reached over from behind to help her get it, then suddenly pinned her against the wall and asked, Why are you here? As soon as he finished speaking, his wig fell off. At this moment, Huashan was already melting from Luyan's cuteness because Luyan was wearing the outfit she designed herself. Then, Luyan asked Huashan, Who exactly are you? Huashan couldn't hear what Luyan was asking at this point. She only felt that Luyan was an absolutely stunning beauty wearing the outfit she designed, with an ethereal air, every stitch like a world-famous painting. She was mesmerized by Luyan's appearance at this moment, her eyes sparkling with stars. Even Liao Yuan's lollipop fell to the stage to perform anymore. Ren Yilin's group arrived early and is already performing on stage. Ren Yilin is a rising star, so he can do whatever he wants performing. Can they continue? The boss said. The press conference time is already short. Moreover, they weren't originally scheduled to perform. It was only because Ren Yilin's group might perform the entire show that Luyan's group was asked to be backups. The boss also said, Lip syncing doesn't matter because they're very famous. Besides, you guys are little fresh meat. Isn't it enough to just have good looks? Who cares if you sing well or not? Luyan clenched his fist, and just as he was about to step up, he was stopped by Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan leaned down and looked at the boss. His cold expression almost made the boss call security. As a result, Liao Yuan only said one sentence. What you're doing isn't right. Stay right there. Ye Suyang hurriedly pulled away Liao Yuan, who was making a scene. All of these words were heard by Huashan standing behind the door. Seeing Ye Suyang turn around and leave, Luyan asked, Are you just going to leave like that? Ye Suyang threw him a guitar, saying, Just use actions to prove it. As soon as Ren Yilin's group finished performing, Luyan and the other two appeared behind them with guitars. At this time, Huashan also requested to meet with the boss of the press conference. She said she wanted to talk about this commercial collaboration, whether to continue collaborating or not, which startled the boss. On stage, thanks to the performance of the three of them, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The audience all cheered for their performance. After the three of them finished performing, the audience felt that their abilities were not bad, and their appearances were also good. the audience commented. Liao Yuan has short hair, a tall figure, and looks very cold. He's definitely the domineering CEO type in the group, probably the eldest brother. It's a pity they don't know how many candies the seemingly fierce person hides in his pockets. Ye Suyang has long hair and looks like a gentle young master from a rich family. Lu Yan is the cutest of the three, both innocent and fierce like an obedient puppy. Ren Yilin's group was very dissatisfied. With the three people suddenly rushing out to perform, Ren Yilin stepped forward and said they still had a song unfinished. Unexpectedly, they were suddenly brought on stage. Ren Yilin said, "We sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding." Then asked them, "Didn't you check the schedule during the rehearsal? It was stated that they didn't have a performance." Such a sudden action startled them a little. The fans below also started to stir, suspecting these three want to leech off our idol's popularity, they criticized. Not following the procedure, they really have no professionalism. Lu Yan saw Ren Yilin's innocent act. With his many years of experience as a manager, he found Ren Yilin's cuteness to be fake. Liao Yuan was about to step up to speak when Ye Suyang stopped him. Lu Yan took the mic and said, "We sincerely apologize for interrupting their performance." He said that a backstage staff member mentioned that the senior's microphone was broken and no sound could be produced, fearing it would affect the senior's performance, so he asked to switch to his good microphone. Ren Yilin was made to sweat bullets by Lu Yan, reluctantly accepting the microphone. At this time, Ye Suyang said, "Time to choose a song for the audience, to select the song they want Hill to sing." Ren Yilin was now worried because the requested song was not pre-recorded, so they couldn't lip-sync. Did they have to sing live? On the other side, Hua Shan had just gone through a conversation. It could be said that she had mustered all the courage of her 22 years of life, the press conference boss said. "The company will ban you from now on and stop all cooperation with you," Hua Shan then said. "It's not them banning me, but me forever banning them here," and said, "My cooperation projects are fully booked until the beginning of next year." The press conference boss said he had close cooperation with many companies and wanted to use this to threaten Hua Shan. Hua Shan immediately took out the recording from just now. The boss said, "Lip-syncing is fine, all the young heartthrobs need is looks." This recording successfully suppressed the boss. At this moment, Hua Shan was trembling. Hearing the staff saying that the trainee group was going on stage, she curiously went over. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, Ren Yilin selected her as a fan to complete the performance together. Hearing this, both Hua Shan and Lu Yan were surprised. You must know that Hua Shan is a huge fan of Lu Yan. Standing on the stage, Hua Shan sank into distant memories. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last stood under these stage lights, singing loudly, but at this moment, she was enveloped by fear. Just as she felt helpless, Lu Yan supported her, letting her stand behind him. He said to Ren Yilin, "This girl is too nervous and may not be able to continue singing." Then, he suggested singing with the senior and said he was a fan of the senior. This scene was recorded by the audience at the scene and quickly spread on the internet. Titled, "Trainee Directly Declared War on Hills in Front of the Mic." Ren Yilin had to start singing, and the fans noticed something was wrong with the singing. Some people thought it might be due to an issue with the equipment on site. Lu Yan started singing a cappella, and his stable voice proved that the equipment was working fine. What followed was a stable performance from Ye Suyang, Liao Yuan, and the others. Compared to that, Hill's performance was extremely disappointing, and rumors of Hill lip-syncing began to spread. The top trending topic was Hill's image collapsing. The secretary asked the boss, "Why not get ZMK off the stage?" The boss said, "The current process is more interesting. The traffic is being taken by the new trainees. He only cares about whether the game promotion goal is achieved, and doesn't care about the rest." Returning home, Liao Yuan asked Lu Yan, "Why did you help that girl?" Lu Yan sank into the memory of the day they first met. Hua Shan was the only one who listened to him sing the whole song, and then held up Yu Ying's phone. Seeing Hua Shan's happy expression, Lu Yan couldn't stand idly by. The manager said their video and Hills were pushed to the top trending list almost overnight, and they must have gained quite a few fans. Then, mentioning the upcoming competition for the team leader position, Ye Suyang hurriedly said, "Don't think that participating in the same show means we are friends. This team leader position is his." Lu Yan also fought back without conceding. At this moment, Ting, Hua Shan just posted a Weibo. She drew a poster of ZMK. Liao Yuan was standing in the middle, while Lu Yan and Ye Suyang beside him were both drawn as girls. This scene darkened Lu Yan's expression, but Ye Suyang happily grabbed the megaphone and shouted, "My darling wife drew me." Lu Yan was inwardly astonished. How can someone be so happy after being drawn like that? But at the same time, an indescribable feeling of jealousy welled up inside him. On the other side, Huashan happily decided to draw the three of them for later. Afterwards, she thought about the image of Lu Yan protecting her on stage, and her heart felt warm. ZMK, thanks to the Hills lip-syncing incident, was pushed into the spotlight, and their fanbase skyrocketed. Huashan drew chibi versions of them, causing many people to misunderstand Lu Yan and Ye Suyang as girls. Lu Yan looked at the handsome Liao Yuan in Huashan's drawing and felt extremely uncomfortable, so he decided to secretly take unflattering photos of Liao Yuan to show Huashan his true colors. But in the photos he took, Liao Yuan was still dazzlingly handsome. Lu Yan helplessly took a selfie, resulting in an adorable photo, and he angrily smashed his phone. The manager reminded them that they had arrived at the venue for the team leader competition and told them to get out of the car. Lu Yan had imagined that this competition, watched by millions of viewers, would be held in a very luxurious place, but unexpectedly, they arrived at a dilapidated village. An old woman told them to get out of the way so she could move manure, causing Liao Yuan and Ye Suyang to jump onto Lu Yan in fright. The announcement was made. The team leader competition now begins. In addition to professional skills, comprehensive ability is also very important. The competition will assess their adaptability, coordination, and endurance, and the team leader will ultimately be chosen by audience votes. Huashan also blended into the crowd, secretly cheering for Lu Yan. The first ability test was to collect chicken eggs. Lu Yan flusteredly scrambled for chicken eggs, while Ye Suyang dragged out a goose. Liao Yuan hated feathered animals and cowered on the chair. Huashan secretly placed a few eggs on the ground, wanting to help Lu Yan cheat, but a hen sat on the egg and began to incubate it. In the first round of voting, Lu Yan was slightly ahead of Ye Suyang. The second round was planting rice seedlings. Ye Suyang and Lu Yan moved quickly, neither willing to concede to the other. Liao Yuan blankly watched them, saying they were planting in the wrong place. In the second round of voting, Liao Yuan seemed more reliable, so he received the most votes. The third round was radish pulling. Huashan prepared sports drinks while waiting for Lu Yan. Lu Yan and Ye Suyang were competing to pull radishes when a radish flew up and hit Huashan on the head. In the evening at the inn, Huashan lamented, "Being a hardcore fan is so tiring, it's still more comfortable to be alone." Suddenly, she heard singing. Huashan looked in the direction of the singing and discovered Lu Yan singing to two children. Since meeting Lu Yan, she had always been able to bravely face any situation, get along with everyone around her, and she had always been working hard to change her future in the real world. Huashan's shyness and weakness also gave her the courage to confront others, but Lu Yan also brought her a sense of familiarity. The little girl next to Lu Yan pointed at Huashan. Lu Yan looked over and shouted, "Tell Huashan to stand still, don't move, I'll be right over." He demanded that Huashan not run away this time. Huashan was extremely flustered inside. Although she felt that Lu Yan really liked the picture she drew, it would be very embarrassing if her identity was exposed on the spot. He didn't want Lu Yan to call her the artist Huashan, but wanted to see her true self. Therefore, Huashan decided to slip into the bushes next to her. Before she could act, Lu Yan pulled her back, asking, "Where do you think you're running off to?" He brought up how she was the only one with him when he fainted last time, but Huashan had a video of him playing the piano. Why did she show up backstage at the game launch, and what is her relationship with Huashan anyway? He even suspected she was the artist Huashan. She explained that she was Huashan's friend. She gave him the video, and she went to the event because Huashan invited her, but Lu Yan didn't believe a word she said. Just then, a voice came from behind, asking, "Who's lurking there?" Huashan thought Lu Yan meeting a suspicious woman in private would definitely become a scandal, so he pushed Lu Yan into the bushes. After the other person left, he went to help Lu Yan up, only to find that it was Ye Suyang who stood up. Ye Suyang was pushed away by Lu Yan. Lu Yan said, annoyed, "Why is he everywhere?" Actually, Ye Suyang saw Huashan's alternate account was located here, so he came to try his luck. He asked, "Am I interrupting Lu Yan and his little girlfriend?" Huashan was about to explain when Ye Suyang said, "I kind of like her." Seeing Ye Suyang getting closer, Lu Yan quickly hugged Huashan tightly, declaring that Huashan was his fan. Then, Lu Yan and Ye Suyang started fighting over Huashan, each grabbing one of her hands, asking, "Who do you like more?" Huashan hesitated for a moment and answered, "I like Lu Yan the most," but then said she liked Ye Suyang too, and even said she liked Liao Yuan as well. She thought everyone was good friends and should love each other for the sake of group harmony. Said that and put Lu Yan's and Ye Suyang's hands together, then slipped away. Ye Suyang pulled Huashan back as she was about to run away, saying, "It's dangerous at night, let me take you home." But Lu Yan pushed him away, saying, "I'll take her home." The two started arguing again, Huashan thought to herself as she looked at them. "It's not like our houses are far away, why do you need to take me?" but in her eyes they were just joking around, so she secretly slipped away. Ye Suyang looked at Luyan, who was looking around, and said, definitively, Hua Shan is more than just your fan. Don't let me catch you slipping. Luyan said, after the competition ends, I'll make Ye Suyang disappear from your sight. Ye Suyang watched Luyan leave, and just as he was about to turn around, he found a scarf and a phone in the bushes. The phone screen lit up, and the content on it stunned Ye Suyang. The next morning, Sister Wen announced, this is the final round of the competition for the team leader position. Looking at Spirit with the same interests, he saw Hua Shan being a fan of Luyan. What a waste of a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Off camera, Ye Suyang and Luyan had been arguing fiercely just now, but as soon as they faced the camera, they immediately changed to smiling faces. This scene left Liao Yuan standing beside them speechless. Sister Wen announced that the final selection round was a talent show, requiring everyone to perform their best talent on the village stage. This time, the elders were surrounded by a group of older women. The current situation was that Ye Suyang was slightly ahead of Luyan. Hua Shan looked at the scene before her with great satisfaction. However, her darling must be the leader, so she started frantically cheering for Luyan. Unexpectedly, Luyan saw her because, in front of Luyan were all children, no one could shield her. The children, scared by Hua Shan, all ran to their mothers, while the mothers were surrounding Ye Suyang. Ye Suyang thought Hua Shan was deliberately leading Luyan's fans to him. Cheerfully winking at Hua Shan, Luyan saw Ye Suyang and Hua Shan interacting, and a pang of bitterness rose in his heart. But he quickly supported Hua Shan to prevent her from bumping into the elderly, telling her to be careful. Hua Shan thought her darling was too adorable. Even knowing how to care for others, she must help her darling win the position of leader. Hua Shan analyzed the male-to-female ratio at the scene as 2:8. Among these women, the majority were aged 20 to 40, so she needed to cater more to the tastes of women over 20. Combined with the advantages of Ye Suyang and Liao Yuan, she knew what young people wanted to see. Luyan was having a headache at this moment. Ye Suyang used his communication skills to attract a lot of viewers. Liao Yuan was surrounded by a group of old men and women. In this kind of entertainment competition, simply singing and dancing wouldn't give him a chance to win. Luyan racked his brains and started waving his hands in front of the screen. His actions made the crowd feel very bored. Luyan's popularity immediately plummeted, while Suyang and Liao Yuan's soared. Ye Suyang even provocatively flipped Luyan off. Luyan told the cameraman to go get musical instruments and come back, then walked away while thinking about how to attract the audience. At this time, he was pulled back by Hua Shan. As a result, Hua Shan used too much force, and the two of them fell backward together. Luyan asked, Hua Shan, what's wrong? Hua Shan said, if Luyan agrees, I have a way to help you win the competition. The final 30 minutes before the competition ended, Ye Suyang felt that he had a sure chance of winning. But suddenly from afar came a cry. Selling fish, freshly caught fish, selling cheap. This sound attracted everyone's attention, including Ye Suyang. The villagers were immediately attracted to this activity, flocking towards the lake. Hua Shan was also mixed in the crowd, rushing to the lake with everyone. When they arrived at the lake, they found that the cry came from an empty place, with no one in sight, making everyone feel confused. Just as everyone was puzzled, a folk song rang out from afar. Ye Suyang immediately realized this was a trap. Someone deliberately led them to the lake. However, when he saw Luyan standing in the distance, white shirt, half wet, hair slicked back, everyone's doubts and dissatisfaction disappeared in an instant. His appearance and singing voice were captivating. The old women saw him as if he were the young men who pursued them in their youth. The young women were drawn to his looks and singing voice, while the little girls were fascinated by his ability to catch fish. Luyan stepped ashore and handed a fish to a little girl, who smiled brightly as she held it with both hands. This scene made Hua Shan's nose bleed. Hua Shan started shouting in the crowd, saying, this fish was caught by Luyan himself, a rare opportunity, only one available. Everyone started frantically sending hearts. Luyan's actions not only won the goodwill of the villagers, but also caused the popularity of the livestream to skyrocket. The situation changed rapidly, and Luyan's popularity took the lead. He made eye contact with Hua Shan and smiled at her. Hua Shan felt her heart pounding and blushed as she lowered her head. At some point, Liao Yuan also jumped into the lake and caught a soft-shell turtle with his bare hands. But as a result, he lost his balance and fell into the water, completely drenched. This scene immediately made the audience change their minds, expressing their desire to buy the soft-shell turtle. Liao Yuan also didn't expect things to develop like this. The competition ended, and based on the tallied votes, the winner of this competition was Liao Yuan. Ye Suyang, in the car, noisily wanted to kick Luyan out of the group, but at this moment, Luyan saw Huashan looking dejected outside the car. He picked up his phone and opened the recording. "I will try harder. Wait for me. I won't let you down again." He now used this method to comfort Huashan. Huashan posted a Weibo, urging everyone to rewatch the competition for the team leader position. The cover of the Weibo was a painting she drew of Luyan transforming into a mermaid. This painting also successfully climbed into the top 10 trending topics. Luyan felt helpless, not understanding why Huashan drew such a picture. Ye Suyang was shivering, feeling that Luyan was really annoying, being blessed and not knowing it. Luyan quickly brought the phone in front of Ye Suyang for him to see what he was drawn into. At this time, Sister Wen rushed in, bringing good news. They will participate in the recording of the 3rd season of Soaring to the Sky. This is a variety show that once swept the entire internet. The national goddess and national god are both fixed guests of the show. The 3rd season needs some new faces, and Huashan has made Luyan hot. Plus, the previous exposure of Hill's lip-syncing, which caught the attention of General Manager Bai of the program. "This is their chance to become famous," Luyan dissatisfiedly said. "Is this again because of vying for attention? Can he never escape Huashan's clutches?" Then, Luyan thought, if he performs well in the program, showing his manly spirit, maybe he can change Huashan's view of him, so he immediately started reviewing the previous seasons of Soaring to the Sky. On the other hand, Huashan was drawing very happily. She thought Luyan would definitely like her painting very much, and then she continued to draw like crazy. At this moment, the phone rang, and she received an invitation to participate in the Soaring to the Sky program. It was her uncle calling. Unexpectedly. Huashan was a low-key young lady from a wealthy family. Her uncle on the phone used the family card, saying that because of work, they haven't seen each other for several years, and he doesn't even know what Huashan looks like now. He said that in the family, only Huashan and her mother are the most alike. Hearing her uncle mention her mother, Huashan wavered. The reason for this was that the 2 veteran guests of this season couldn't participate in the program due to some problems. He saw Huashan's Weibo post. The popularity of this niece is not inferior to that of small stars, and she inherited her mother's beautiful voice. It is truly a case of talent from heaven. It's just a pity that she doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry. At this moment, Huashan replied to his message, agreeing to participate in the recording of the program. But he must agree to one condition. At the same time, the recording schedule of Luyan and the group was also arranged. At 10 a.m. on February 13th, they will record the 3rd season of Soaring to the Sky at the 100 Birds Music Hall. At the launch press conference of the 3rd season of Soaring to the Sky, the guests entered one after another. The host first introduced the new faces, the ZMK group consisting of the domineering leader, Yao Yuan, the handsome and all-round member Ye Suyang, and the cute little Luyan. Hearing this introduction, Luyan stood frozen on the spot. Next, the host introduced the other guests participating in the program, including popular singers and actors, and Song Anya, a member of the popular girl group FXF. Song Anya thought to herself about her unparalleled beauty. Everyone must kneel under her skirt. Upon looking up and seeing Luyan, she slipped and fell off the steps. She didn't expect Luyan to be here too, and Luyan looked the same as ever. The nation's male god also appeared on stage. Then the host announced, "There's also a special guest." The first non-celebrity guest since the show started, the famous online artist Huashan. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Huashan, wearing an adorable hamster head, appeared before everyone, her legs still trembling. This unexpected action delighted everyone. Huashan didn't know Luyan would come, and fearfully clutched her hamster head, afraid of being recognized by Luyan. The host announced, "All the guests have arrived. Now we need to choose partners for the first episode of the show." Luyan looked at Huashan. Song Anya, already standing next to Huashan, thought Luyan wanted to choose her, eagerly waiting for Luyan to approach. As it turned out, Luyan chose Huashan. He said, "This non-professional guest probably doesn't have much experience. I want to help her," and said, "I really like little hamsters." Luyan thought to himself smugly, "This time, Huashan is finally in my hands." Just as Luyan was expressing his affection for the little hamster, Ye Suyang pushed him away, telling him not to scare Huashan. Before he could even ask Huashan if she agreed, suddenly the stage lights went out. The host announced, "The partner selection is over. The first round is about to begin." Someone suspiciously said, "This is just a press conference. Why has it turned into a game?" An announcement echoed through the hall. "All doors have been locked. Guests have 1 hour to find the secret exit. The first couple to escape successfully will earn the right to allocate members for the next round and double the reward." The countdown began, and the guests started to clamor. Hua Shan leaned against the stage. She was afraid of the dark and the noise. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed. It was Luyan, pulling her along, saying to her, "The countdown has started. We need to leave quickly." This moment felt familiar to Hua Shan. The two arrived at a storage room. Hua Shan was skeptical. Can such a small storage room really have a secret exit? Looking at Luyan's outstretched hand, Hua Shan thought he wanted to remove her hamster head. However, Luyan just reached behind her. Taking out a flashlight and a floor plan, Hua Shan realized she had misunderstood Luyan and scratched her head in embarrassment. Luyan explained. The back of the hand card issued upon entry indicates the location of the supply kit locked with a thick lock, and said, "I wouldn't take advantage of someone else's misfortune." With a floor plan, finding the exit would be much easier. Hua Shan said, "The door seems to be locked." Clearly, she was just casually pushing it. Luyan told Hua Shan to step aside, intending to use the flashlight to take a look, only to discover that the flashlight battery was dead. Hua Shan quickly said, "My phone wasn't confiscated. I can turn on the flashlight." However, the phone screen went down, showing the word, "Calm." Seeing Luyan intending to pick up the phone for her, Hua Shan rushed over and said, "I don't need your help." Luyan said to Hua Shan, "I know the paintings Hua Shan draws. I feel we need to talk about this face to face. So I hope Hua Shan should take off this hamster head soon." Hua Shan felt too embarrassed to be caught red-handed. "I'm still the little fan you once met. How am I supposed to face you in the future?" The two started a struggle for the hamster head. Hua Shan pushed Luyan, pressing him down. She said, "I have my difficulties. Is appearance really that important?" Just then, the door opened. The scene everyone saw was Hua Shan sitting on top of Luyan. As everyone prepared to leave the storage room, Hua Shan slipped and fell out, and the hamster head also fell off. Everyone finally saw Hua Shan's face clearly. At this moment, Hua Shan's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Her true identity was discovered by the person she was trying to catch, and she was caught red-handed right on the spot, and in front of so many people. The camera was pointed directly at her. They praised her for being so cute. Why wouldn't she show her face? Then, the cameraman intended to zoom in for a close-up. She felt this focus of all eyes triggered her bad memories. Suddenly, a blanket was draped over her head. It was Luyan shielding those gazes for her. He gently told Hua Shan that the hamster head was dirty, using the blanket to cover her up temporarily, then helped her wrap the blanket tightly. Luyan looked down and saw Hua Shan's swollen ankle and broken high heels, then picked her up. Telling everyone that his partner's foot was dislocated, he was taking her to the lounge to apply ice first. Ye Su-yang discovered that Hua Shan was the girl. The two went to the lounge. Luyan told Hua Shan to stretch out her leg so he could help her apply an ice pack. This scene flustered Hua Shan. Hua Shan thanked Luyan for helping her out earlier and said she would return the favor later. Luyan said that Hua Shan had helped him before. Hua Shan explained that she easily gets dizzy when there are many people. Then, Luyan looked up at Hua Shan, praised her for still looking so adorable, and told her to be more confident. These words made Hua Shan blush. Hua Shan asked Luyan if he had known her identity for a long time. Luyan said that, with so many obvious clues, it was hard not to notice. Hua Shan looked at Luyan helping her apply the ice pack, thinking to herself, "He is helping me again. I originally thought I was always secretly protecting him, but unexpectedly, he is the one who repeatedly appears to protect me. I thought chasing after an idol was a precarious thing, but now it makes her feel extremely secure." After a while, Luyan felt that the ice pack had been applied long enough. Just as he was about to look up and ask Hua Shan something, he discovered that she had fallen asleep. Looking at Hua Shan's sleeping face, Luyan blushed. Knowing that she is Hua Shan, how could my heart be calm? But if he showed the same surprised expression as everyone else, it would only scare her more. Hua Shan, who was sleeping, suddenly swung her hand and slapped Luyan's face, mumbling, "Draw lots and lots of Luyan's pictures." Annoyed, Luyan clenched his fist, intending to settle the score slowly later. Suddenly, the door was opened, and Song Anya and Ye Su-yang stumbled in. Hua Shan was awakened by the noise and discovered that Ye Su-yang was arguing with Luyan. Ye Su-yang said that Luyan bringing Hua Shan here had bad intentions. Suddenly, Song Anya pushed Ye Su-yang's hand away, asking him why he was getting physical with her teammate. Ye Su-yang said that his internal affairs didn't seem to concern Song Anya, and asked what Song Anya meant by following him under the name of Song Yao. Song Anya's eyes unconsciously glanced toward Luyan. Then she suppressed her anger and asked Ye Su-yang what he meant. Suddenly, a lollipop fell to the ground. It was Liao Yuan who had arrived. He asked Song Anya with a cold face what she wanted to do to his brother. Hua Shan trembled as she watched this tense scene, feeling extremely excited in her heart, thinking, it it would be perfect if I could draw this scene right now. The scene switches to Ye Su-yang helping Song Anya out of the car. Both of them wore fake smiles. Liao Yuan was furious inside, but on the surface he still said that he really liked Song Anya. Hua Shan, in the distance, watched this scene and happily filmed a close-up of the behind-the-scenes drama. Their subtle competition and infighting completely hit her G-spot. However, on WoW, Hua Shan's appearance was revealed, and the picture of Princess Luyan fixing a flat tire was posted with a sensational title. Luyan, without her knowing, had quietly come up behind her, asking her what she was looking at. Startled, Hua Shan quickly moved away from him. Just as Luyan was about to say something, the host announced that the competition was about to begin. In the previous round, the team of Liao Yuan, Ye Su-yang, and the team of Song Anya tied for first place. In this round, they could choose their teammates. Before the host could finish speaking, Ye Su-yang said that he chose Hua Shan. Then he told Luyan that his team was full and couldn't take him along. Seeing Hua Shan being snatched away by Ye Su-yang, Luyan secretly clenched his fist. At this time, Song Anya said she would choose Luyan. Luyan turned his head to look at Song Anya, saying that they must win this match, and that this time, he must regain the initiative. Hua Shan took off her blindfold, feeling utterly confused. It's one thing to wear strange clothes, but she doesn't even know where she's been taken. At this moment, the loudspeaker announced to all the guests that the first round of the nametag ripping challenge was about to begin. The members will be taken to a random location, search for other members, and secretly eliminate other players. The last surviving team of players will win. 2 players wearing the same costume will have one exemption. Luyan put on his bunny ears, rubbed his hands, and felt that this was his time to shine. At this moment, a fearless guest just happened to see Luyan. Luyan, wearing bunny ears, looked harmless and cute, not intimidating at all, so he told him to hand over his name tag. As a result, in the blink of an eye, his name tag was torn off by Luyan. You should know that Luyan used to be a school bully. Luyan gave a sweet smile and said, sorry. Then, Luyan quickly tore off the name tags of 3 other guests, Ye Su-yang, and Luyan also met face-to-face. Ye Su-yang said, Luyan is very powerful, but he won't give him a chance to snatch his partner away. Luyan retorted, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Immediately after, the two started fighting. Hua Shan hid in the bushes, feeling that it was too dangerous outside. Someone like her, who is always indoors, can't possibly outrun them. She turned her head and saw Luyan and Ye Su-yang fighting. In the cameraman's eyes, these two were very fierce. It was unbelievable that they were on the same team, but in Hua Shan's eyes, Luyan was being bullied by Ye Su-yang, so angry that Hua Shan jumped out directly, feeling that she had to protect Luyan. Just as Luyan was about to tear off Ye Su-yang's name tag, Hua Shan suddenly rushed between the two, telling them to stop fighting. But this scene, in the eyes of Luyan and Ye Su-yang, looked like Hua Shan was offering her name tag. At this moment, Hua Shan's heart was also very conflicted. In this situation, should she help her teammate or her treasure? She regretted it immensely. If she could do it again, she would definitely hide in the bushes and think it through carefully. Without knowing when, Song Anya had appeared behind Ye Su-yang, saying, he can't escape, then tore off his name tag. Just as Song Anya was about to reach out and tear off the name tag on Hua Shan, Luyan stood in front of Hua Shan, telling her to leave quickly. I won't let you off next time. Song Anya angrily asked Luyan, why did you let Hua Shan go? Luyan hurriedly explained that they were wearing the same clothes and had one exemption. But in his heart, he bitterly thought. Hua Shan rushed out without hesitation to protect Ye Su-yang. Song Anya leaned close to Luyan's ear and asked, do you like that, Hua Shan? Hearing Song Anya's words, Luyan said, thank you for your concern. That girl is very important to me, Song Anya then said. An idol during his rising period naturally knows what he shouldn't do, thinking to herself, unless the target is me. Then she said to Luyan, you must seize the time. Song Anya had waited 5 years to be on par with Luyan. She was no longer the girl who used to hide in the corner, afraid of him discovering her. Suddenly, Song Anya's name tag was torn off. Turning around, she saw it was Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan thought to himself, I have avenged my brother. Song Anya was startled by Liao Yuan's overwhelming aura. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Limited edition chocolate ice cream at the amusement park. This attracted Liao Yuan's attention, and Luyan conveniently tore off Liao Yuan's name tag as he ran towards it. Liao Yuan cried and asked Luyan, why did you tear off my name tag? The loudspeaker also announced Song Anya's name. Liao Yuan was eliminated. At this moment, Hua Shan was thinking about where to hide, when the loudspeaker announced again, Currently, only Luyan and Huashan remain. The competition area will be reduced. Huashan was scared to death at this moment, not knowing where to hide when she met Luyan again. Looking at Luyan, Huashan thought, he wouldn't suddenly rush at me, would he? As a result, Luyan aggressively chased after her, remembering Luyan's words, I won't let you off next time. It seems it's true. At this moment, there was no way forward. Huashan thought she would go through the pirate ship and jump off the railing. As a result, Luyan followed. The machine was about to start. Huashan told Luyan to fasten his seatbelt quickly. The next scene was Huashan happily playing on the pirate ship, while Luyan was cowering on it in fear. As soon as Huashan stopped the machine, she quickly ran away. Luyan also hurriedly chased after her. The two of them ended up playing one game after another. According to the announcement, the match was counting down the last 10 minutes. Huashan thought that getting on the Ferris wheel would definitely last 10 minutes, so they would tie. But the cameraman worriedly said that there were no cameras installed on the Ferris wheel. Huashan happily said as she got on the Ferris wheel, we're in a safe place now. But when she turned around, she saw Luyan had followed her. Luyan said, it's just the two of them left. Conveniently, I have some questions I want to ask you. Luyan held up a doll wearing a short skirt and fishnet stockings, and asked Huashan, what is this? At the same time, he said, when I picked up this doll, I was psychologically traumatized. I even found that it was wearing little panties underneath. Huashan embarrassedly told him to give it back to her. Suddenly, Luyan grabbed her hand, telling Huashan not to move. Seeing that Luyan's face wasn't looking too good, Huashan asked, are you afraid of heights? Luyan glared at Huashan and then shrank into the corner. Seeing Luyan was scared, Huashan patted his shoulder and said, just close your eyes and we'll be down soon. But Luyan grabbed her hand and asked, what kind of person am I in your eyes? After all, Huashan was very confused as to why Luyan would ask that. Does what I think matter so much to you? Suddenly the Ferris wheel started to shake, and Huashan lost her balance and fell into Luyan's arms. Huashan realized that Luyan was trying to tear off her name tag. She hurriedly pushed him away, but lost her balance again and fell into Luyan's arms. Their faces were close together for a moment, and both of them blushed. Luyan was afraid of heights, and he felt dizzy all over. When the Ferris wheel door opened, they saw Luyan had fainted inside. Finally, the loudspeaker announced that Huashan and Luyan's name tags hadn't been torn off, so the two teams tied. During dinner, Luyan was sulking because he couldn't win the match due to his fear of heights, while Huashan was thinking, could it be that I made Luyan dislike me? The two of them suddenly looked at each other and couldn't help but remember the moment when their faces were so close on the Ferris wheel, and their faces both flushed. On the balcony, national male god Luis was leaning against the railing with Yesu Yang, asking him why he was pretending not to know him. Yesu Yang said that he was just a small intern, and being so close to a big star would be too ostentatious. Luis said, if Yesu Yang became an intern, his grandfather would definitely be furious. Then he said, Yesu Yang has been looking at Huashan for so long, he has never seen Yesu Yang pay attention to a girl like that. He asked Yesu Yang if he liked Huashan. Yesu Yang felt that the feeling was more like possessiveness. At this moment, a drunk Huashan fell into Luyan's arms. Song Anya and Yesu Yang both expressed their determination towards Luyan and Huashan. At the hotel arranged by the program, Huashan was browsing Weibo. The Weibo titles were all, congratulations to the madam for finding her true husband. Below were photos of Huashan and Luyan playing in the amusement park. They even had a government-approved fan club called Hualu. Huashan thought about the Hualu CP. Then images of her and Luyan being intimate flashed in her mind, causing her to blush. The phone rang. It was Huashan's uncle calling. He congratulated Huashan on becoming famous. Huashan was angry in her heart, thinking, it's all because he didn't tell me in advance that the filming would be broadcast. Then he said that he had a letter Huashan's mother wrote to her. Her mother asked him to send it that year, but he said he hadn't found a chance to give it to her, and her father almost took it. Huashan recalled when she was little how her father burned her mother's things, saying, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Tang Ai-ning also firmly decided that she couldn't let her father snatch her mother's things again. He also said that he had something to discuss with her, requesting that Huashan maintain his performance in the following episodes, maintain the feeling of the first episode, and strive to win the championship this season. He said that Huashan should interact more with Luyan. The two of them were very humorous, and the broadcast effect was very good. Tang Ai-ning said, she just wants to complete the program steadily, and doesn't think about competing for first place with them. She doesn't want coverage or trending topics. For her, getting back the only photo of her mother is enough. He told Tang Ai-ning not to be so inferior. People must always look forward. Don't be bound by the past. There was someone sitting across from him again. He asked that person, "After so many years, have you still not given up that idea?" That person said, "This is the path he should take." Tang Aining hated this feeling of being arranged. She understood that the person who truly understood her would be gone. Then she started painting. Forgetting these troubles, Lu Yan went out to the balcony and found that Tang Aining was in the room next door, and she was drawing a chibi version of herself, which made him shout. As a result, he discovered that Tang Aining had drawn a handsome chibi version of him. Lu Yan saw that Tang Aining's eyes were red, and didn't know if she had just been crying. Seeing Tang Aining crying made Lu Yan very uncomfortable. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how to comfort a girl. Then he gave Tang Aining 2 thumbs up to cheer her on. As a result, this action was misunderstood by Tang Aining as the action Lu Yan had made before when he praised her paintings. Seeing Tang Aining smile, Lu Yan felt relieved. Tang Aining responded to him with a heart and realized that Lu Yan could always dispel her troubles, whether it was the first time they met or now. How lucky to have met him. Lu Yan started lifting weights late at night. Both Lu Yan and Tang Aining thought to themselves, "We must win the next match." Tang Aining held a toy gun, looking around. After taking off the blindfold, she found that she was alone in this place, but she had been told that the second recording session would not be too difficult, and she had a high chance of winning. Sure enough, she was lying to herself again. At this time, the loudspeaker announced, "The game has begun. The 2 teams are scattered in the building. Each player needs to defeat the opposing team to obtain more survival resources. There will be periodically refreshed NPC monsters in the building. Players need to aim at the red star on their heads to eliminate them." This was indeed a difficult challenge for Tang Aining, who usually only stayed at home painting. Before long, she was panting for breath. These holographic monsters never seemed to end, and she didn't have time to run. The weapon's energy was also depleted. At this time, there was movement from behind. A guest had discovered that Tang Aining was alone and planned to take her down. Just as he was about to defeat Tang Aining, a gun was pointed at his back. Lu Yan appeared in time to protect Tang Aining. Tang Aining's eyes were filled with tears. She transformed into a hardcore fan and started praising Lu Yan, making him beam with joy. Then, Tang Aining said, "My gun is out of energy. I can't shoot anymore." Lu Yan immediately led her to the supply box. Tang Aining was hesitating about how to recharge the gun when Lu Yan took her hand and told her to scan the barcode on her wrist. Then, the screen displayed, "Weapon successfully recharged." Tang Aining was just about to turn around and thank him when she realized that their faces were close together. Immediately, they both blushed and separated. Tang Aining realized that whenever she was near Lu Yan, her heart would beat very fast, and she couldn't help but think of what had happened that day. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. "Monsters have appeared, high-level monsters, very difficult to deal with." Lu Yan told Tang Aining to hide behind him. This time, Lu Yan, like before, unhesitatingly stood in front of Tang Aining, giving her an absolute sense of security. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Tang Aining. Lu Yan quickly defeated it. However, the monster's blood splattered on Lu Yan, causing him to lose 20% of his health. This made Tang Aining suddenly courageous. This time, she didn't want to be a coward anymore. She could also protect Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Tang Aining, bravely raising her gun, and said, "I will protect you well." After an intense battle, the 2 finally eliminated all the monsters. Seeing that Lu Yan only had a sliver of health left, Huashan told him to quickly use a health pack. Lu Yan said, "My health will regenerate slowly. You keep the health pack for emergencies," Huashan insisted. "You absolutely must use the health pack to heal yourself." Lu Yan lowered his head and asked, "Huashan, are you worried about me?" Huashan blushed instantly and said, "Forget it, never mind." Lu Yan looked at Huashan's shyness and smiled. Huashan went ahead to scout the path and was calling for Lu Yan to follow her direction when they suddenly encountered Song Anya's team. Huashan was scared and tried to run, dropping her gun. Song Anya pointed her gun at Huashan's chest and said, "She won't show any mercy." Lu Yan watched this scene anxiously, but Liao Yuan blocked him, saying, "Lu Yan's opponent is me." Seeing Liao Yuan blocking his way, Lu Yan angrily cursed. Song Anya wanted to prove to Lu Yan that she was the strong one, and that Huashan, the naive female lead from those CEO romance dramas, didn't deserve his affection at all. As a result, in a moment of carelessness, Huashan snatched the gun. In her heart, Huashan wanted to win alongside Lu Yan and couldn't easily admit defeat, so she said, "I won't show any mercy either." Then, Huashan and Song Anya began fighting over the weapon, while Lu Yan and Liao Yuan started fighting on their side. Song Anya caught Huashan as she was trying to run away, but Huashan lost her balance and accidentally touched something, and the loudspeaker blared a warning. The self-destruct system in the area they are in is about to activate. All players are required to retreat. On the other side, Lu Yan was frantically searching for Huashan. Seeing Liao Yuan blocking his way, Lu Yan immediately charged forward. This action stunned Liao Yuan. He didn't expect Lu Yan to charge straight at him. Song Anya and Huashan were still looking for an exit when Lu Yan suddenly appeared beside Huashan and hugged her as he jumped down from the high platform. Song Anya stood on the platform looking at this scene, feeling extremely upset. At this moment, Liao Yuan also appeared behind her, pulling her out of the danger zone. Lu Yan hugged Huashan as he jumped down, and an explosion rang out above them. Huashan fell on top of Lu Yan and quickly scrambled up to check if he was hurt, Lu Yan said. This is the only emergency exit. The organizers have placed soft mats here. Then, he teased Huashan. You're so petite, but you're so heavy. In his heart, he was also glad that Huashan was not hurt. He himself didn't know where he got the courage to jump from such a high place. In the moment before the explosion, everything seemed to become unimportant, and the only thought in his head was to save Huashan. Huashan moved closer to Lu Yan, urging him to quickly heal, saying, "It's very dangerous." Seeing Huashan's concern for him, Lu Yan felt deeply moved. Huashan could always affect his emotions. Behind them came the sound of movement. It was Song Anya and Liao Yuan. Just as Lu Yan was preparing to be on guard, the loudspeaker announced, "Song Anya and Liao Yuan have been eliminated," Song Anya said. Liao Yuan dragged her into the center of the explosion. Liao Yuan awkwardly said, "I went the wrong way." Song Anya was about to get angry, but suddenly realized that this was a camera lens, and quickly changed to a gentle expression to comfort Liao Yuan. Song Anya's expression made Liao Yuan shudder. Then, both of them were also taken to the dark room. Song Anya turned her head to look at Lu Yan and Huashan interacting intimately, feeling very uncomfortable. Huashan said, "This time, it was thanks to Lu Yan. As long as Lu Yan appears, all difficulties are resolved." She was also always afraid that she would become too dependent on him, thinking that she couldn't always let him shoulder everything. Lu Yan said, "This is all something I should do. They are teammates. Moreover, Huashan could never be a burden. They face difficulties together," he said. "Huashan doesn't need to shoulder everything alone. You have me by your side." At this moment, Ye Suyang suddenly grabbed Huashan. Seeing Lu Yan's tension, Ye Suyang said, "I am the only hunter in this match, with double health and defense." Seeing Ye Suyang showing off, Lu Yan bluntly exposed him. He just couldn't get a teammate, so he became a team by himself. Then, Ye Suyang said, he can arbitrarily eliminate any player, and he can also keep any player. Then he lowered his head and asked, "Does Huashan want to win?" and said, "I can help you win, but there is one condition, that is to use the weapon in your hand to eliminate Lu Yan." Ye Suyang whispered, "Does Huashan want to win with him or go with Lu Yan to lose? It all depends on Huashan." Then he gripped the gun in Huashan's hand tightly. Huashan said, "Of course I want to win, but I absolutely cannot abandon my teammates." Then she pointed her gun at the sky. Ye Suyang looked at Huashan's action, not expecting her to point a gun at him for Lu Yan, but he noticed something was wrong. Huashan pulled the trigger. Then, Huashan said loudly, "I have controlled Ye Suyang and his weapon. Tell Lu Yan to attack quickly." Next, Lu Yan aimed at Ye Suyang and pulled the trigger. While Ye Suyang hugged Huashan tightly to avoid the bullets, Ye Suyang cursed Lu Yan as a petty person, telling Lu Yan to face him directly. Ye Suyang questioned Lu Yan, "Your teammate is in my hands. Aren't you afraid of hitting her by mistake?" Lu Yan said, "There's no way I'd hurt you." When Ye Suyang was about to take out his second gun, Huashan also noticed that Lu Yan was in danger, immediately rushed up to push Ye Suyang away, and told Lu Yan that Ye Suyang had another gun. This scene startled both of them. As a result, Huashan escaped Ye Suyang's control and directly raised her gun to hit Ye Suyang in the face. Huashan pulled the trigger, but saw no reaction. Lu Yan said Huashan seemed to have dealt physical damage to Ye Suyang. Ye Suyang fell to the ground, and the loudspeaker announced, "Due to a work-related accident, Ye Suyang has temporarily left the game and other players continue to compete." Afterwards, Lu Yan and Huashan also swept away the enemies on the way and finally won. Ye Suyang couldn't enter the competition again due to a work-related accident, and the first episode also ended. Lu said, "I re-watched the recording of Huashan rushing out. Ye Suyang had plenty of time to shoot. The probability of winning was clearly very high, but Ye Suyang didn't act." Ye Suyang said, "My original goal was to take down Lu Yan, but when he saw Huashan protecting Lu Yan, Huashan tried her best. Ordering to point the gun at him, Long Xiaosheng suddenly disappeared, leaving only a heavy sense of failure. However, he wouldn't give up so easily. Meanwhile, in another car, Hua Shan and Lu Yan were exhausted from the show. Hua Shan looked at the vast filming set and said, "It's such a coincidence that I could meet Lu Yan so early." Lu Yan helplessly said, "It seems Hua Shan doesn't know that the watch has a location display function." He was afraid that Hua Shan was a game black hole, so he actively went to find her. Hua Shan, who was tired at the moment, leaned on Lu Yan's shoulder and fell asleep. Hua Shan was still talking in her sleep, praising, "Lu Yan is so handsome today." Hearing Hua Shan's words, Lu Yan was very happy that in her eyes he was not cute but handsome. Liao Yuan turned his head to ask Lu Yan if he wanted to play a game, but saw Lu Yan signaling him to be quiet. Liao Yuan was very confused. "It's so warm in the car, why are they hugging each other and sleeping?" Lu Yan leaned his head on Hua Shan, thinking that there would be plenty of time in the future for her to slowly understand him, and for him to understand her. Hua Shan thought that after filming the second episode of the variety show, she would have a short break. As a result, she had to draw promotional pictures for the sponsor of the Fly High Soaring Sky program. Because the pay was too high, she couldn't bear to refuse. The content of the drawing was the ZMK team. Originally, she thought she could draw proficiently, but now she couldn't draw Lu Yan as she wanted. Now, as soon as she draws according to her previous feelings, the image of Lu Yan protecting her today will appear in her head. Hua Shan went to the company wanting to find the art team to discuss the draft. When she arrived at the designated film studio, she discovered that Lu Yan was also there taking pictures. Looking at Lu Yan working attentively, Hua Shan felt it was great that he could shine in his area of expertise. She was initially attracted to him like that, but now it seemed like there was a bit more of a different feeling. Hua Shan now felt inexplicably nervous in front of him. Lu Yan also noticed Hua Shan. Hua Shan said that she couldn't draw a satisfactory advertisement picture, so she came to discuss it with the company's art team, and then she hurriedly explained, "It's not because they are difficult to draw, but because my skills are not good enough." Hua Shan was about to go find Jiang Jiyu of the art team when Lu Yan stopped her. Lu Yan said, "I will be your model." Hua Shan didn't expect that she could actually draw the real Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked surprised. "I didn't expect that Hua Shan still needs references. When drawing me, I thought Hua Shan was already very proficient, but in fact, Hua Shan was like that at first. She only needed to look at him from a distance, letting herself draw him in the most beautiful imagination. But after experiencing some things with Lu Yan, she didn't know how to describe him anymore." Their eyes met, making Hua Shan very shy. Seeing Hua Shan avoiding his gaze, Lu Yan felt very helpless. "How can you take me as a model if you don't look at me?" After a while, Hua Shan thought Lu Yan must be waiting anxiously, so she looked up and saw Lu Yan had fallen asleep. And the window curtain also flew onto Lu Yan's head. Hua Shan reached out to pull the window curtain off of him. Observing at close range, Hua Shan didn't know how to start painting even more. At this time, Lu Yan also opened his eyes, causing Hua Shan to startled and stepped back, almost falling backwards. Lu Yan managed to catch her in time. Lu Yan asked helplessly, "Do you need to get this close to find inspiration when you paint?" Afterwards, Lu Yan wanted Hua Shan to show him her drawing, but Hua Shan covered her sketch, not letting Lu Yan see it. The two talked back and forth and started to grapple. Ye Su-yang, who had just finished filming, saw this scene and angrily asked, "What are they doing?" Hua Shan hurriedly explained, "Lu Yan is being a model for my advertisement picture." Lu Yan looked down at the papers scattered on the ground. Intending to help Hua Shan clean them up, he saw her silly notes on them. Lu Yan suddenly seemed to not care about the pictures Hua Shan had drawn before anymore. In the distance, there was someone else watching Lu Yan. The filming location for the second episode was at the beach. Hua Shan couldn't help but marvel at the program's large investment. In the evening, the program also invited many famous singers and actors. But Hua Shan didn't want to squeeze in, so she hid in a corner, quietly eating cake. Ye Su-yang came to Hua Shan's side and asked, "Why is everyone fighting to get in front of the camera, but you're here eating and drinking?" Then, he handed a glass of wine, wanting to drink with Hua Shan. But Lu Yan ran over and drank it all. Seeing Hua Shan wearing a low-cut and see-through V-neck dress, Lu Yan quickly shielded her behind him, telling Ye Su-yang, "Don't let girls drink alcohol," and snatched the glass from his hand. Liao Yuan said, "He hasn't even been an adult for a few months. He can't drink too much either." Seeing the three of them making a fuss, Hua Shan hurriedly stopped them, and as a result, discovered that the camera crew was approaching. Hua Shan was about to sneak away when the MC invited her to sing on stage. It must be known that Hua Shan is very afraid of performing in front of crowds. Lu Yan was also very confused. Why would they choose Hua Shan among so many professional singers? At this time, Song Aya spoke up to help her out, saying, "Hua Shan is an artist, not a singer. The areas of expertise are different. Such an atmosphere-boosting performance is too difficult for her." Quote, while expressing her willingness to sing the opening act, but she wanted to invite a friend to perform together. She said that this person has been playing the piano very well since childhood, believing that their collaboration would bring a surprise to everyone. Then, she asked Luyan if he would like to perform with her. Luyan was very surprised. How did Song Aya know that he could play the piano? But Luyan still accepted the invitation to go on stage. The scene of the two performing together was very beautiful, but in Hwashan's eyes, this scene was very uncomfortable. Wasn't escaping the spotlight what she wanted, but now, a voice suddenly rang in her head. She used to belong to that light too. Why doesn't she have the courage to approach it now, and is even afraid of that light? Hwashan's expression also caught Ye Suyang's eye. The performance ended, and everyone applauded enthusiastically for the two. Song Aya also continued, "My opening performance has ended. Please invite Hwashan to continue performing." Noisy voices also rang around Hwashan, making her want to leave this place. As a result, she accidentally stepped on her dress and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Ye Suyang put down her glass, intending to step forward to help Hwashan. When she noticed Luyan had appeared in front of her, Luyan said to her, "You can't escape at this point. Just look at the ground, the sea, or me, and pretend no one else is around." Then, he suggested to Hwashan that he accompany her on the piano for a song, saying, "I'll finish this song with you." Looking at Luyan's outstretched hand, Hwashan was filled with hesitation and unease. She was used to leaving the stage, burying herself away from the dazzling lights and suffocating attention. However, under Luyan's firm and warm gaze, she felt as if she was being pulled by a force she couldn't resist. Luyan held Hwashan's hand tightly, as if transferring courage and belief to her. He said to Hwashan, "No matter how many cameras, no matter how many people are paying attention to them, he will face it with her." His words made Hwashan feel somewhat comforted. She knew she didn't have to face all of this alone anymore. Luyan began to accompany Hwashan on the piano. The sound of his heartbeat resonated in Hwashan's ears, as if sharing some of her tension and anxiety. When Hwashan heard the melody Luyan was playing, she immediately recognized it as an old song. This song reminded her of a crybaby she met when she was little. She used to play this song to coax that little girl. In her memory, that child laughed until tears and snot streamed down her face, both ugly and lovable. Hwashan's mood gradually calmed down. Everyone who heard Hwashan singing was amazed. Her clear and moving voice seemed to penetrate the hearts of listeners. But at this moment, someone from below the stage said, "The vice president of Byron Century is here." His appearance made Hwashan extremely uneasy. She didn't want to lose face in front of him. Seeing the vice president raising his glass and smiling at her, Hwashan realized that all of this had been orchestrated by him. Hwashan felt angry and disappointed. She threw the microphone down, saying that she wasn't feeling well and couldn't continue performing. She turned and ran off the stage, leaving behind the astonished gazes of everyone. Luyan looked worriedly at her departing figure. Hwashan had tried very hard to avoid her father, but he was still pursuing her. She didn't understand why he was so stubborn, why he always wanted to interfere in her life. Hwashan thought her uncle wouldn't betray her and was about to contact him when the vice president called her back. The vice president questioned, "Does Hwashan not intend to acknowledge him, this father?" The vice president asked, "Hwashan, why didn't you finish singing just now?" scolding her. Still the same, only knowing how to run away. At this moment, Luyan had also found his way here. Hwashan said, "Is this why Vice President came here, arranging this performance to watch her embarrass herself on stage?" The Vice President retorted, "You clearly have the ability not to lose face, but you choose to give up." Hwashan loudly retorted, "I made it clear long ago that I don't want to go back to singing. I left home for a long time because of this." Asking her father why he is still so stubborn, questioning how he could be so selfish, the vice president countered, "After so many years, you still find drawing online so interesting," he said. "Everything I do is for you," Hwashan replied. "He just wants to turn her into a second Byran." The vice president immediately cut her off, telling her not to mention her mother again. Seeing the vice president agitated, Luyan hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Hwashan behind him, telling both sides to calm down and not argue here. The vice president told Luyan to step aside. Hwashan tightly grasped Luyan's sleeve, her whole body trembling. It seemed both her father and the stage terrified her. He really didn't know what she had gone through. In his impression, this girl who liked to draw always smiled at him without any worries. She should be like that, should hold a pen to draw, not a microphone. Luyan said, "Please respect your daughter's current work." He said that Hwashan's paintings were very popular, and the number of fans on social media even surpassed some stars. She relied on her paintbrush to gain immeasurable influence. Respect Hwashan's choice. Don't force her onto the stage she fears. She is good enough now. The vice president mocked Luyan. A a small trainee in the entertainment company who hasn't tasted what it's like to climb to the top. What qualifications do you have to say she's good enough now, he said. I am Huashan's father. I know what is good. He said Lu Yan was just a small star that Huashan liked for a while, with no right to make choices for her, telling Lu Yan to take care of himself first. He said in his eyes, people like Lu Yan were just cannon fodder in the entertainment industry, saying that there shouldn't be such useless people in his family. Huashan also remembered that when she was little, her mother once said she wanted to stand on a bigger stage to sing, and her father had also sacrificed a lot for her mother. But Huashan didn't believe a person like her father would do that. Lu Yan watched Huashan leave and told the vice president that he would regret it one day. But the vice president said, "It's precisely because I don't want to regret it that I'm doing this." Song Anya sat by the seashore, full of melancholy. She didn't understand why she had worked so hard over the years, trying to climb to a higher position. She wanted to prove to Lu Yan that she could also be the kind of person he admired. She didn't understand why Huashan, a painter who didn't even dare to go on stage, could so easily complete such an outstanding performance. She didn't understand what her efforts over the years were for. At this time, Liao Yuan was searching for his missing brothers, thinking no one was watching him. He was about to enjoy a drink when he turned his head and noticed Song Anya looking sad in the distance. Liao Yuan approached and offered Song Anya a soft strawberry candy. Song Anya asked, "What are you doing, Liao Yuan?" Liao Yuan said, "This is the last strawberry candy here." Offering it to Song Anya, she said, "Don't do this again, I don't need pity." So Liao Yuan decisively popped the candy into his own mouth. Then he put another candy into Song Anya's hand. "I still have one left. If I said I'd give it to you, I definitely will." Hearing Liao Yuan's words, Song Anya thought, "Is there really something that must belong to someone? Isn't wanting it more important?" Then, she said she didn't like candy. Liao Yuan suddenly said, "Lu Yan is over there." Song Anya happily turned her head to look, but found Lu Yan standing in the distance, watching Huashan cry. Everyone around was comforting Huashan. Lu Yan didn't know what he could do. He could only say a few comforting words like them. He couldn't do anything else. He couldn't help but recall what the vice president said to him. He was just a small trainee in an entertainment company, with no qualifications. He was just a small star that Huashan liked for a short time. From the beginning, until they participated in the show together, there was a moment when Lu Yan felt they were very close. But in reality, the distance between them was so far. The promise to protect her, he could only fulfill in the game. What could he use to protect others when he himself was like this? But he was not reconciled. Why couldn't he do it? Even if he constantly encountered problems, even if he tried and failed, so what? He was still willing to stand on the stage and wait. He wanted to become more than just a small star. Liao Yuan was yawning incessantly. He asked Lu Yan, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Yan looked up and noticed that the light in Huashan's room was still on. He wondered what she was doing. Then, Lu Yan grabbed a bunch of snacks he snatched from Liao Yuan, intending to ask Huashan if she wanted a late-night snack. But standing in front of the door, he hesitated to knock. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Yan decided to turn around and leave. As a result, the door suddenly opened. Huashan opened the door and threw herself into Lu Yan's arms, saying that when she thought of him, he appeared. Seeing Huashan staggering, Lu Yan realized she seemed to be drunk. Seeing Huashan hugging him tightly, Lu Yan wanted her to let go, but Huashan was drunk and didn't care, still hugging Lu Yan tightly. The cleaning lady in the hallway looked at them with a loving gaze. Lu Yan quickly took Huashan into her room. At this moment, Huashan's clothes slipped down, revealing part of her shoulder. Lu Yan blushed and quickly turned away. After covering Huashan with a blanket, Lu Yan said, "I'm a guy after all, be careful." He told Huashan to rest early and that he would leave first, telling her not to open the door to strangers. Suddenly, Lu Yan tripped over something and fell to the ground. He discovered a pile of empty wine bottles on the ground. At this moment, Huashan was taking pictures of Lu Yan with her phone, saying that this pose was amazing, and wearing bunny ears would provide more material for dreaming. Lu Yan hurriedly told Huashan to delete the photos. But Huashan ran straight outside. Lu Yan went to the balcony and saw that Huashan had run to the beach. She turned her head and smiled at Lu Yan, saying that there was a sea here, a shining sea. The two sat by the beach, looking at the ocean. Huashan wanted Lu Yan to take a selfie with her, saying that seeing such a beautiful sea reminded her of someone who once said they would take her to the sea. Lu Yan comforted her. "There will be another chance next time," but Huashan said, "That person is gone. It's all my fault. If I hadn't made a bet with my classmate that day and asked him to participate, he wouldn't have had that accident. Seeing Hua Shan in sorrow, Luyan thought that person must be the reason why Hua Shan was afraid of the stage. If only he had known all of this sooner. Just as he was about to reach out and pat Hua Shan's head, she smiled and said, "No need to comfort me, it's been many years." She didn't want to hear empty words. Now she was working hard every day for the things she liked. Then she went to the sea and scooped up water. Luyan, in the distance, watched Hua Shan stagger and fall into the water. Being so scared, he hurriedly pulled her up. Hua Shan lost her balance, and both of them fell into the sea. The string of tension in Hua Shan's heart finally snapped. She sobbed. Luyan held Hua Shan in his arms, letting her cry her heart out. In front of everyone, Hua Shan would smile and say she was fine, but turn away to wipe her tears silently. Luyan said, "You don't need to be so strong in front of me." If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Hua Shan go on stage. In this moment, Luyan suddenly felt that being able to protect her was all that mattered. On the way home, carrying Hua Shan on his back, Luyan was being punched and kicked erratically by Hua Shan. Suddenly, Hua Shan poked Luyan and called out, "Ah Yan!" Hearing Hua Shan's voice, Luyan turned his head. Hua Shan's face was very close to his. Luyan blushed and immediately turned away. As a result, Hua Shan kissed him directly on the ear, causing him to jolt and fall onto the bed. Luyan asked shyly, "What are you doing, Hua Shan?" Hua Shan said again, "Luyan, you look so cute when you blush." Then, a bottle of wine rolled out. Unexpectedly, Hua Shan had secretly brought wine out to drink. Luyan felt like he was being teased by Hua Shan, so he placed Hua Shan on the bed, saying that he had to go back first, and told her to rest well. As a result, Hua Shan hugged Luyan tightly by the neck, saying, "Luyan is so good, it's always Luyan who encourages and comforts me. Luyan is the most special person to me," and then kissed Luyan on the face. "I won't just like you for a short time." Then the two got closer and closer. Luyan sat by the bed where Hua Shan was sleeping soundly, his heart pounding. The next morning, Hua Shan, still drowsy, was about to turn over to continue sleeping when she bumped into something and opened her eyes to see Luyan sleeping next to her. Both of them startled and recoiled. Hua Shan realized she was still wearing her bathrobe. Luyan remembered that yesterday he had asked the staff to help Hua Shan change out of her wet clothes, but when he returned and knocked on the door, no one answered. He intended to sleep on the sofa for the night, then woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty, to drink some water, and then nothing else. Hua Shan recalled what she had done last night. Images of her kissing Luyan flashed through her mind, and her face flushed red as she shyly burrowed into the blanket. Luyan said, "Drink less wine in the future, it's lucky that it was me outside the door." At this moment, Hua Shan was very flustered. Not expecting to have done all the things she only dared to do in her dreams, she really had no face to meet anyone anymore. Just then, a notification popped up on Luyan's phone about today's filming schedule at Bayan Beach, and the deputy director might also be coming. Seeing this message, Luyan looked at Hua Shan with concern. The film crew told Luyan that his costume and styling were complete, and Luyan's outfit was a suit like Prince Charming. Luyan didn't expect to be the first one to complete his styling. Hua Shan had previously said that she would continue to participate in the promotional photo shoot. However, remembering her condition, Luyan was very worried. At this moment, the staff told him that Hua Shan was also ready. Luyan turned his head, only to see Hua Shan wearing a white dress, looking incredibly beautiful and captivating. Luyan stared blankly. Hua Shan was about to contact her to ask about everything, but when she looked up and saw that Luyan had completed his styling, she couldn't take her eyes off him, saliva almost drooling out. But suddenly remembering her bold actions yesterday, she decided to keep a distance from Luyan. At this time, the photographer said that the others were still preparing their styling, and the two of them could take couple photos first. Looking at the two, the photographer praised, "As expected of the most popular Walu couple under the show's posts, you really make a beautiful pair." Seeing their stiff movements, the photographer told them to get closer and act more naturally. Just thinking about the movements made, Hua Shan couldn't help but remember the image of sneaking a kiss from Luyan yesterday, resulting in both of them posing very rigidly. The photographer told them to pretend to be intimate, but clearly, they couldn't do it. The vice president saw this scene from afar, stepped forward to interrupt the photographer, and said that he would help them take pictures. He even said, "If I had a daughter, she would probably be this old." Now, Luyan was startled. Why did Hua Shan's father personally come to take couple photos for them? Hua Shan quietly grabbed his sleeve again. Looking at Hua Shan like that, the vice president said, "I'm just here to take a picture, no need to be so nervous." Suddenly, Luyan held Hua Shan's face and said, "Taking couple photos means you have to look at me." He mentioned how Hua Shan had said he was special yesterday, smiling encouragingly at her. You can definitely do it. After that, the two quickly got into character and took many beautiful photos. The secretary handed the vice president a tablet, saying that the promotion song for the new program had been written, and invited him to take a look. The vice president looked at the content on the tablet and told the secretary that the lyrics this time were quite special. The secretary agreed, saying that the promotion song was composed by Lu Yuan, and this newcomer's talent was indeed not bad. At this time, Hua Shan had just finished a long photo shoot, feeling exhausted, as if she was about to fall apart. She didn't expect to take photos with so many people, but it seemed like she wasn't afraid of the camera anymore. She was about to call her uncle when she heard a familiar singing voice. She looked down and, sure enough, it was Lu Yuan singing, and it was a song she had never heard before. Hua Shan quietly hid behind Lu Yuan, silently listening to him sing, not wanting to disturb him. However, her stomach grumbled loudly at the wrong time, startling Lu Yuan. He teased with a smile. Your backing music is quite special. Hua Shan blushed and explained that she was about to go eat when she was attracted by his playing. Lu Yuan smiled and said, If you like to listen, you can stand next to me. That way you'll hear it more clearly. However, at this moment, the manager ran over to tell them news. The promotion song that Lu Yuan wrote had been changed singers. Lu Yuan was very surprised and asked why the song they had already agreed on had been changed. He was about to rush to the person in charge to ask for a clear explanation when the manager stopped him. The manager explained that the person replacing Lu Yuan to sing was Hua Shan. Hua Shan was extremely surprised when she heard this news. She said, I've never sung before. She looked worriedly at Lu Yuan because it was his work. But Lu Yuan smiled and comforted her, saying, It should be no problem for you to sing this song. He said the lyrics and music were already written, and he would practice with her when the time came, and if she didn't understand anything, she could just ask him. Seeing Hua Shan looking sad, Lu Yuan quickly comforted her, saying, The song I wrote isn't bad either. Seeing Lu Yuan was clearly very sad but still had to comfort her, making Hua Shan feel very guilty, and at the same time, she was also very angry. Why did the program keep making her sing? She clearly had no interest in singing at all. This song clearly belonged to Lu Yuan, and he should be the one singing it. Hua Shan called her uncle, but he said that he couldn't do anything about Hua Shan's father's affairs. After all, he was the investor. But Hua Shan said that she would talk about that later. She wanted to talk about the promotion, and they needed to meet in person to talk. Her uncle asked in confusion, Hua Shan, why are you refusing to sing the promotion song? This has already been decided. The promotion and other materials are being prepared, and I can't change it either. However, Hua Shan insisted that she was not a professional singer and was not suitable for singing such an important promotion song, and it shouldn't be given to her. She bluntly pointed out that as long as the promotion song was popular, it didn't matter who sang it. As far as she knew, this promotion song would be released as a digital album on the country's largest music platform. Just relying on the reputation of the Fly to the Sky promotion songs over the years, this album wouldn't sell too badly. But she had a way to double their sales. She asked, Do you want to try it or not? In the recording studio, Lu Yuan was practicing singing when the manager came in and said, I didn't expect them to cancel the decision to change the singer, and at the same time, they told Lu Yuan to try to perform well. This is a very important opportunity. Under the stage, Hua Shan was attentively drawing. Fly to the Sky Season 3 was about to air. The audience was very much looking forward to this variety show. Hua Shan also participated in the production of this promotion song. Just by purchasing a digital music album, you could draw a guest portrait card drawn by Hua Shan, and each card could be used to vote for the corresponding guest online. The guest with the highest number of votes would become the most popular star of the year for Fly to the Sky. Many fans were attracted by Hua Shan's cards and continuously bought albums to draw. Everyone was very curious about this new trainee, but after listening to his song, everyone discovered that he was a talented young man. Quite a few people became his fans because of his beautiful voice. Ye Su-yang was very angry when he drew a winning card, because no matter how much he drew, he only got Lu Yuan's cards. Seeing Liao Yuan draw Hua Shan's card, Ye Su-yang was extremely jealous. Lu Yuan also didn't expect his song to have such a big impact, and now he had 98 million fans. Sister Wen Qing praised Lu Yuan for finally making a breakthrough this time, saying that it was fortunate that they finally arranged for Lu Yuan to sing, because no matter how good the lyrics were, it couldn't compare to a singer becoming popular quickly. She told Lu Yuan to strike while the iron was hot and perform well in the next episode of the variety show. Combined with the new song, his popularity would definitely increase without a problem. Lu Yuan knew that this time he really had to thank Hua Shan. He had overheard the conversation between Hua Shan and her uncle, At that time, Huashan happily told Lu Yuan that he could continue to sing the promotion song. Huashan happily browsed her phone at home. Sure enough, the album was selling very well as she predicted. She criticized Lu Yuan's small company for being so bad, causing Lu Yuan to only become popular. Now, Huashan believed in Lu Yuan's talent. As long as he was seen, he would shine. At this time, Huashan received a WeChat message from someone whose profile picture was a muscular arm. Huashan asked who he was. The person said he was Lu Yuan, startling Huashan and making her fall off the bed. Lu Yuan said that his WeChat was scanned by Huashan using his phone when he was drunk. Huashan remembered the last time she was clinging to Lu Yuan, forcing him to scan her WeChat code, and at the same time saying that Lu Yuan never replied to her private messages on Weibo. Recalling this scene, Huashan suddenly blushed. Afterwards, Lu Yuan sent Huashan a selfie, puzzlingly asking Huashan, "Does this prove my identity?" Huashan tremblingly saved the photo and asked Lu Yuan what was up. Lu Yuan wanted to thank Huashan for the promotional song and sent Huashan a date invitation. In the end, their date turned into mountain climbing. Huashan shyly said that mountain climbing was for exercise, the scenery was beautiful, and the air was fresh. Actually, it was because they were wearing sunglasses, masks, and dark-colored clothes, making them very conspicuous on the road. Huashan said that on the top of the mountain, you could see a sea of clouds, and praying in this sea of clouds was very effective. Lu Yuan confusingly said that the mountain was over 3,000 meters high, asking if Huashan was really okay. Huashan confidently said that it was just climbing a few tens of thousands of steps. A piece of cake? Afterwards, Lu Yuan sat at the top, waiting for Huashan to slowly climb up. Huashan asked why Lu Yuan's physical strength was so good. Lu Yuan said they had a special exercise of singing and running on the treadmill. However, Lu Yuan said that this was only halfway up the mountain, and he didn't expect the scenery to be so beautiful already. After speaking, he told Huashan to pose for a photo. As a result, Huashan nervously stepped on an insect and almost fell. Luckily, Lu Yuan pulled her back in time, resulting in a pose where Lu Yuan was pulling on Huashan's clothes. Lu Yuan hurriedly helped Huashan up, adjusted her clothes, held her hand, and said that it was best not to let go until reaching the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It's Lu Yuan's fan, asking for an autograph. At this moment, the fan also saw their hands clasped tightly. Huashan hurriedly pulled Lu Yuan to run and said that they had mistaken them. Her friend just had a face similar to the star. Huashan said, "Lu Yuan is a public figure after all, with millions of fans. You have to avoid strangers a little," Lu Yuan said. "I never noticed anyone on the street before, so I don't know how to respond." At this time, Ye Suyang also arrived. He guessed right. Huashan and Lu Yuan went mountain climbing. He was just about to pull Liao Yuan away when he saw Liao Yuan lowering his head and asking Song Anya, "Is there a problem with climbing mountains in high heels?" Song Anya felt a little touched in her heart, then heard Liao Yuan say, "Taking off your shoes will give you a better view than now." Afterwards, he said, "Luckily, I wore specialized sneakers," and urged Song Anya to quickly set off. Lu Yuan's side was cheering Huashan on to climb up. Finally, they climbed to the top of the mountain and saw the beautiful sea of clouds. Huashan said, "We must quickly pray, hoping that my family won't object to me doing what I like in the future," Lu Yuan helplessly said. "Saying it out loud won't make it effective anymore." Lu Yuan looked down at Huashan's dark circles under her eyes, worriedly saying, "Huashan must have been very tired lately from drawing so many cards," Huashan said. "Doing what I like doesn't feel tiring, only happy." Afterwards, both of them lowered their heads to pray. Huashan's wish was for Lu Yuan's song to be loved by more people, and Lu Yuan's wish was for Huashan to be able to freely do what she likes. Afterwards, both secretly opened their eyes to peek at each other. Huashan and Lu Yuan made a promise that next time, the two of them would come here together to fulfill their promise. They believed that this wish would definitely come true. A voice came from behind. Finally caught up with you two, Huashan and Lu Yuan turned their heads and saw Song Anya and Ye Suyang. They were helping Liao Yuan climb up. Lu Yuan confusingly, "How did the three of you become so close?" Liao Yuan was about to open his mouth when Song Anya covered his mouth, saying that she found the collaboration very enjoyable and also happened to want to go out and relax. Lu Yuan apologetically said, "These two must have caused a lot of trouble for Song Anya." Song Anya said, "There are many more troublesome juniors in the company than them." Seeing Lu Yuan smiling at her, Song Anya was overjoyed. Then she tightened her grip on Liao Yuan's arm. Ye Suyang asked Huashan if she wanted to drink water, worriedly saying that Huashan's complexion didn't look very good. Lu Yuan then took out a pack of cookies and gave it to Huashan, saying that Huashan was having hypoglycemia. Drinking water wouldn't help. Seeing this scene, Liao Yuan was very confused, because Luyan never ate sweets. Everyone went to a restaurant to eat. With her cheeks puffed up, Huashan confusingly asked, "Aren't you guys eating anything?" Only Huashan had a main course in front of her. The others were drinking coffee, salad, or juice, watching Huashan eat. Ye Suyang found her chubby face very cute, like a mochi. Afterwards, Ye Suyang said that Huashan had something on her face. Just as he was about to grab a tissue to wipe it for Huashan, Luyan quickly stepped in and wiped it for her, saying, "No need to trouble him." At this moment, the atmosphere at the table was very awkward. Huashan couldn't help but squeak. Song Anya and Liao Yuan hurriedly made excuses and left the scene. At this time, the waiter asked if they wanted to pay. Luyan hurriedly volunteered to pay the bill. Ye Suyang asked Huashan if she was paying too much attention to Luyan, saying that the way Huashan looked at Luyan was different from how she looked at others, which made him very jealous. He asked Huashan what was so special about Luyan that she liked so much. Huashan thought for a moment. It seemed she had never thought about this question. Many people possess the added conditions like talent and appearance, which weren't enough to make Luyan special, yet her eyes always unconsciously lingered on him. At this moment, Luyan, after paying, was clung to by a child. Just as Luyan was about to give the child a teddy bear, the bear's head fell off and hit the child's face. The child started crying loudly. This scene reminded Huashan of when she was little. There was a girl who liked to use caterpillars to scare people, but she only found caterpillars very cute and wanted to be friends with them. Thinking of this, Huashan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter also made Ye Suyang's heart flutter. Seeing Luyan's pleading eyes, Huashan quickly came to his rescue. Ye Suyang, still not recovered from Huashan's smile, suddenly realized that he didn't seem to need to know the answer to his previous question anymore. Song Anya was standing sadly outside the restaurant. After resting, everyone started filming for the new round of the variety show. Her uncle told Huashan that the thing he had promised before would definitely be given to her after the show ended. He took the contract, saying that Huashan couldn't escape. Filming abroad for the first time, Huashan was very curious about the surrounding buildings. They arrived in a beautiful town in France. This competition would be divided into 3 groups to compete in cooking, needing to use Chinese cuisine to conquer everyone's taste buds. First was the group division. Those with high rankings in the previous round would have the priority to choose people. Surprisingly, both Luyan and Ye Suyang, who ranked first and second, chose Huashan. They recalled the day of the mountain climbing. Ye Suyang asked Luyan, "Why do you always linger around Huashan?" saying that Huashan is a good girl. If Luyan doesn't really like her, he should keep his distance from her. Luyan lowered his head, looking at the petite Huashan, thinking about the feeling of wanting to be close. Was it liking? In the end, the groups were divided as follows. Luyan, Huashan, and Ye Suyang in one group, Song Anya, Liao Yuan, and Lui in another group. Next was going to the market to buy ingredients. They had 40 minutes to buy the necessary ingredients within the allowed budget. Huashan was about to take out her phone to search for the dish she wanted to make, when the host shouted to start the countdown. Ye Suyang and Luyan pulled Huashan, running forward. Facing the foreign boss, Luyan had difficulty because he didn't know how to speak French. He used English mixed with broken French and body language to describe what he wanted to buy, but the boss clearly didn't understand him. Seeing something amiss, Ye Suyang fluently used French to buy pork for the team. Huashan was praising Ye Suyang when Luyan angrily said, Ye Suyang bought things without looking at the price, completely disregarding the budget. The two argued again. The next ingredients were to buy potatoes or salmon. Huashan secretly left, wanting to buy some other ingredients to make dumplings. Huashan searched for a long time and only found one store selling dill, and there was only one last package left. Next to her, a voice also rang out. It was Song Anya, who also wanted the last package of dill. She was holding a translator in her hand. Song Anya thought that, according to the script, Huashan would definitely yield to her, but Huashan said that she saw it first. Song Anya bluntly said, I've already paid for it, so this package of dill is mine. While the two were fighting, the package of dill was torn. Afterwards, the boss told them to check a store on the east corner of the market. The two went there, but they didn't see any spice store at all. Moreover, even the cameraman disappeared. At this time, a fat man approached, saying that he had liked Song Anya for a long time and wanted to take a picture together. Song Anya said, Now is working time, it's not convenient to take pictures, tell the fan to come back later. The fan said that he had flown from far away because of her. Song Anya told the fat man not to disturb her private life. As a result, the fat man became very angry, recklessly starting to take pictures of Song Anya. Hua Shan blocked the fat man's camera and said that rabid fans like him shouldn't be considered fans at all. He was using the name of liking to do such selfish things. Get lost. Otherwise, she would call the police, Hua Shan told the fat man. The fat man said that Hua Shan was just an internet celebrity, had a relationship with the boss, and insulted her, selling herself at such a young age, and dared to lecture him. At the crucial moment, Lu Yan appeared, controlled the fat man, and threatened him to apologize. Seeing Lu Yan's terrifying eyes, the fat man quickly apologized to Hua Shan. Hua Shan grabbed Lu Yan's hand, discovering that it was bleeding, blaming him for being too impulsive. If the fat man posted a video of Lu Yan online, what would the public opinion be like? This kind of person was only momentarily impulsive, and Lu Yan's song had just become popular. What if he was smeared by villains? Lu Yan said that the man's mouth was so nasty, he didn't want him to talk about Hua Shan like that. Hua Shan looked at Lu Yan, who was acting stubbornly. At this moment he was just like a high school student who had just finished fighting and refused to admit his mistake. It seemed that this was the first time she had seen him like this. Song Anya spoke up, saying she had a band-aid for Lu Yan to use temporarily. At this time, Ye Su Yang also ran over, asking if Hua Shan was okay, saying that he had just asked the director to temporarily pause the program, asking if Hua Shan wanted to go to the coffee shop next door to rest for a while. Lu Yan reached out, saying his hand seemed to be starting to hurt. Seeing Lu Yan looking so pitiful, Hua Shan immediately felt sorry for him. Ye Su Yang also didn't expect Lu Yan to pretend to be pitiful. In the distance, a camera was secretly pointed towards them. Next was the cooking competition segment of the program. The guests would use the ingredients they bought to make dishes and run their own food carts. Ye Su Yang complained that the cart looked like a junk cart. The competition started the countdown, Lu Yan said. Given the situation, it's better to make some easy-to-carry food, so the best choice is to make baked pancakes, unlike Lu Yan, who was thinking seriously. Ye Su Yang and Hua Shan were watching the small fish jumping. Soon after, the baked pancakes were done. Hua Shan said in surprise, "I didn't expect Lu Yan to know how to cook. Do you often cook at home?" Lu Yan replied that it was because his mother's cooking wasn't very good, only to the extent that his father could swallow it. And another reason was that a friend's mother made him realize that food, like music, could heal people's souls. Hearing him say that, Hua Shan was stunned, thinking of her own mother. Lu Yan quickly said, "Hua Shan put too much water." Then he taught her how to do it. Hua Shan also completed her first dough. Ye Su Yang brought his specially made lemonade to Hua Shan for her to taste. Seeing Hua Shan happy, Ye Su Yang said that he had specially added honey. As a result, Lu Yan snatched the drink and chugged it down, then said, "Too sour." Ye Su Yang then told Hua Shan that kneading dough was very tiring. He asked Hua Shan to help him cut the stencils. Lu Yan leaned on Ye Su Yang's shoulder, saying he would help cut the stencils, as it was quite dangerous. Both of them didn't want to let the other get close to Hua Shan. Lu Yan and Ye Su Yang pushed the sales cart and started doing business. As a result, they didn't get many customers for a long time. In the distance, Song Anya and Liao Yuan's cart was surrounded by many tourists because they were wearing gorgeous costumes. With extremely strong attention-grabbing ability, Song Anya turned her head to look at Hua Shan and Lu Yan interacting with each other, thinking that she would teach them a lesson. Then, she said to Liao Yuan, "Keep promoting. If we win, I'll treat you to candy." Looking at their lively sales cart, Hua Shan hesitated, wondering if she should also wear such clothes. Then, the director said that there were still such costumes and asked if Ye Su Yang and Lu Yan wanted to change. Although the two of them strongly opposed it, they still ended up wearing adorable panda-made outfits, which resulted in scaring a group of children to tears and successfully attracting customers to the opposite sales cart. Hua Shan helplessly handed a pancake to a crying little girl. She demanded that the two of them quickly change their clothes. At this time, a woman came over and said she wanted to buy cartoon-shaped pancakes. This definitely brought great encouragement to the three of them. Hua Shan also came up with a way to leverage their advantages. Song Anya was saying in front of the camera that, with this progress, their group would definitely win. Liao Yuan nudged her. And it turned out that the group next door suddenly had a lot of people. Lu Yan was playing the guitar and singing, while Hua Shan and Ye Su Yang were drawing on the pancakes. Not willing to give in, Song Anya started performing a folk dance, while Liao Yuan played the accompaniment for her. Immediately, all the customers were attracted to them. Lu Yan on this side changed the song, which could retain some customers, but it was still not as attractive as the duo's performance on the other side. Just as Hua Shan was worried about whether they would lose, Ye Su Yang said that he also had a special skill to perform. Hua Shan said that there were no other instruments. Ye Su Yang confidently said that his performance didn't necessarily need instruments. Then, he set out a few bowls and told Lu Yan to play the song they usually practiced. Seeing the two of them coordinating well, Huashan also started drawing pancakes more diligently, and the customers immediately flocked to their side. Song Anya urged Liao Yuan to show off his talent. As a result, Liao Yuan performed by blowing a rubber band. The competition also ended here. In the end, the pancake group won with a slight advantage of €4. Seeing Song Anya looking dejected, Liao Yuan bowed his head to comfort her, and said that he had bought 2 skewers of grilled meat, so in the end it was a tie. Song Anya looked over, touched, and saw Liao Yuan starting to eat the grilled meat. Although she felt that he might just be hungry, she was still very grateful to him in her heart. Ye Suyang told Lu Yan that one group collaboration didn't represent anything, saying he would still compete with Lu Yan for Huashan. Afterward, Huashan brought 2 cakes, on which were drawn chibi versions of Lu Yan and Ye Suyang. While Huashan was praising their wonderful performance, Lu Yan felt very uncomfortable seeing the two of them interact. Then he lowered his head and took a bite of the cake. "My hands are busy," Huashan said. Then he just ate from Huashan's hand and muttered to Ye Suyang, "Don't even think about it." At the film crew's hotel, Huashan's friend was asking her to buy a small dress, and saying that Lu Yan was so considerate of Huashan, especially in the name tag ripping episode. Huashan hurriedly explained that she and Lu Yan were just colleagues, it was all due to work requirements, but she also felt that Lu Yan had been a little different lately compared to before, more childish and often with intimate gestures. Suddenly, Huashan bumped into someone. It was Ye Suyang. He asked Huashan if she was going out and said that he was willing to be her translator. At this time, in a car by the roadside, Lu Yan was studying his lines. He saw Huashan was with Ye Suyang. At this time, the manager said that the theme MV for the Amnesiac Love was commissioned by a famous singer and said that this MV would definitely be popular. At this time, the female lead of the MV also arrived. It was Song Anya. Huashan and Ye Suyang were making handmade earrings. But obviously, Ye Suyang was not suitable for this kind of handmade activity. Huashan helped him, but it also failed. Although the process was difficult, Ye Suyang still felt very satisfied being able to do handicrafts with Huashan. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Huashan posting on Weibo. Ye Suyang felt that Huashan looked more lovely in person. At this time, someone praised Huashan's earrings for being very exquisite. Ye Suyang translated that the person said Huashan was the most lovely customer he had ever met. At this time, the streets were very lively. It turned out a parade was taking place. Ye Suyang wondered why Huashan wanted to lock herself in a small room to do handicrafts, which were clearly available everywhere. Huashan said that handmade birthday gifts would be more sincere, and said that she wanted to thank the person who had helped her many times, and that she herself liked working quietly alone. Ye Suyang asked if the person Huashan wanted to thank was Lu Yan, asking her whether she wanted to thank him or because she liked him. At this time, Lu Yan was riding a bicycle with Song Anya, filming the MV in the violet flower field. Lu Yan gave a fake smile. His mind was full of images of Huashan and Ye Suyang being alone together. As a result, he didn't pay attention, and the bicycle hit a small stone. The two of them fell off the bike. The director said again, "This accident is very timely," telling them to continue filming. Lu Yan in front of her also coincided with the boy in Song Anya's memory. The boy also reached out to help her up. Looking at Lu Yan like that, Song Anya decided to use the lines to express her feelings, saying to Lu Yan, "I like you even if it's just acting. Song Anya wants to convey this feeling to you." Song Anya was confessing when the director suddenly shouted, "Cut!" He asked Song Anya, "Why did you add lines on your own initiative?" Song Anya said that she felt this situation plus this line could just push the emotions to a climax, but in reality, she was very angry that the director interrupted her. After filming the MV, Lu Yan was restless and wondering how Huashan and Ye Suyang were doing, planning to call her. Song Anya behind him was very sad because Lu Yan looked like nothing had happened. Seeing Lu Yan about to leave, Song Anya spoke up and asked Lu Yan, "Did you hear that? Her lines just now were real, she likes you." Song Anya was about to say everything when Lu Yan called out, Song Yutong, that was Song Anya's former name. Lu Yan said that she had misunderstood him. At that time, the reason he helped her was because he felt the two of them were very similar. Both of them were people who couldn't fit in with everyone, bullied and isolated, and in the pain of almost drowning. Just having someone pull them might save them. He just didn't want her to be like him. Song Anya also realized that she had been acting on her own feelings all along. Seeing Lu Yan being absent-minded, Song Anya said, "The person on the other end of the line must be very important to you. Is it someone you like?" Hearing Song Anya say that, Lu Yan thought about the word like. He just felt very restless if he didn't see Huashan, and he would feel very uncomfortable seeing others beside her. At this time, the phone was also connected. Luyan asked, "Where is Hua Shan?" Hua Shan said that she was near the commercial district, where a festival was being held. Luyan was about to ask about Hua Shan and Ye Suyang's day, when the birthday gift that Hua Shan had carefully prepared was suddenly snatched away, and the phone was also cut off, along with the call. Luyan, also realizing that Hua Shan was in danger, he quickly ran towards her. Seeing Luyan hurriedly leaving, Song Anya knew she had lost. At this time, Luyan had also arrived at the commercial district, which was crowded with people, and Hua Shan was very afraid of crowded places. Recalling that Song Anya had previously asked him if he liked Hua Shan, Luyan was now very sure that he liked Hua Shan, and moreover, she had become very important in his heart. Luyan hugged Hua Shan from behind, asking if she was hurt. Hua Shan said she was fine, but her bag had been stolen. Then Luyan asked, "Was it something very important?" Hua Shan hesitated and didn't say. Luyan was about to call the police when Hua Shan stopped him, saying that it wasn't something too valuable, and moreover, in the eyes of others, it might just be a small, insignificant item. Luyan asked, "What exactly was it that made Hua Shan chase after the thief like that? What if you were in danger? Especially being abroad, it's very worrying." Hua Shan blushed and said that it was a birthday present for Luyan, which she had worked on all day, and yet it was stolen. So the thing that Hua Shan valued so much was actually a birthday present for him. Hua Shan said she originally intended to give it to Luyan, and had even made the most difficult style, yet it was stolen. Seeing Luyan laugh, Hua Shan was very angry. Luyan said, "The gift isn't important to me." Suddenly, his words were interrupted because someone accidentally bumped into Hua Shan, and Hua Shan was also bumped into Luyan's arms. Luyan stopped Hua Shan from standing up, hugging her. Ye Suyang saw everything from afar. Luyan glared angrily at Ye Suyang because he hadn't protected Hua Shan at all. Seeing Hua Shan in Luyan's arms, blushing, said Hua Shan was standing too far away, almost bumping into pedestrians behind, told her to move a little closer. Then the streetlights came on, the light show began, and the couples around started kissing, causing the two who were originally in harmony to suddenly blush. Hua Shan opened her mouth, intending to ease the awkward atmosphere, but instead it made the atmosphere even stiffer. Boom! A firework exploded, startling Hua Shan. Luyan gently covered Hua Shan's ears with his hand, and in that moment, time seemed to stop. Luyan was like this again, always unconditionally caring for her. Why did Luyan do this? Perhaps because Luyan was covering her ears. The clearest sound in her ears at this moment was the sound of his heartbeat. Luyan also took this opportunity to silently confess his feelings, saying that he liked her. Was Hua Shan's affection for Luyan still just the liking of an idol? Luyan never thought that he would also have such a weak moment, only able to let his loving words be buried in the fireworks, perhaps because he still didn't have enough courage to express his feelings to her, and also feared that a sudden confession would break their existing relationship. In front of Hua Shan, Luyan was always clumsy, always worried that he wasn't good enough, and Hua Shan at this moment was blushing and burying her head in her knees. She didn't know what to do, clearly nothing had happened, but for some reason her heart was beating wildly. At this time, Sister Wen sent a message asking if Luyan was looking at his phone. Luyan also didn't expect that he would gain so many fans. Liao Yuan was also very shocked. His super topic had already exceeded 100,000, Sister Wen said. These days, becoming famous or not is a matter of just one night, and flying to the sky is a hot reality show. Plus the collaboration with famous stars, it's inevitable that they will become famous. She also said that reality shows are also a good path for development. Then Luyan asked, "Is it really okay to become famous based on humor?" He said that he had now written a new song, and the guitar accompaniment had a very high number of listens. Sister Wen said that Luyan's theme song currently has sales of several 100,000 copies and has received much praise, and now many people like him. Before he knew it, the airport was crowded with Luyan's fans. He didn't expect to have so many fans. In the past, having so many people pick him up at the airport like this was something he didn't dare to think about. At that time he only had Hua Shan. Sister Wen then said that this year's Magic Night Awards ceremony had invited all the members of Flying to the Sky. At the press conference for Magic Night, Hua Shan's uncle was teasing her that she was a big girl who changed her appearance at 18, and this time Hua Shan was also participating in the ceremony as a member of the Flying to the Sky program. In the past, she wouldn't participate in activities like this. Hua Shan's uncle bluntly said that she was participating because of Luyan. At this time, the members of ZMK were also entering popularity, and their popularity was still constantly increasing, and he praised Luyan as being really good. At this time, the three of them were surrounded. It seemed that many people were inviting cooperation, including the game manager from last time. Luyan waved to Huashan from afar. Next, the host announced, "The most promising rookie voted by netizens is Luyan." Hearing this news, Huashan was very happy. Luyan also appeared on the large screen behind. Suddenly someone said, "Is it because of Song Anya that Luyan has become so popular so quickly recently?" At this time, the host announced that they would invite the most promising rookies from previous years to the stage to present the award to Luyan. Song Anya, as the most promising rookie from the previous year, went on stage to present the award to Luyan. At this time, the people behind were also discussing the MV that Song Anya and Luyan had recently collaborated on, saying that the two looked very close. Then the host asked if Song Anya and Luyan had met on the show. Song Anya said that they had met a long time ago and had a pretty good impression. She said that she and Luyan had become close on the Flying to the Sky show, and then they had the intention to continue collaborating on the MV. Luyan also said, thanks to Song Anya's guidance, he learned a lot. The gossip behind their backs was even uglier, speculating that Luyan got these resources definitely because he was hooking up with a popular young actress. Huashan was furious because Luyan was clearly raised by her. The people behind the scenes said Luyan and Song Anya were a great match, saying that since both were in the industry, being together was not unusual. Next was the music video presentation of Song Anya and Luyan. On the screen was a scene of Luyan carrying Song Anya on a bicycle in a field of purple flowers. The two were very close. Although Huashan knew this was just a marketing ploy and that those words were just other people's speculations, when she looked up at them on the stage, she still felt very uncomfortable. She and Luyan were in completely different worlds. To her, Luyan was an idol, a friend, or a spiritual pillar. But to him, what was she? Perhaps Song Anya could really bring him more help? Luyan happily searched for Huashan under the stage, but found her sadly turning away. Luyan looked at Song Anya beside him, thinking, could it be that Huashan is jealous? It seems she has feelings for me too. Song Anya told Luyan that it was all pre-arranged acting, and he wouldn't give up the whole forest for just one person. At this moment, under the stage, Huashan was intently watching the two interacting on stage. Ye Suyang appeared in front of her, blocking her view of the two on the stage, asking, "Why do you still watch if it makes you uncomfortable?" Huashan said that she was just not used to such situations and planned to go home early. Ye Suyang pulled Huashan back, saying he would take her to a place she would definitely like. Ye Suyang took Huashan to a library which has a lot of rare old books and the latest photo books. At this time, Ye Suyang held up a comic book for Huashan to see. It was a little-known series that Huashan extremely loved. Then, Ye Suyang took out his phone case, keychain, tag, all related to that comic. Ye Suyang said, "If I'm not mistaken, the dress that Huashan is wearing is the limited edition of the 2016 version of that comic book. There are only 10 pieces in the whole world, as expected of Huashan to actually own it." Huashan asked, "Why does Ye Suyang know she likes these things?" Ye Suyang then took out his Weibo, which was certified as Huashan's Super Topic Administrator. It was Huashan's #1 fan account. Her paintings are auctioned off for tens of thousands each time, and every post is responded to immediately. That's the #1 fan that Huashan is most impressed with. Unexpectedly, her die-hard fan is a member of the idol group she is following. Huashan wondered, why does the idol read fan works? Then said, "Idol is actually my hardcore fan. This is definitely going to trend. Moreover, they are completely in two different fields." Ye Suyang said that he used to play drums, make music, make fan short videos. There's no need to limit yourself to one field. As long as you like it, there will be no distance. Then, he said that Huashan was very talented. He liked her paintings the most, then took out a drawing board and asked Huashan to draw the picture she owed him today. Huashan also remembered that she owed him a painting from the lottery on Weibo before. Then, she asked Ye Suyang what kind of picture he wanted. Ye Suyang said he wanted Huashan to draw him. Under the guidance of Ye Suyang, Huashan also realized that liking is liking. There is no distance. At this time, Luyan saw Ye Suyang's post on Weibo. He replied with a smiling emoji, and Huashan wanted to take advantage of the recent popularity of Luyan's group to add fuel to the fire, so she posted a fan work of the three of them. Immediately this post became popular. Luyan also shared this post. Luyan happily looked at the picture Huashan drew, saying, As expected, I'm still the most handsome when you draw me. At this time, the shares, their fans and popularity are increasing. They are convinced that the future will be even better. In a dark room, a person's computer screen is displaying documents about artist Lu Yan's category. At Huashan's house, her friend was excited about the live stream and said, "Why didn't I discover this amazing group earlier?" And now Huashan finally heard from others that Lu Yan and his group would be famous. Not just her alone, she thought. Surely there will be more people who like them in the future. Just at this moment, there was a commotion. A fat man ran out, saying that Lu Yan was the one who threatened him. He said that when he was filming in France, he offered to take a photo together but was threatened by Lu Yan with violence. He also had photos as evidence, and said that Lu Yan was a violent man. Lu Yan was about to refute, when the fat man blamed him in reverse, saying that he wanted to use violence against him again. At this time, in the comments were all criticisms of Lu Yan's hypocrisy, questioning his character. Huashan said that this person deliberately chose to do this when there were hundreds of thousands of people watching the live stream. It was obviously intentional. He was deliberately distorting the truth. Sister Wen asked, "Why did Lu Yan make enemies with this kind of person? Now it's not just negative comments on the internet anymore. The advertisements they had received before were cancelled. That's a lot of money." At this time, Lu Yan was looking at the comments below. All of them were mocking them for relying on clowning to become famous, with no real work, and saying that Lu Yan only had one song and already acted arrogantly. Lu Yan said that this matter was caused by him, so he would take responsibility. Sister Wen also said that at this time, no matter what the people involved say, it will only make things worse. Sister Wen said that she would handle it with public relations and investigate who was behind the framing. Now Lu Yan can only remain silent and wait for things to calm down. During this time, Lu Yan must concentrate on preparing his work. In the evening, Lu Qian was at home playing the guitar, but because of this incident, he couldn't concentrate on composing. Just then, a guitar string broke. He also saw Huashan posting a drawing about him, but under the comments were all accusations, saying that birds of a feather flock together, and some people suspected Huashan was fascinated by male artists with violent tendencies. Lu Yan sent a private message to Huashan, saying that during this time, she shouldn't post anything related to him anymore. He didn't want Huashan to be implicated. Lu Yan was going to the garage to get his old guitar, but someone was lying in wait. They asked Lu Yan, "Do you have violent tendencies?" Suddenly someone said, "The fan's request is completely unreasonable. That fan is a crazed fan," and said that she had evidence to prove that the fan had repeatedly stalked celebrities privately, invaded and posed a threat to the celebrities, and resold items obtained illegally at high prices. She said that at that time, Lu Yan just wanted to expose his behavior, and she was the one who witnessed it. The woman took off her sunglasses. It was Huashan. Looking at Huashan standing in front of him, Lu Yan couldn't help but remember the message she had sent him. "I always stand by you." Lu Yan didn't expect Huashan to be so strong. He asked Huashan. Huashan immediately sighed in relief, saying, "I was scared to death just now. There were too many cameras pointing at me. I almost fainted." But she believed that this could be resolved. Huashan had given all the facts and photo evidence to Sister Wen. The public relations department was handling it, and said that the crazed fan making trouble could definitely be dealt with. At this time, the hot search was pushed up again. There were photos of Lu Yan's rebellious student days being exposed. A new generation of idol has such a dark past, boycotting the perpetrator of school violence. Lu Yan didn't expect this to be exposed. As well, Huashan said that the crazed fan was just a puppet. There must be someone who wanted to completely discredit Lu Yan. Lu Yan asked, "Huashan, are you surprised about the content of the article? What if what's on there is true, and he had done such things before?" Huashan said that she would always stand by Lu Yan and believed that Lu Yan would not harm others without reason, and asked Lu Yan if he could tell her about his high school experiences. In high school, Lu Yan was provoked by the school bully, who discovered that Lu Yan was the crybaby he used to bully when he was little, demanding that Lu Yan acknowledge him as his boss and pay protection money every month. As a result, he was knocked to the ground by Lu Yan before he finished speaking, and then ran away in fear. The people who originally followed the bully looked at Lu Yan with admiration, saying that from now on, Lu Yan was their boss. This story made Huashan burst out laughing, not expecting Lu Yan to become such a bully, and even have a group of followers. Lu Yan said that he had no other choice. Those people followed him around, calling him boss every day. But Lu Yan said that being their boss was fine. But other than a few of them, everyone else had to achieve an average grade or higher. At this time, the delinquent teenagers from the school next door were waiting on the road. Because they had agreed to fight before, Lu Yan came alone in front of them, saying, "Those people didn't pass the test today. They are tutoring each other. Tell them they'll meet after the test," and said that he handled all of them alone that day. Lu Yan said, Those secretly taken photos were of him seeing some street thugs bullying students near the school. He couldn't stand it, so he taught them a lesson and said, this kind of thing happened often. He would help out whenever he saw it, and gradually no one from outside the school dared to cause trouble near the school anymore. His reputation as a bully also spread far in this area. Now, some bad people have taken advantage of those photos. Hua Shan said. Just as she predicted, Lu Yan would not do things that would harm others, and said, Lu Yan didn't do anything wrong. The innocent will naturally be vindicated. They can definitely think of a way to turn the situation around together. Lu Yan couldn't help but remember the girl who gave him courage when he was young, and now the person who gave him courage when he was unlucky was Hua Shan, and asked, Hua Shan, why do you trust me so much? Hua Shan said, because to her, Lu Yan is as warm as sunlight. Lu Yan hugged Hua Shan tightly. He thought that Hua Shan was all the gentleness towards him. Lu Yan hugged Hua Shan tightly to express his gratitude, but the water between the two of them spilled. Afterwards, Hua Shan wore Lu Yan's shirt. Looking at Hua Shan wearing his shirt, Lu Yan suddenly blushed. Hua Shan asked, Is this Lu Yan's room? Lu Yan said. This is a normal lounge. I compose and practice here. Looking at the messy drafts on the floor, Hua Shan asked, Are you writing a new song? Lu Yan said, There have been a lot of things lately. I wanted to calm down to write music properly, but the more I force myself to calm down, the more confused my mind becomes, and I can't write anything satisfactory. Hua Shan felt that being an artist was really restrictive. Even if scolded, they could only silently endure it. Even in this situation, they still had to persevere in creating. She invited Lu Yan out to find inspiration, saying, Maybe relaxing a bit will help you write a new song. Finally, the two of them went to the lawn to eat fried chicken with milk tea. Fried and sweet things can make you feel better. It had been a long time since Lu Yan had eaten fried chicken and milk tea, Hua Shan said. Whenever she encounters a roadblock, she comes here for fresh air. Shang Lu said, I always feel like someone is watching us. Just as he thought it was paparazzi, a dog suddenly jumped out and lunged at Shang Lu. Shang Lu gave the dog a piece of fried chicken, and at that moment he heard voices beside him. It was a young couple discussing Shang Lu's situation. The guy said suspiciously, How can such a violent action star be an idol? He continued, Shang Lu not only likes to hit people, but also likes to abuse animals. A friend of mine who is a hardcore fan personally witnessed him hitting a dog. At this moment, Shang Lu was stroking the dog's head. Shang Lu picked up an empty soda can and played with the dog, then threw it towards the couple. The dog scared them so much that they ran away. Hua Shan didn't expect Shang Lu to do something like that, but seeing Shang Lu finally smile, Hua Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the janitor in the distance asked, Who knocked over the trash can? Suspecting that Shang Lu and Hua Shan were responsible, just as Shang Lu didn't know what to do, Hua Shan grabbed his hand and ran away from the scene. At this point, he couldn't suppress his emotions anymore and wanted to do whatever he wanted. It had been a long time since Shang Lu had felt this way, and he said, I have an idea. Now I have the courage to face reality. At the press conference, the paparazzi were asking Sister Wen about Shang Lu being a bully in high school. Just then, the lights suddenly went out, and the stage lights came on. Shang Lu stood on the stage, his whole body covered in injuries and bandages, appearing before everyone with one eye covered. Everyone was confused and didn't understand what Shang Lu was doing. Some even thought he was about to perform. Sister Wen also didn't understand what Shang Lu was planning. Shang Lu picked up the microphone and said, I don't want to explain too much. I will use each song to tell everyone my story. In the song, Shang Lu described a boy who was bullied because he was shy and lonely. But everyone asked him to be grateful to the world, and no one offered a helping hand. On the big screen were illustrations of the boy in the lyrics. The boy had once run away, but that boy met a ray of light that helped him learn to be strong. And that boy didn't want anyone to suffer what he had experienced, wanting to bring light to all those who were bullied. But in the end, the boy's actions were misunderstood by others as violence, bullying the weak and being fake. Those people typed on keyboards, denying everything the boy had done. Those people only knew how to draw out what they wanted, but he himself would not give in. Because of it, he would bravely face everything. The song ended. Shang Lu thanked the people who believed in him and said, Dark lies will not be able to distort the truth. Finally, he looked at Hua Shan and said, You are my son. Sister Wen was very satisfied with Shang Lu's handling, and the fans also spoke up in support of Shang Lu, believing that he was innocent, and This time, the public opinion on the internet also began to turn around. Someone contacted Shanglu's high school classmates, proving that he had never maliciously bullied his classmates, and that Shanglu often helped his friends in the past. Some people also praised Shanglu as a talented singer, and some people found out that the band Ruthless wanted to steal ZMK's resources and was the one behind the setup. Liao Yuan and Song Anya also shared this post. Currently, the trending topic on top searches is Reversal of Fortune. Sister Wen asked, has Shanglu thought of a name for the song? Shanglu couldn't help but recall when Huashan helped him draw illustrations. Huashan said that she felt familiar with Shanglu's experiences, as if she had also participated in them. And the name of the song is Shun. After the matter was clarified, Shanglu became the center of discussion on the internet. Netizens unanimously supported Shanglu and criticized the keyboard warriors. The song he performed was also widely shared, and advertising contracts of all sizes kept coming, and the first performance was also successfully held. The band's popularity finally skyrocketed. At this time, in Byron Shiji Company, the secretary reported to the deputy general manager that the copyright of Shanglu's new song was very suitable for their next project's promotion plan, and the deputy general manager, who hated Shanglu, also said, no problem. On his phone screen was Shanglu's new song. In another development, Song Anya was explaining to Shanglu that she didn't actively want to participate in this activity, but was arranged by the company, and she had also stopped her hopeless wait. This made her feel relieved. She used a side account to post an article saying that she was also a student of No. 1 high school, a classmate of Shanglu, and one of the classmates he had helped. This article also helped Song Anya reconcile with herself. At this time, Liao Yuan asked Song Anya, do you want sugar-free Coke? He remembered that Song Anya once said she didn't like sweets. Song Anya said she wanted to treat Liao Yuan to hot pot. Sister Wen generously said, today's feast is on me. Then she called everyone to set off together. Shanglu said, I just finished writing the lyrics to a song, I want to revise them a bit, so I won't join the feast. Shanglu was revising the lyrics when the phone rang. It was Shanglu's mother calling. She excitedly congratulated Shanglu on his popularity and asked Shanglu to come home this weekend to visit her, saying she would make him a table full of delicious food. Shanglu didn't want to eat his mother's terrifying dishes, but his mother said his father would help, so he didn't need to worry, and told Shanglu to bring friends home to have fun. At this time, Huashan sent a message to Shanglu, saying that she had left his clothes at the front desk. Huashan's eyes were dark. There are currently many people drawing Shanglu, but she must maintain her top spot in popularity. Because Christmas is coming soon, the company's main hall is decorated magnificently. At this moment, a child was being held up by their father, heading home together, a sight that Huashan deeply admired. Luyan appeared beside her then. Huashan hurriedly handed over the clothes, turned to leave, but was called back by Luyan. Luyan looked at Huashan's full bag of snacks, looking doubtful. Just then, Huashan's stomach rumbled loudly. Luyan asked Huashan, want to come home with me tonight? Luyan looked at Huashan, who had finished her makeup in such a short time, and marveled at how fast girls could do their makeup. The two of them stood in front of Luyan's house. A beautiful woman opened the door and asked Luyan, why are you so late? Mother Lu saw Huashan and immediately hugged her tightly, saying that she liked her very much. She recognized this as the pretty girl who had participated in the program with Luyan. Mother Lu enthusiastically pulled Huashan into the house, leaving her son standing outside the door. Luyan's father also greeted Huashan warmly, and then brought out a special dish. The special dish on Mother Luki's table looked a bit hard to swallow. Everyone took a bite, and then bowed their heads in unison. Father Luki took the plate of food away, saying that he liked what his wife cooked the most, so he would take care of this plate. Then, he ate a bite, and buried his head on the table. Luyan picked up a shrimp and put it in Huashan's bowl, telling her to eat more. It's good for her eyes. Mother Lu asked Huashan if she usually lived alone or with her parents, and who cooked better at home. Seeing Mother Lu chattering away, Luyan quickly stopped her. Luyan took Huashan's hand, saying that Huashan had made an appointment to stay with him this weekend, and then led her back to his room. Seeing the two of them interacting intimately, Mother Lu smiled meaningfully, and said that Huashan was the first friend Luyan had brought home. After dinner, Huashan saw a photo of Luyan wearing a dress when he was little hanging on the wall. Mother Lu said this was her favorite photo, because when she was pregnant with Lu, she always dreamed that she would give birth to a daughter, so she bought a lot of small dresses. As a result, Luyan was born a son, but she still put him in dresses. Finally, she dragged Huashan to see the little dresses that Luyan had worn. Mother Lu regretted that Luyan hadn't worn these clothes after the age of 3. The two of them seemed to have found kindred spirits, holding hands and saying that little dresses were a son's romance. Then held the dress up to Lu Yan. The two of them held hands again and said that Lu Yan looked great in it now. Seeing Lu Yan's harmonious family atmosphere, it had been a long time since Huaishan had felt the warmth of a family. In the evening, Mother Lu told Huashan to sleep in Lu Yan's room tonight. Lying on the bed, Huashan could smell Lu Yan's hair and body on the blanket, and couldn't sleep at all. She was going to go to the living room to watch TV, but it was dark outside, without the lights on. When she was about to turn on the light, Huashan accidentally dropped a photo frame. Huashan hurriedly grabbed the photo frame, and as a result, she discovered that in front of her was the staircase. Just as Huashan was about to fall, Lu Yan appeared behind her and caught her. At this moment, both of them were wearing pajamas, and the warmth of skin-to-skin contact made both of them blush. Huashan also accidentally stepped on Lu Yan's little brother, and then their position turned into her grabbing Lu Yan's shirt and belt. Lu Yan asked helplessly, "Huashan, why do you cherish this photo frame so much?" Huashan said. "This is an important memory." Looking down, on the photo frame was a picture of a naked little Lu Yan. Lu Yan blushed and snatched the photo frame away. Huashan didn't expect Lu Yan to have such adorable photos. Hearing Huashan describe how cute he was when he was little, Lu Yan pressed Huashan against the wall, leaned in close and asked, "Do you still think I'm cute now? Does wearing a little dress still suit me now?" Huashan pushed Lu Yan away a little. Lu Yan thought he had scared her, looked down and saw Huashan blushing. At this moment, the lights suddenly turned on, and Mother Lu came out. She saw Lu Yan with messy hair and Huashan wiping her sweat. Then she pulled Lu Yan away. After a while, Lu Yan came out neatly dressed. Huashan asked what Mother Lu had just said, if she had mentioned the word cute. Lu Yan recalled his mother's scolding, saying that it was nothing. Huashan asked again why Mother Lu collected pictures of him wearing little dresses, but was very concerned about her aunt's memories of him being cute. Perhaps it was to try her best to love. Hearing Huashan's explanation, Lu Yan was silent for a moment and then asked, "Huashan, to you, am I that cute person?" At this moment, Lu Yan's downward angle happened to see a glimpse of Huashan's bare chest. Discovering this, Huashan blushed immediately and pushed Lu Yan away. Blaming him for learning bad things, she muttered that Lu Yan was no longer her baby. Lu Yan asked back, "Huashan, didn't you used to call me baby? Why did you suddenly change the way you call me?" Looking at Lu Yan's appearance, Huashan felt very strange. Lu Yan threw her a bolster pillow, telling her to hold it in front of her chest, reminding her to be careful when going outside. "You said men don't need to act childish even though you're 2 years younger than Huashan. You're not some baby." Then, you pinched Huashan's cheek, saying that in your eyes, Huashan was the most adorable. Seeing Lu Yan approaching, Huashan's face flushed. Lu Yan found Huashan's puffed-up cheeks amusing and intended to tease her, getting revenge for her teasing him about wearing a small dress. He got close to Huashan, softly asking, "Is it because it's me that you're so unguarded?" Hearing this, Huashan immediately backed away, saying she was going to sleep. Lu Yan chuckled, saying, "Good night," and adding the phrase "older sister." Huashan felt that Lu Yan was going too far, and as a result, she carelessly bumped her head against the nearby wall, staggering back to her room. Seeing the silly Huashan, Lu Yan found it very funny. Hiding in the shadows, Mrs. Lu was certain that her son really liked Huashan, and Huashan seemed to be her future daughter-in-law. Knowing this, Mrs. Lu was very happy. The next day, as Huashan left the Lua family home, Mrs. Lu smiled brightly. After this special weekend, it seemed that something was quietly changing. The next day at the company, Lu Yan was full of energy. Sister Wen informed everyone that the filming location for the final episode of Soaring to the Sky would be in Thailand. Because this time there was a special segment, guests would fly in to compete for the championship with them. To everyone's surprise, the guests flying in were the former band Hills. At the filming location, the opening on the beach was very lively, and the onlookers were buzzing with gossip. After the school bullying incident, they felt that Lu Yan had transformed from a puppy into a wolf. More domineering than before, only his level of domineering was still not up to par with Liao Yuan and the others. Lu Yan was secretly angry. Why is it always him? Did his unchanging gaze and expression add to the sense of oppression? No. Actually, Liao Yuan is just a fake, cold male god who forgot to wear his contact lenses. At this moment, Liao Yuan held a water gun and fired a series of shots around with advanced sniping and sweeping motions. "I'm sure to win tonight." After speaking, Liao Yuan used the water gun to shoot Song Anya, even blowing off her false eyelashes. "This stinky brat is itching for a beating, isn't he?" Song Anya smiled on the surface but cursed in her heart. However, Lu Yan misunderstood, thinking this was a scene of cheerful harmony. he suddenly realized that going against convention was the best way to show off one's charm. Luyan prepared to imitate Liao Yuan and splash water on Huashan's face. Waiting for the girl to turn around, Luyan realized he had splashed the wrong person. At this time, Huashan was standing and watching in the distance. Seeing the naive Luyan clutching his forehead in pain, Liao Yuan and Song Anya also stood beside them, adding fuel to the fire, saying that Luyan was really a bit childish. Luyan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Why isn't everything like in my imagination? After filming, Huashan was drinking juice while thinking about Luyan's performance towards her. I must be overthinking it, Luyan is an idol after all. Just then, the green tea bitch Ren Yilin appeared. Could it be that the hills are the guests flying in? Ren Yilin brought a bit of warning, hoping that Huashan and her little idol could also cooperate well. However, Huashan found it a bit strange. The last time, the lip-syncing incident was so noisy that Hills almost stopped all activities, but after the school bullying incident ended, they suddenly got this variety show. It's really strange. Huashan speculated that the school bullying incident was probably related to them, so she decided to probe first. She warned Hills, hoping they would compete fairly and not play dirty tricks, lest it backfire. Ren Yilin didn't take her reminder seriously, telling her that the results of the competition weren't important, what mattered was the buzz. As she spoke, Ren Yilin stretched out her leg to trip Huashan. In that dangerous moment, Huashan fell into a solid chest, and it turned out to be Senior PH, who gently yet sternly warned Ren Yilin. Feet are best placed where they need to be, not under a girl's feet. Seeing a senior taking Huashan's side, Ren Yilin hurriedly led her members away. PH plucked some flowers from the tree, intending to put them in Huashan's hair. Just then, a hat fell from the sky and landed on Huashan's head. It was Luyan. The onlookers were captivated by PH. As expected, the senior is more mature. Luyan was unconvinced. Clearly, he was the one who taught Ren Yilin a lesson. PH was very friendly, saying that he had watched Luyan's rap video before and was very impressed. PH's high EQ was immediately recognized by passers-by. It turns out he was a member of a very popular band before, and he's also among the guests flying in this time. PH continued, "Maybe he will become Luyan's companion and flirting everywhere." Luyan became jealous and hurriedly pulled the hat to cover Huashan's vision at the filming location of the final episode of Soaring to the Sky. The host said that this competition will not follow the group division format. The first 8 players to earn enough 1,000 baht in train tickets will get on the yacht first and go to the island to unlock the new scene mission. Huashan was trying to figure out how to earn 1,000 baht when she noticed a group of people gathering around, fighting over the camera, completely forgetting about their mission. The next second, they started fighting, and the scene became chaotic. Luyan took advantage of the chaos and pulled Huashan away, planning to take her to hand out flyers. It turned out that Luyan was afraid that PH wanted to team up with Huashan, so he made the first move. Ye Suyang and Fei formed an alliance, and their speed was really fast. In the blink of an eye, Luyan had led Huashan to the red light district. Huashan looked at the daring performances and began to feel embarrassed. Are we really going to hand out flyers on this street? As soon as she finished speaking, a guy came up to her and invited her to have a drink at a bar. She hurriedly shook her head and hid behind Luyan. Seeing her so scared, Luyan found it very funny. You usually say such bold things on Weibo, but now it seems you just like the idea of it and are actually scared of the real thing. After saying that, the two arrived at the flyer distribution point, where the pay was double what it was before. At this moment, some catboys speaking broken Chinese asked Luyan if he wanted a job. Huashan was both regretful and expectant, telling Luyan not to force himself. After all, that uniform is too embarrassing. Because the salary was doubled, Luyan decided to endure it. Soon, Luyan was all dressed up. Looking at the wild catboy in front of her, Huashan was extremely excited. Luyan told Huashan not to run around. You just need to be responsible for collecting the money. Although Luyan was forced into the business, his work skills were not bad at all, quickly winning the affection of many passers-by. Seeing Luyan being so popular, Huashan felt a little jealous. She quickly persuaded herself, dispelling those dangerous thoughts. Luyan is a future idol. He will only have more and more girls around him. To help Luyan attract customers, Huashan came up with an idea. Huashan pretended to bring money to support him, asking Luyan if she could order him. Luyan said that he was just a temporary flyer distributor. Unexpectedly, the publicity effect was very good, and the passers-by who were watching all went into the bar to spend money. PH, who was in the distance, felt awkward for the two of them. Isn't the flyer distribution mission in the neighborhood next door? Although the flyer distribution mission that the show arranged was next door, the hourly wage here was really too high, so PH decided to join them. The Wildcat Boy went from 1 to 2, and more people watched, and the bar's business got better and better. Hua Shan bought drinks to treat everyone, but Faye was allergic to mangoes. He approached Hua Shan, asking her what flavor it was and if it looked delicious. Seeing PH getting close to Hua Shan, Luyan immediately became alert, blocking in front of her and giving his drink to PH. Unexpectedly, PH actually drank his drink, and the atmosphere immediately became ambiguous. The surrounding audience also began to ship PH Hua Shan. Faye and the flyer distribution mission were indeed a perfect combination, and they began to attract fans to spend money at the bar like crazy. The couple image of the two at the scene was also quickly shared on Weibo, and the fans kept saying that they had fallen into a new couple hole. After a period of hard work, PH, Luyan, and Hua Shan were the first to win a spot on the boat. Luyan complained resentfully that he didn't like PH. Moreover, he doesn't like being paired up as a couple either. Hua Shan comforted him. It was just acting for the show. Anyway, shipping is the most important part for girls who stan idols, and maybe there will be more sugar daddies in the future. Luyan said that he didn't need so many sugar daddies to create hype. Before he could say the reason, Hua Shan quickly replied, he definitely wants to seize the initiative, he doesn't want to be on the right. Luyan was speechless. That's not how you use initiative. Hua Shan is really an idiot, she doesn't understand anything. PH came to remind Hua Shan to be careful when getting on the boat. Luyan pulled Hua Shan back. Because this was the initiative he wanted, he didn't want to give anyone a chance. Looking at the two people's tightly clasped hands, PH thought to himself, everything is indeed as he predicted. With the new year coming, Hua Shan prepared to make a video for her favorite idol, drawing a New Year's greeting picture. Hua Shan smiled slyly, deciding to video call her favorite idol to find some inspiration. Otherwise, she will draw a year of the ox cow suit. As soon as the video connected, Hua Shan was shocked by her favorite idol's voice. It turned out that he was practicing posing for photos for tomorrow. Hua Shan couldn't help but sigh. Her favorite idol is always so hardworking and serious. Every shining moment of his deserves to be seen. He deserves to be followed by more people. Her cool and awesome favorite idol can't let herself ship him with others. Hua Shan suddenly had inspiration, finished drawing the New Year's greeting picture, and posted it on Weibo. The number of comments and shares immediately exceeded 10,000. New Year, hope Luyan can also reach new heights. After getting on the boat, ZMK was called to take close-up shots, so Hua Shan decided to go to the lounge for a while, but no matter where she went, PH kept hovering around. Just as Hua Shan was about to get away, PH grabbed her. Hua Shan asked him why he wasn't taking close-up shots. He didn't answer but took her hand and led her to a quieter place. Hua Shan still wanted to keep her distance from PH, so she shook off his hand, saying that although she was very grateful to him for helping her out last time, because of the show's effect, netizens probably preferred to ship her with Luyan. PH moved closer to Hua Shan, telling her that his interactions with Luyan were just acting in front of the camera, and there were no cameras here, so there was no need to act anymore. Because the person PH is waiting for is Hua Shan. As soon as Luyan was mentioned, he appeared. He even climbed in through the window, wedging himself between the two. He questioned PH. Why did you bring Hua Shan to this secluded lounge? PH asked back. Are you a rabbit raised by Hua Shan? Why are you where Hua Shan is? Hua Shan hurriedly interrupted them, saying that she and Luyan had to seize the time to discuss the script. Only then did PH leave, saying suspiciously that he wouldn't disturb their practice time. Luyan told Hua Shan that she must stay away from PH, but Hua Shan agreed with what PH said, believing that Luyan didn't need to follow her everywhere, especially doing dangerous and ostentatious things like climbing through windows. As a career-oriented fan, Hua Shan was still considering his development. He was currently in a period of promotion, with many scenes to shoot, and even during breaks any small action could be caught. Hua said that she didn't want to affect him. After all, they were just co-stars on the show, just co-stars. Luyan was a little sad. They had clearly been together for so long, didn't she understand his feelings? Luyan moved closer and closer. Just then the sound of a photo being taken rang out. Ren Yilin was secretly taking pictures again. It turned out that he had seen PH leading Hua Shan away earlier, so he secretly followed them. Unexpectedly discovering something even more shocking, Ren Yilin looked triumphant. With this photo, Luyan won't have an easy time on the show. Luyan and Hua Shan also discovered him. Luyan suddenly pushed the door open, hitting Ren Yilin in the face. His phone also accidentally fell to the ground. Luyan said that phones were not allowed during filming, and warned Ren Yilin not to secretly stalk others again. However, Ren Yilin still arrogantly said that he had grasped Luyan's weakness. PH came to the rescue. He explained to Ren Yilin, that the three of them were just rehearsing a short sketch about a dating app, and what Luyan said was just dialogue from the script. Ren Yilin was a little embarrassed. Hua Shan quickly spoke up, hoping that Ren Yilin wouldn't misunderstand, because she was just an outsider, and could never date an idol. PH then hugged Hua Shan, saying that this love sketch not only had Luyan but also had scenes of interaction between him and Hua Shan. Should we make it clear right now? But this time, Luyan didn't reach out to take Hua Shan back. They were actually protecting him. Luyan was a little sad, turned around and left, signaling everyone to go to the studio. Hua Shan will not be in a relationship with an idol. Who would believe that? Ren Yilin didn't believe their explanation. He still didn't want to let Luyan go, deciding to continue monitoring, because once the relationship between the two was exposed, Luyan could forget about working in the entertainment industry. At this time, the first 8 players who had earned enough 1,000 baht for train tickets to the island began to announce the rules of the new round. The game required players to draw lots and divide into teams of 3, searching for number cards hidden on the island. Then, they needed to go to the location corresponding to the number on the card to light up a marker light, each time lighting up 1 for 10 points. The team with the highest score in the allotted time would win. If the cards are obtained at the same time, a B should be done. PH draws into team number 3 with Hua Shan. Then Hills member Yuan hurriedly ran over. He was the last one to draw number 3. But Luyan was not on the same team as them. He drew to be on the same team as Ren Yilin. Hua Shan wanted to greet him, but he deliberately avoided her eyes, turned his head, and left. Hua Shan was a little disappointed. She comforted herself that they had just been secretly photographed not long ago. Less contact was a good thing. The game started. Hua Shan was in charge of commanding. PH was in charge of action. Team number 3's unified hearts and minds found 4 number cards, scoring 40 points, becoming the leading team. After resting, PH arranged for Hua Shan to continue searching for number cards. While he went to gather with the remaining member of team number 3, Hua Shan continued searching on the beach. And indeed, on a reef, she discovered a number card. Card number 22 was in a rather high position. Hua Shan climbed onto the reef to get it. However, Liao Yuan and Song Anya also arrived. Both teams discovered this card at the same time, according to the rules of the competition. They needed to have a B match in the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker began. There were a number of sand pits arranged on the beach. Hua Shan and Song Anya needed to be blindfolded and listen to the instructions of the person at the finish line to go around the sand pits. Whoever reached the finish line first would win the card. If someone was missing, they could request assistance from off the field. However, Hua Shan's teammate was not present at this time. Liao Yuan saw Luyan passing by, so there was someone to direct Hua Shan. However, Luyan let Liao Yuan direct Hua Shan. While he stood at Song Anya's finish line, Luyan said that the directors on both sides were not teammates, which was fair. Only Hua Shan understood. Since returning from the break room, Luyan had been avoiding her. Just then, Song Anya had a cramp. The staff reacted quickly, preparing to contact medical personnel for emergency treatment. Hua Shan was about to step forward to help Song Anya tie her loose strap but accidentally stepped into a sand pit. Song Anya then helped her up and covered the camera so that Hua Shan could help her with peace of mind. After Song Anya's strap was tied, Luyan quietly turned around and left. Hua Shan hurriedly stepped forward to thank him and kindly reminded him of the location of the hidden number card. However, Luyan was not grateful for her kindness, coldly saying that they weren't even co-stars anymore. Ren Yilin, standing not far away, saw the whole reaction of the two people. Now you want to deny the relationship, it's just a slip of the tongue. Ren Yilin vowed that he must expose them. Luyan coldly flung Hua Shan's hand away. Could it be that Luyan was truly angry? After the sneak photo incident in the lounge, Luyan seemed even more distant from her, even directly ignoring her existence. Hua Shan began to doubt herself, wondering if the words she said on the train earlier were too harsh, or was this now their normal distance? She clearly took the initiative to push Luyan away, yet she was the first one to feel uncomfortable. Hua Shan secretly cursed. Men are truly the worst. Unconsciously, Hua Shan walked to ZMK's lounge. She really wanted to go in and explain, but she didn't know how to start. After some hesitation, she still decided to give up. However, suddenly sounds of arguing erupted from inside the lounge. It turned out that Ye Suyang was arguing with Luyan. Ye Suyang had witnessed everything, Luyan deliberately ignoring Hua Shan, making her uncomfortable, and even speaking harshly to her. He warned Luyan that if he made Hua Shan sad again, he wouldn't let him off. Luyan, however, calmly stated that he and Hua Shan were nothing more than a purely business relationship. Outside the show, they were an artist and an idol. Within the show, they were collaborating partners. They should have maintained their distance from the very beginning. Ye Suyang was furious. Luyan was treating Hwasan like a normal business partner. Hwasan had clearly poured so much effort into ZMK, and she had been Luyan's fan for a long time, yet Luyan didn't show her any kindness. Luyan coldly said that he didn't need to treat Hwasan specially. All of this was clearly heard by Hwasan, who was standing outside the door. Luyan only considered their relationship a purely business one. Hwasan felt a pang of pain. It turned out it was all her own self-deluding affection, and she was the clown. The second round of the competition began in the evening. The host announced that to ensure the safety of the guests on site, the cards for the second round would only appear in brightly lit areas. Unexpectedly, Fene suffered from night blindness and couldn't see anything at all in the dark, while Hwasan was still saddened by the events of the day and wasn't in the mood to compete. 30 minutes into the match, they still hadn't found any cards. The members of Hills couldn't sit still any longer. They arranged for Hwasan to go to the mobile bookstore in the east to search, while Faye and he went west. Hwasan realized her state was too poor and was affecting her performance. She decided to focus on the game and stop thinking about Luyan. So she took a deep breath and ran towards the crowded mobile bookstore. The mobile bookstore was brightly lit, indeed an ideal place to hide things. Just as she was focused on searching, a familiar face peeked out from behind a bookshelf. Why was it? Luyan again. Hwasan decided to pretend not to see him, and continued searching for the number card. She couldn't let men distract her mind. Not long after, Hwasan found it. But the card was placed high up. She could only climb the ladder next to it to retrieve it. She was almost there. Just then, the ladder suddenly broke. Fortunately, Luyan managed to prop up the ladder with one hand in time, and caught Hwasan with the other hand. However, there was an exposed nail on the ladder, and his hand was injured. The film crew hastily contacted the medical team for treatment. At this moment, Hwasan no longer had the mind to be angry with him. She only wanted to help him treat his wound, but he still maintained a distant expression, saying that these matters didn't concern her. If you've got the card, hurry up and go. Hwasan was furious. Even now, you're still like this, she domineeringly said. Luyan, don't run around recklessly, and added, if you keep throwing tantrums like this, I won't draw you anymore. As soon as Hwasan's domineering words finished, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Luyan couldn't help but secretly chuckle, but he seemed to still be waiting for Hwasan to say something more. Hwasan hastily apologized, but before she could finish speaking, Luyan covered her mouth. Because he knew all of this, and his gaze had returned to how it was before, the gaze Hwasan was familiar with. Far behind the towering bookshelves, a dark figure silently switched off the light, plunging the bookstore into darkness. A cascade of books toppled from the shelves, threatening to fall on Hwasan. Luyan swiftly pulled her into his arms, shielding her from the falling books with his body, and he was injured again. Medical staff rushed over, but the first person Luyan and Hwasan saw was Ren Yilin. He feigned surprise at discovering their secret, reporting to the show that Luyan and Hwasan were openly together during the program, so it was all his doing. Hwasan hastily explained that Luyan was protecting her just now. Ren Yilin said, what a coincidence. Why does protecting her require an embrace? And deliberately turning off the lights, Luyan calmly exposed Ren Yilin. If there was no light here, how would Ren Yilin know they were here even before the camera crew? Just then, Faye dragged another member of Hills from the corner who was secretly eavesdropping, so his deliberate arrangement for Hwasan to visit the mobile bookstore earlier was also intentional. Seeing that his scheme was about to be exposed, Ren Yilin quickly shifted the blame onto Luyan and Hwasan's relationship. The staff members couldn't stand it anymore and advised Ren Yilin not to overthink things, because they were the staff following Luyan and Hwasan and hadn't noticed anything unusual between them. Ren Yilin still refused to admit defeat. Hwasan couldn't bear it any longer, interrupting him and warning him to stop, as the urgent matter now was to bandage Luyan's wound, and his rambling speculation was just wasting everyone's time. Ren Yilin was thoroughly defeated. His teammate beside him advised him to stop early and not provoke Hwasan further. Ren Yilin questioned him about why he didn't keep an eye on Faye, allowing him to run around. The teammate told him that Faye's night blindness was fake, used to deceive him. Ren Yilin angrily scolded, Faye is an old has-been, deliberately trying to grab attention. In the adjacent lounge, Luyan finally had his wound bandaged. Luyan then told Hwasan that the argument between him and Ye Suyang in the lounge earlier was an act. It turned out they had known for a while that a member of Hills was eavesdropping, so they went along with it and continued the performance. Only, they didn't expect that all of this would be misunderstood by Hwasan. Hwasan also quickly explained to Luyan that her hurtful words earlier were also fake. Because to her, Luyan was not just a co-star. The two reconciled as before. Luyan couldn't help but act coquettishly with Huashan, saying that his hand had been gripped red by her, while Huashan, this straightforward girl, carelessly wanted to find the medical staff to examine him. At this moment, the program announced that Luyan had to go to participate in an interview. Before leaving, Luyan ruffled Huashan's hair and told her that he wouldn't make her sad again. Huashan's heart raced because of his hair-ruffling gesture. For Luyan, she seemed to be becoming less and less like herself. Could it be that she had already fallen for him? This season of Soaring High has entered its final stage. The host announced that during the program's individual scoring time, the guests would be divided to organize a team-building session. Faye and Huashan are responsible for decorating the venue. At this time, Faye went to buy decorations again. Meanwhile, Huashan, after a busy morning, finally had a moment to rest. Song Anya enthusiastically invited Huashan to join her in the Kusuk area to apply sunscreen. After participating in the program, Song Anya and Huashan's relationship had become closer, and she was very grateful to Huashan for helping her out of the gossip entanglement on the beach last time. Huashan said it was all she should do. After all, who could bear to see a beauty embarrassed? Song Anya looked at the lovely Huashan in front of her and murmured softly that that person's eyes were really good. Not far away, ZMK was filming on the beach and heard someone call out the names of Lu Yan and Liao Yuan. Huashan's face immediately flushed red. Song Anya asked curiously, "Huashan, do you have someone you like? And is that person among them?" Initially, Huashan didn't want to admit it, but unable to resist the beauty's enthusiasm, she blushed and nodded. There is indeed someone who makes her heart beat faster. Even his every move affects her mood. Song Anya said that that was liking someone, and frankly admitted that she herself had also experienced love at first sight. Song Anya told her that liking someone was inherently a very simple thing. Huashan quietly listened to her describe those touching details, and realized that she had liked Luyan for a long time. But before, she only regarded all these feelings as admiration for an idol. Song Anya told her that she had liked that person for 7 years, but she finally gave up because that person already had someone he liked. Huashan hurriedly asked Song Anya, "How can you tell if the other person likes you?" Song Anya said. "If the other person likes you, he will always smile at you and give you all the best things." As Song Anya was speaking, she suddenly thought of someone, and that was Liao Yuan. Just then, Liao Yuan appeared with a smiling face, bringing drinks for Song Anya and Huashan. He cheerfully explained to Song Anya that he had brought her the best white grape juice. Although Song Anya seemed indifferent, a different kind of feeling arose in her heart towards Liao Yuan. He was completely different from the type of person she used to like. Just then, Lu Yan returned with the decorative materials he had bought. Song Anya quickly made an excuse to take Liao Yuan, the extra light bulb, elsewhere to create private space for Lu Yan and Huashan. Huashan looked at Lu Yan's gentle smile and remembered Song Anya's words. Could Lu Yan like me? At the team-building event of the Soaring to the Sky program, Huashan was decorating with Lu Yan. Because some of the heights were too high, Huashan decided to wait for the filming to resume before hanging up the decorations. Hearing this, Lu Yan got annoyed and he picked up Huashan like a chick and pressed her to ask, "Who exactly do you want to hang them?" Huashan struggled violently, demanding that Lu Yan put her down. Lu Yan then took out the hairband he had just bought for her to see. Huashan remembered Song Anya's words, "If the other person likes you, he will give you the things he thinks are best." So she hurriedly asked Lu Yan if he could give her that hairband. Lu Yan wanted to see how she would act when she was sulking, so he refused. Looking at Huashan's cheeks, puffed out like a hamster, Lu Yan secretly laughed and then affectionately put the hairband on her head. Huashan continued to ask Lu Yan if he liked anything else. Lu Yan's face was full of question marks, thinking to himself, "Is she drunk? Asking such strange questions?" He pointed randomly around the room at the things he had just bought, then added that the thing he liked the most couldn't be given to her. After saying that, Lu Yan awkwardly ran away, leaving Huashan bewildered. What does he actually like? Things aren't turning out the way Anya said. Finally, it's time for team building. Huashan stood in a corner, hoping the team building session would end quickly. The decorating work during the day had exhausted her, and now she just wanted to go back and rest. Just then, Song Anya came to talk to her. Huashan was ecstatic and hurriedly recounted everything that had happened between her and Lu Yan during the day to her. Song Anya was speechless after listening. What a straightforward girl, directly asking someone what they like the most. At this time, Faye and a friend were standing nearby, chatting. The friend asked Fakey if the girl he was aiming for had taken the bait yet. Faye looked towards Huashan and Song Anya and said that His performance wasn't over yet, it wasn't time to reel in the net. Faye interrupted the two girls' conversation and invited them both to the small garden for drinks before the program ended, and they both agreed. However, a staff member reminded Song Anya that her program with ZMK was about to start, so she couldn't drink alcohol, leaving only Faye and Hua Shan from the original three-person plan. On the way to the small garden, Fanny's phone kept ringing. Hua Shan thought to herself, he really is an idol, still having to deal with so much work so late. However, the flood of notifications on Fahimi's phone were from girls in his fish pond. Turns out he's a scumbag. In the small garden, a candlelit dinner was taking place. Hua Shan felt upset because she accidentally dropped the headband Lu Yan gave her. Fen said that it was just a normal headband, nothing to regret. At this time, Hua Shan wondered why there were only the two of them in the small garden, even though Fei Ni had told her before they came that there would be many people there. Fei looked hurt and asked in return, doesn't Hua Shan want to be alone with me? Hua Shan thought to herself, of course I don't. They weren't close enough for that anyway, and the situation of the two of them being alone like this was really too awkward. Faye asked with a bit of jealousy, does Hua Shan also rush to find other people when she's with Lu Yan? Hua Shan felt that the conversation was going off track, and decided to play dumb to find a chance to escape. Her act of pretending to be crazy left Fanny speechless. Faye hurriedly steered the conversation back, saying that meeting Hua Shan was fate, that he had seen her at first sight in the crowd, that she was the most adorable girl in the film crew. Although he had met many girls in the industry, Hua Shan was the most special one. Why wouldn't you pay attention to so many girls and pay attention to me instead? Hua Shan was truly a master of damage reflection, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Fang hurriedly explained that he and they were just friends. However, Hua Shan continued to play dumb, saying that having many friends meant having many paths. The two people's dialogue clearly didn't match up. Faye realized that he might have met a master. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more awkward, Hua Shan planned to sneak away. Faye didn't give up, pushing a glass of wine towards her, telling her to drink a little. Faye was afraid she was worried, so he took the initiative to explain that the glass only contained fruit wine with a very low alcohol content, no different from soda, and that he wouldn't force her to drink a lot. Hua Shan observed the situation and discovered that there was only one way out of the small garden, and there was no way to leave without passing Phi. To appease him, Hua Shan obediently accepted the glass of wine. Unexpectedly, when they clinked glasses, Feely touched her hand, and his feet also started to get fidgety. At this moment, Hua Shan realized the seriousness of the situation. It was all a trap set by Fi. She hurriedly opened WeChat to ask Lu Yan for help. However, Fi snatched her phone away. Fi saw through her intentions and said that Lu Yan was participating in an important activity with big names in the industry attending, so he wouldn't come here. Then, he completely turned off Hua Shan's phone. Hua Shan began to feel scared. She didn't know what Fi was planning to do. Fi slowly approached her, suggesting they play a game. At this time, ZMK and Song Anya's activity finally ended, and the staff informed them to go to the small garden for a photo with former MC Chi. Song Anya complained slightly, saying that if the recording wasn't over, she would miss her drinking date with Hua Shan in the small garden. Lu Yan happened to hear her words. Hearing this, Lu Yan worried about Hua Shan being at the party alone with Fi. He opened WeChat to text and check on Hua Shan, but the staff pulled him away to take photos with important figures because this opportunity was rare and very important for their careers. Just then, Lu Yan suddenly received a WeChat message sent by Hua Shan. The game begins. If Hua Shan wins, Fi will return her phone. If Fi wins, Hua Shan will have to face a punishment. Unexpectedly, the game Phila wanted to play was Truth or Dare. Such a childish game. In the first round, Hua Shan lost, and she chose to tell the truth. Fi asked, does anyone like you? Hua Shan said that she had millions of fans who all liked her, but Fi wanted to know if there was anyone who genuinely liked her, valued her, cared for her, and treasured her. At that moment, Hua Shan suddenly recalled not-so-good memories from the past, and she wanted to avoid this question, but Feely didn't let go, and even said some very hurtful words. He said that Hua Shan had been missing for so long and no one had noticed. Hua Shan didn't want to hear anymore, so in the second round she chose to drink alcohol. In the 5-round match, the third round arrived, and Hua Shan was already quite drunk from Feely's trickery. Finally, in the 4th round, Hua Shan won against Feely and chose Dare. Before Hua Shan could react, Fi pulled her into his arms. Hua Shan wanted to struggle, but he held her tightly. although there was a difference in strength. Hua Shan refused to give in. She stomped hard on Fila's foot, and while he was in pain, she used her strength to push him away. In the chaos, Hua Shan accidentally fell into the water. The bastard Fei immediately changed his expression, acting completely uninvolved, ignoring her as she struggled in the water. Hua Shan felt her body getting heavier and heavier, gradually sinking. Just then, a figure jumped into the water. "It's Lu Yan." Lu Yan pulled her ashore, softly calling her name, but she didn't respond. Seeing this, Lu Yan had no choice but to use the most direct method, CPR. Lu Yan kissed Hua Shan, who finally woke up. Still terrified, she only calmed down after clearly seeing that the person in front of her was Lu Yan. At this moment, Fei started to shift the blame, standing on the shore and declaring his non-responsibility, saying that Hua Shan fell in by herself. Fei tried to slip away but was blocked by Lu Yan. Immediately after, Lu Yan's fist landed on Fei's face. Fei didn't have a chance to argue back because with every excuse, he received a punch from Lu Yan. Fei thought Lu Yan was going too far, hitting him just for a woman. Before Fei could finish his sentence, Lu Yan interrupted him. "Hua Shan is very important. She is more important than anything." Liao Yuan, Ye Suyang, and Song Anya looked at Hua Shan, who had just been rescued, with great concern, while Fei, whose face was almost disfigured by Lu Yan's beating, was still yelling beside them, saying that this wasn't over. The three ZMK members rolled up their sleeves. "Not over. Does Fei want to be ganged up on by the three of them?" Just then, there was a commotion in the distance. It turned out that Vice President Fu Zhihiyao had arrived, so he was the important figure tonight. Fu Zhihiyao said that tonight's events must not be revealed, and ordered Fanny to immediately pack up and leave the island. Fanny still wanted to shift the blame in front of the Vice President, but the members of Hills held him back, telling him not to talk nonsense anymore. Because Hua Shan might be the Vice President's biological daughter, Fei had angered a big shot. Hearing this, Fei was petrified, his insides twisting. Fu Zhihiyao announced that everyone would temporarily suspend activities for a few days to rest. When passing by Lu Yan, Fu Zhihiyao thanked him again. Back in the room, Hua Shan felt much better after taking a hot bath. Song Anya comforted her. "Actually, there are many people like Fei in this industry, so you must stay away from them." With Fu Zhiyao's intervention, it would be difficult for Fei to have a peaceful life in the industry in the future, but what was beyond everyone's expectations was that Fu Zhiyao, who always prioritized interests, unhesitatingly took down an idol who was still trending. Hua Shan recalled Fu Zhiyao's expression tonight, and it seemed that there was something different about this father figure. At this moment, Liao Yuan naively asked how Lu Yan had rescued Hua Shan. The first thing Hua Shan thought of was Lu Yan's kiss. Thinking of this, she blushed and immediately turned into a shrinking turtle, burrowing into the blanket to sleep. Friends went back to their rooms to rest one by one. Lu Yan helped her turn off the lights and was about to quietly leave when Hua Shan grabbed his sleeve. Lu Yan's words by the sea had made Hua Shan a little braver. She confessed directly that her feelings for Lu Yan were different now, so does Lu Yan like her? Lu Yan tried to pull Hua Shan out of the blanket to talk things through, but she stubbornly stayed put inside, because if she left the blanket, she wouldn't dare look him in the eye, nor dare to say such strange things. "This is it. I'm definitely not thinking straight," Hua Shan, having blurted out a rejection, blushed and urged Lu Yan to leave quickly. Just then, Lu Yan gently kissed her hand and said that he liked her. Hua Shan couldn't believe it, and quickly crawled out of the blanket. It turned out they both liked each other. Lu Yan looked at Hua Shan, unable to resist the urge, kissed her. Right at that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Yan's mother again, and it was a video call. How could they possibly answer? But Lu Yan accidentally pressed the answer button. The four of them stared at each other through the screen, a truly awkward scene. Seeing Lu Yan and Hua Shan looking disheveled, Lu Yan's parents were stunned. The situation became even more embarrassing when Hua Shan, due to nervousness, accidentally called Lu Yan's mother Mom. Lu Yan's mother, remaining silent, was extremely excited. So, Hua Shan wanted to marry into the Lu family so quickly. Shen Mo hastily reminded Lu Yan to dress properly and not to do anything excessive to Hua Shan. Seeing Lu Yan's parents so gentle and enthusiastic, Hua Shan felt very happy. They were chatting like a family. Meanwhile, Fu Ziyao's house was cold and empty. He almost thought he would lose his daughter again tonight, just like he had lost his wife. Fu Ziyao began to wonder if he had been too stubborn in the past. Today was the recording day for the extended version of the Fly High program, and everyone was participating in the Sky Lantern Festival together. However, Hua Shan's mood was a little different today, because she and Lu Yan were in love. To meet Lu Yan, Hua Shan dressed up especially. While waiting for the elevator, Hwa-san even practiced how to greet Luyan. Only after she finished practicing did she realize that Luyan had seen all of her rehearsals. Talk about being caught red-handed. The two sweetly went to the studio together. They were clearly going to work, but it felt like a couple on a date. At the Sky Lantern Festival venue, the MC instructed everyone to hang red ribbons, symbolizing happiness and prayers. On the dayup trees, Ye Soo-young took the initiative to help. Because Hwa-san was too short to reach the branches, Luyan suddenly appeared, quickly taking Hwa-san's red ribbon. Watching the two tease each other, Ye Soo-yang seemed to understand their relationship, feeling very sad. During the group interaction segment, Ye Soo-young stood alone by the window, feeling melancholic. Song Anya approached him for a chat. It turned out they were in the same boat, both being people who had just lost in love. The person Song Anya had liked for 7 years was Luyan, and Ye Soo-young had secretly admired Hwa-san for a long time. It's just that Song Anya seemed to have moved on from Luyan. For her, it was in the past, but Ye Soo-young was unwilling to give up. If he could have been a little earlier, would the ending of the story have been different? Song Anya bluntly said that compared to who came first or last, perhaps whoever entered the other person's heart first was more important. It turned out that Song Anya had endured many hardships back then to become an idol in order to stand side by side with Luyan on stage. Later, she realized that compared to chasing after Luyan, she liked the feeling of being on stage even more. After being advised by Song Anya, Ye Soo-young also hoped he could get over it quickly. Liao Yuan, in the distance, saw the whole scene of Song Anya and Ye Soo-young confiding by the sea. Song Anya was enthusiastically introducing local Thai cuisine in front of the camera. Turns out she was just making excuses to escape the group shooting, wanting to go out alone to relieve her worries. Although she seemed very strong when comforting Ye Soo-yang, it was only when she was alone that she realized she was just pretending not to care. After all, in the eyes of others, she is always a confident and open-minded girl. The night market during the Sky Lantern Festival was very lively, packed with people, yet there was a pervert who took advantage of the chaos to harass Song Anya. Because the program was filming and the cameras were still rolling, Song Anya couldn't curse or scold. She had to maintain her usual professional attitude, politely asking the annoying man next to her to move away. However, the guy continued to push forward. Just then, a tall and strong figure pushed away the harassing crowd. Standing behind her, it turned out to be Liao Yuan. The group quickly scurried away. Seeing them gone, Liao Yuan, who had just exuded the aura of a CEO, immediately returned to his original form, turning into an innocent boy asking Song Anya to feed him meat. Song Anya found it strange. Clearly, Liao Yuan's brother and friends weren't here, so why did he come looking for her? Liao Yuan said that Song Anya was also his friend. Song Anya declined his good intentions and hoped he wouldn't help her anymore, because she wasn't a weak girl and these people were just a small matter to her. She could handle it herself completely. However, Liao Yuan exposed her pretense because he had seen Song Anya silently shedding tears alone by the sea. Song Anya still tried to justify herself, saying that she just got sand blown into her eyes. Hearing this, Liao Yuan hurriedly wanted to blow the sand out of her eyes for her, proudly saying that he was no longer a small tail but a 1.90 meter big tail, capable of chasing away all those who bullied her. Looking at the innocent and sincere Liao Yuan, Song Anya smiled gently and patted his head. Liao Yuan recalled the feeling just now, and started giggling naively, because he really liked being patted on the head by her. It seemed like there was another reason to get close to her. The Sky Lantern release part of the festival was about to begin. Everyone wrote their wishes on the lanterns. Song Anya's wish was very simple: world peace and to become rich. She told Liao Yuan that praying at the Sky Lantern Festival was very effective, and this time she came to repay her gratitude, so he must pray well. The wishes of Liao Yuan and Ye Soo-young next to him were very typical: Jufu's sword, sky high. Only Lu Yan, standing in the corner, hadn't written anything yet. It was time to release the Sky Lanterns, and Huashan and Lu Yan still hadn't finished writing. Huashan began to imagine what Luyan had written. Next to them, a tourist was proposing, and the surrounding crowd cheered, "Marry him." Hearing this, she unintentionally wrote the phrase, "marry him," on her sky lantern. At this moment, Luyan came over, curious to know what Huashan had wished for. Huashan frantically drew a small rabbit and released the sky lantern to fly away. Luyan was getting closer and closer to her. At the same time, the marriage proposal next to them reached the kissing part, and the crowd noisily urged the two to kiss. Looking at Lu Yan getting closer and closer, Huashan began to overthink. Could it be that he wants to kiss me too? She hastily covered her mouth, exclaiming, "So fast," startling the couple who were proposing. But Lu Yan only came over to borrow a pen from the staff next to her. She misunderstood Lu Yan again. This is truly a self-inflicted disaster. Filming ended. Hua Shan sadly sat to the side. Turns out she was just imagining things. At this moment, Luyan, having just finished the interview, pulled her into his arms. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Luyan held her hand tightly, gently saying that the next part is their time together. The sky lanterns rose high, like a sparkling Milky Way in the sky. Hua Shan was very happy that Luyan had found such a beautiful place. In fact, all of this was secretly prepared by Luyan for their date, but Hua Shan slightly regretted releasing the sky lantern without writing a wish. Luyan then conjured up a small flying fairy, saying that they could release another one. Hua Shan excitedly wrote her wish, hoping that she would be in Luyan's future. The two of them released the new sky lantern together, filled with hope. But before the little fairy could even fly away, the secret was exposed. Luyan then took out another toy. Two little fairies shouldn't be a problem, right? Looking at these two strange toys, Luyan admitted that he drew them himself. Finally, the two little fairies tremblingly flew into the sky, fulfilling Hua Shan's wish. Saying that, Luyan reached out, picked Hua Shan up in his arms, and kissed her. Hua Shan, blushing from the kiss, scolded him. Pervert. Luyan found it very amusing. Before, when looking at Hua Shan's drawings, he thought she was an expert, but now it seems she's all talk and no action. Therefore, Luyan decided that he would slowly practice with her in the future. Luyan hugged Hua Shan tightly, promising her that no matter what difficulties they faced, they would face them together. The filming process in Thailand finally came to an end, and Hua Shan flew back home with the crew, but Luyan was not at ease, and insisted on taking her all the way home. Hua Shan wanted to say goodbye to him at the door, but he wanted to come inside. Hua Shan quickly waved her hand, saying, "Definitely next time." But Luyan had already carried her luggage into the house. As soon as he entered, Luyan saw the chaotic decorating style of the living room, clothes and snacks mixed together, kaito boxes scattered everywhere. So Hua Shan was frantically refusing just now because she hadn't cleaned up. Luyan turned around and discovered that the entire wall was covered with his pictures, posters, drawings, stuffed animals, and even cross-dressing photos. Hua Shan was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. Luyan looked at the six-pack abs that were drawn with a few extra lines, and then looked down at himself, seriously saying that he would definitely live up to his girlfriend's expectations and strive to develop 10-pack abs. Hua Shan quickly ran into the bedroom to clean up the second crime scene. However, when she peeked her head out, she discovered that the living room had been cleaned spotlessly, and Luyan was preparing a sumptuous lunch for her. Watching Luyan doing housework skillfully, she couldn't help but sigh at his omnipotence. Because Luyan's parents often traveled for work, he had to learn how to take care of himself. He spent most of his time living with his aunt, and his aunt had asthma, so sometimes he needed to take care of her as well. But Luyan wasn't sad, because his parents had tried their best to give him the best life they could, and always supported his choices and dreams. Hua Shan had also left home in her teens. Initially, she was secretly helped by her uncle. Later, she discovered that she could make money by drawing, and life gradually got better. Lu Jiyan found it strange. Fu Zhiyao was clearly not an irresponsible person, and what was the deal with the burned family photo on Hua Shan's desk? After finishing dinner, it was movie time. Hua Shan and Luyan chose a horror film. The sound of the chainsaw in the movie made Hua Shan scared, and she immediately snuggled into Luyan's arms. But his collar was a bit low, causing Luyan to blush. He hurriedly stood up, intending to calm down a bit, but Hua Shan tightly grabbed his sleeve, not letting him go. She was too scared. The movie was really too terrifying. Luyan turned and pinned her down. "Am I not scary enough?" With that, Luyan leaned in for a kiss. Luyan pressed Hua Shan down again. Hua Shan was so embarrassed by his kisses that she lost all interest in watching the movie. Luyan seemed like a seasoned pro, appearing very experienced. Hua Shan was very upset. Feeling like a silly girl being played in the palm of his hand, Luyan quickly denied it, saying that this was also his first time dating. It was just that he had practiced so many times in his head that he became so skilled. The two were fooling around when Luyan suddenly received a call. It turned out that ZMK's first performance after debut was coming up, and Luyan had to return to the company to prepare. He made a promise with Hua Shan that she absolutely had to come and watch this performance. At the same time, the company pulled Song Anya's FXF group and the ZMK group into the same WeChat group chat. It turned out that FXF had received an invitation to participate in ZMK's concert, where they would appear as guest performers. Soon after, Song Anya received a friend request from Liao Yuan. She casually accepted it and clicked to view Liao Yuan's profile. Liao Yuan on social media looked like a lively and outgoing guy, clearly showing his interests. But when Song Anya zoomed in on these photos, she discovered her figure in a few of them. Thinking of his awkward shooting angles, Song Anya thought it was all just a coincidence. She hurriedly asked the other members about their impressions of Liao Yuan. However, the members' impressions of Liao Yuan were completely different from hers. All the other members felt that Liao Yuan was very fierce and unapproachable. She hurriedly explained that Liao Yuan was actually a very silly guy, and that his profile was very interesting. In reality, Liao Yuan had not accepted the friend requests of the other FXF members. At this moment, Song Anya accidentally liked a post on Liao Yuan's profile. She comforted herself that Liao Yuan was magnanimous and definitely wouldn't mind. However, Liao Yuan, who was sitting in front of his phone screen, immediately noticed. He even started grinning foolishly, staring at her WeChat. When Huashan was little, she was very curious. Why didn't her mother ever participate in her kindergarten activities? Why wasn't she allowed to tell others that they were her parents? Her mother told her, "The more people know, the more rumors there will be." She told Huashan, "Wait, I want to become a real mother, one that makes my daughter proud." At ZMK's first performance, Huashan mingled among the audience. Because she had participated in the show before and didn't want to be recognized, she had disguised herself a bit. However, her mood was different this time. Because she was surrounded by people who claimed to be Luyan's wives, Huashan suddenly felt guilty. Just at this moment, the lights suddenly went out, and with the familiar music, ZMK's concert officially began. Tangshan hugged her plushie, quietly listening to them sing, feeling incredibly happy. They were shining so brightly on stage. Tangshan suddenly felt that this person in front of her maybe shouldn't belong to her alone. After Luyan's solo performance, he suddenly announced, "There's someone very important to me here tonight. We've been through so much together and even collaborated on a show." Is Luyan planning to confess publicly? Tangshan heard dissatisfied whispers around her. Is that Luyan's girlfriend? No, Oppa, please don't. Thinking about his efforts and the future that could be ruined by this public reveal, and how it could even affect the other members of the group, Tangshan decided to run away immediately, leaving without looking back, because their relationship couldn't be public. Luyan stood on the stage, watching Tangshan leave without hesitation. He didn't know what to do at that moment, but the MC suddenly appeared to defuse the situation, inviting the secret guest girl group, FXF, onto the stage. The fans below breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the important person Luyan was talking about was the girl group FXF. After leaving, Tangshan stood at the entrance and listened to the rest of the concert. At that moment, Luyan sent 3 messages in a row, asking if Tangshan was still there. Tangshan decided to pretend she didn't see them, turning and heading home. However, Luyan was sitting waiting for her on the nearby steps. She was still angry at Luyan because he was too impulsive. This wasn't the right time to make their relationship public. She was afraid that all of Luyan's previous efforts would be wasted. Luyan said that she was overthinking things because he didn't want to make their relationship public, but to introduce Tangshan to everyone as his best partner. It turned out, Luyan noticed a paparazzo was secretly following Tangshan. He was afraid the paparazzo would make something up, so he wanted to protect her by introducing her as a special guest. Tangshan then realized she was just imagining things. Luyan hugged her tightly, hoping she would trust him. Because everything related to Tangshan, he would handle calmly. Tangshan felt very guilty, realizing that she had been too hasty just now. At that moment, Luyan took out the dirty plushie, the one that Tangshan had accidentally dropped at the concert. Luyan looked at Tangshan with a pitiful expression, holding the plushie she had lost. Who could stand this? Tangshan quickly took back the plushie, comforting Luyan that she would take better care of it in the future. Then, she suddenly looked at Luyan with a serious expression. She hoped that Luyan would talk to her before making any important decisions. As she spoke, Tangshan kissed Luyan. She firmly said, "Luyan is the most amazing person." Just then, there was a commotion outside the window. It turned out that Luyan's fans were waiting for him there. The young couple heard this and hurriedly ran away. Luyan led Tangshan through a private passage for staff. However, they needed to go over a small platform. Luyan wanted to jump down first and then help her. Before he could finish speaking, Tangshan jumped down. The young couple's romantic date suddenly turned into a game of hide-and-seek with the fans. Tangshan felt very happy again, because she remembered when she and Luyan went to school to take photos. They walked down the street naturally without anyone recognizing them, but now they had to take a private passage. This proved that Luyan was becoming more and more popular. Before seeing Tangshan off, Luyan hesitated and called her back, mentioning his future plans. Luyan doesn't want to be an idol anymore. Luyan told Tangshan a story from his childhood. It turned out they had met when they were young. Their mothers, Shenmo and Bairan, We're good friends. The newborn Lu Yan looked like a chubby round dumpling. He frowned and cried non-stop. No matter how much his mother coaxed him, he wouldn't stop crying. But when Huashan came, he immediately became well-behaved. It was only much later that Lu Yan realized it was the first time they met. Lu Dazhuang was a solitary child in kindergarten. No one liked to play with him. Because the other kids thought he was fat and always had a runny nose, they didn't want to be his friend. At that time, besides crying to his mother, he didn't know what else to do. Until that day, the children from the modern international kindergarten came to his school to perform, and he met the girl he would always remember. Huashan stood on the stage, shining brightly, while he could only take advantage of his size to play a clumsy, fat goose. Out of curiosity, he touched Huashan's microphone, but was ruthlessly pushed away by the other children, who scolded him. Don't ruin Huashan's microphone. At this moment, Huashan stepped forward and enthusiastically handed the microphone to Lu Yan, saying, if you like to sing, you can hold the microphone. Little Lu Yan shyly hid behind her, not daring to touch it. As it turned out, the other kids still didn't let him go, mocking him for not knowing how to sing at all. Huashan, seeing him looking dejected, loudly scolded the other children. Don't make fun of others. Huashan encouraged him, saying, one day you'll be better than others. For the remaining days of the Arts Week, he often ran to the music room to find Huashan. He was also very smart, quickly grasping the technique of playing the piano, and he discovered that he loved music very much, and also loved her very much. They made a promise to study music together. Before the Arts Week ended, Huashan gave him a drawing and told him, I have a very anticipated performance. But that night, while going to watch the performance, he was awakened by his mother's crying. His mother's close friend, Bai Ran, had passed away. At that time, Lu Yan was still young and didn't understand what had happened. He only looked forward to being able to learn piano with that talented older sister, and from then on, Lu Yan never saw that girl again. Until now, he stood in front of Huashan, resolutely telling her, I don't want to be an idol anymore, I want to be a singer. Lu Yan believed that fans who are attracted by appearance and image are mostly only temporary, because there will always be newcomers who are more outstanding and have more perfect images appearing. That is, the short life cycle of an idol, and the data of songs obtained in this way seems like only the self-satisfaction of fans. They support and praise because they like you at the moment, not because of the work itself. And these things made him once doubt whether what he wrote was really valuable. So strength is more important. He doesn't want to be a canary in the hands of fans anymore. Lu Yan planned to apply to the Klai Music Academy, the cradle of music stars. However, Huashan also expressed her concerns, because now is the peak period of Lu Yan. If he suddenly disappears, everything will collapse, Lu Yan resolutely said. Works are more important than fame. Lu Yan returned to the ZMK dormitory, confiding in Ye Suyang. He didn't want his going abroad to study to affect the other members, let alone ZMK to disband, Ye Suyang said. Don't worry, because Liao Yuan and he both have a lot to do. Liao Yuan received a role in a new movie, planning to venture into acting, and Ye Suyang was also preparing to continue making diss music, because diss made him feel more comfortable. Afterwards, Lu Yan confessed that he and Huashan were together. Ye Suyang pretended to casually say, I've known for a long time, and he also saw through the real reason why Lu Yan changed direction was to protect Huashan. At this time, Liao Yuan had already started filming. Song Anya looked at the young man in front of her. Feeling a little helpless, Liao Yuan was full of energy, thoughtfully buying food for the staff, but he was a person with face blindness. He couldn't even remember anyone's name correctly. Seeing Tang Anya, he immediately rushed over, leaving the staff dumbfounded. Why wasn't he face blind to Tang Anya? Tang Anya quickly got into her role as the female supporting character who was obsessively pursued by the male lead, and she was seducing the male lead just to win against the female lead. The director arranged for Liao Yuan to play the third male lead. Although he was the female lead's half-brother, he was a pervert with malicious intentions towards his sister. The audition began. Tang Anya, with her bright red lips and overbearing aura, made the innocent Liao Yuan sweat cold. Tang Anya couldn't hold back anymore. Liao Yuan's character was clearly a domineering CEO, but Liao Yuan honestly admitted that he had never acted in a romantic scene. Looking at the innocent younger brother who knew nothing, Tang Anya had no choice but to start tutoring him. She told Liao Yuan to immerse himself in the character, to see her as the sister he longed for but couldn't have. As she spoke, she dominantly pinned Liao Yuan against the wall. After a while of teaching, Liao Yuan didn't seem to learn anything. All that was left was a flushed face and a pounding heart. On the first day of official filming, the staff quietly told Tang Anya that Liao Yuan had hugged his pillow and practiced all night because he wanted to film scenes with her. Recalling Liao Yuan's lack of aura yesterday, Tung Anya was mentally prepared for many retakes. Action. The third male lead's first scene after returning to the country officially began. Liao Yuan was completely different from yesterday. The moment he appeared, his aura overwhelmed everyone. Liao Yuan, with a gloomy and domineering expression, said, "Don't treat me like a younger brother anymore." As he spoke, he pinned Tang Anya against the wall, one hand around her waist. He said his lines seriously. "From now on, I'm no longer your younger brother." Tang Anya looked at the man in front of her and couldn't tell whether she was in the movie or in real life. How could a veteran like Tang Anya lose to Liao Yuan? She raised Liao Yuan's chin, provocatively saying, "Liao Yuan, you're just a little brother, still the type who pees his pants when scared by thunder." Liao Yuan, who was just a domineering CEO, seemed to be suppressed by her again. Tang Anya was confident. Acting with a newbie was just a piece of cake. But unexpectedly, Liao Yuan boldly grabbed her hand and took the opportunity to bring his face closer. Looking at the seductive Liao Yuan in front of her, Tang Anya was a little dazed. Is this still the little boy I know? However, Liao Yuan still couldn't maintain his aura until the very end, and his hands began to tremble. The director hurriedly shouted, "Cut!" However, the director was very satisfied because this was Liao Yuan's first time acting. He honestly told the director that it was all Tang Anya's teaching. In fact, Liao Yuan was so nervous he wanted to die, and his hands were sweating profusely. The director suggested a retake. Tang Anya encouraged him. "If you pass this time, there'll be a reward." At this time, Hua Shan received a package. It turned out her father sent it to her. Inside there was a letter and photos of her mother. At this time, Lu Yan called to tell her that he had passed his language test. If he passed the next interview, he could go to Boston to study next month. It's lunchtime for the film crew. Tang Anya ordered Liao Yuan a milk tea as a treat, but Liao Yuan suddenly leaned in close and whispered in her ear that he wanted to pursue her. Tang Anya blushed. "What are you doing?" Turns out it was a line from an important scene later on. Liao Yuan was just practicing. Tang Anya didn't react in time and almost got teased by this little bro. How embarrassing. As she said that, Liao Yuan moved closer again. "What do you want now?" Liao Yuan obediently waited to be patted on the head by her. Only when he gets a head pat does he have the motivation to act well. Every day, the popularity of the Tang Anya and Liao Yuan couple on Starlight's homepage has reached the top 3. Hua Shan gushed. "So sweet." Tang Anya felt helpless. How twisted has this film's couple become? Liao Yuan is clearly the male third lead. He even got more screen time later on thanks to these self-proclaimed fans. Hua Shan quietly took out paper and pen. She wanted to draw fan art for this couple again. Tang Anya seriously said that Liao Yuan was indeed the most hard-working and earnest newbie she had ever met. He practiced every scene countless times and was the latest to sleep and the earliest to rise in the film crew. She even felt a bit nervous acting with Liao Yuan because she worried her carelessness would set a bad example for him. Seeing Tang Anya always smiling, Hua Shan felt something was off. Tang Anya hurriedly explained that this was just a senior's concern for a junior. Hua Shan put on an understanding face. "After so many years, you must like him." Tang Anya immediately denied it 3 times, saying that Liao Yuan was just a kid. Although sister-brother romances are sweet in novels and comics, they are a disaster in reality. Moreover, compared to a child that needs her care, Tang Anya preferred a mature man who could lead her forward. Although Hua Shan was excited about shipping, her own love life was a bigger problem, because after Lu Yan went to Boston for school, they would have to be in a long-distance relationship. Mentioning something sad, Hua Shan felt a bit down, because distance is harder to overcome than time. Tang Anya quickly changed the subject, inviting Hua Shan to celebrate Lu Yan's acceptance into Boston. At the celebration party for Lu Yan's successful interview, everyone had different moods. Since the enrollment date was near, Lu Yan was about to leave, and he needed to be there for 3 years to get his degree. Hearing this, Hua Shan's eyes turned a little sad, but she cheered herself up and chugged a bottle of Wang Lao Ji to celebrate Lu Yan's successful interview. While Liao Yuan, who was usually lively, was gloomy and unhappy, he picked up a glass of wine and drank several rounds. Afterwards, Lu Yan and Liao Yuan were dead drunk, and, slurring their words, they looked at the 2 girls in front of them with teary eyes and started arguing about who was prettier. Suddenly, Liao Yuan recognized that one of the 2 girls was Lu Yan's girlfriend. Lu Yan happily hugged his girlfriend and started showing off to Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan instantly felt 1,000,000 points of damage. Liao Yuan could only pitifully look towards Tang An. "Ya for help." Liao Yuan declared that he also had a girlfriend. The two of them started another round of comparing girlfriends, even fighting. Looking at the two kids in front of them, Huashan and Tang Anya really couldn't bear it anymore. Fine, let's teach them a love lesson. The first thing to do is to separate these two kids. Song Anya fiercely shouted military training slogans at Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan immediately stood at attention obediently. Huashan looked like she had learned something. Song Anya signaled Liao Yuan to hold out his hand. But Liao Yuan directly offered his face, trying to act cute with Song Anya. Song Anya turned her head to look at Lu Yan, who had been tamed by Huashan, and was now lying obediently on Huashan's lap, looking very adorable. Huashan tried to change her position, but he hugged her tightly. Lu Yan wore an unwilling expression, saying that he just wanted to stay with Huashan and didn't want to leave. With that, he took the initiative to hug Huashan's waist and kissed her forcefully. Huashan was a little dazed, not expecting this drunkard to be so aggressive. Song Anya struggled to drag Liao Yuan back to the room. At this moment, Song Anya suddenly received a message from Xuange, inviting her to have dinner with the investor of the next TV series at the weekend. She was very grateful to Xuange and quickly said that she would treat him. Unexpectedly, Liao Yuan, who was still half asleep behind her, sat up groggily, leaned on her shoulder, aggrieved, and said that he was no longer a child, only a few months younger than Anya. The more he spoke, the more wronged he felt, and he began to cry loudly, "I hate Xuange. I want to play the second male lead too." Song Anya sighed. Children are so hard to coax. Tonight was destined to be a passionate night for them. Lu Yan finally woke up, looking blank. What exactly happened last night? He tried to remember but only remembered hugging Huashan, but what happened after that? At this moment, Liao Yuan walked out of the room, shirtless, looking sore all over. Lu Yan looked at him after his shower and felt that the amount of information from last night was huge. However, Liao Yuan said that the clothes Lu Yan was wearing were his. Lu Yan quickly said that was impossible. I clearly slept with Huashan last night. At this moment, Huashan and Anya poked their heads in because Lu Yan's clothes were dirty last night, so they let him wear Liao Yuan's clothes. Lu Yan was stunned, realizing that he really slept with Liao Yuan last night. Huashan and Song Anya had prepared breakfast and hangover soup for them. Recalling their childish behavior last night, they were both in extreme pain, swearing never to drink again. With that, Anya lifted Liao Yuan's face and praised him for being good. After saying that, Song Anya was also stunned. What am I doing? The couple next to them looked on curiously. When did their relationship become so good? Song Anya immediately returned to her fierce state, ordering Liao Yuan to wash the dishes. Liao Yuan wanted to invite Lu Yan to go with him, but he was dragged away by Song Anya. With some private space, the young couple hugged each other tightly. Lu Yan really wanted to put Huashan in his pocket and take her with him, but Huashan had a lot of work to do in the country. She planned to start drawing her own comics. Lu Yan said that he would work hard and write more songs. Lu Yan listened to Huashan talking about her work plans and smiled back. When you finish drawing the story you want to draw, I'll marry you home. Huashan was utterly astonished. Isn't it too early to talk about marriage now? Lu Yan gently stroked her head, telling her not to worry, as this was his promise to her, because no matter when that day came, the person he would marry would always be her. With that, Lu Yan kissed her again. If only time could stop at this moment. But at 6 a.m. tomorrow, Lu Yan has to board a plane to Beijing. Lu Yan's trip abroad was kept a secret. Not a single piece of information was leaked. Therefore, this trip had the rare opportunity for his family to see him off. Before boarding the plane, Huashan appeared with Lu Yan's parents. Shenmo enthusiastically rushed over to give him snacks. Then she stuffed all sorts of daily necessities into Lu Yan's hands, even a small stuffed animal, all of which were full of maternal love. Lu Yan hurriedly called out, then looked at Huashan, who was shyly silent. Shenmo decided to take Lu Yan's father away, giving the young couple some time alone. Looking at Lu Yan with a sad face, Huashan took the initiative to ease the atmosphere, saying that they still had many opportunities to meet. Moreover, his previous marriage proposal didn't count, and it still depended on his performance later. At this time, the flight began boarding. Huashan urged him to quickly board the plane, smiling as she pushed him away. But when Lu Yan really walked away, she couldn't hold back her tears. In fact, she had also thought about going with Lu Yan, but she even more hoped that the two of them could be equal and independent, because going abroad meant that her life would have very big changes. Environment, language, relationships, and lifestyle would all have to change. She didn't want Lu Yan to feel guilty for her sacrifice. Similarly, she didn't want Lu Yan to give up his important things for her sake. Huashan wiped her tears, encouraging herself. Just then, that familiar person hugged her from behind again. She couldn't hold back anymore. bursting into sobs. Luyan's parents stood watching from afar. Unable to help but sigh that Luyan really liked Huashan, Shinmo was very relieved. This meant that Luyan had grown up, becoming responsible and daring to take on burdens, and all of this was thanks to Huashan's appearance. At the film set at this moment, Song Anya was filming a car crash kiss scene with the second male lead, Xuan Ge. Liao Yuan stood beside, his expression extremely complicated. Liao Yuan watched the entire process, and then quietly left. Is this ultimately a requirement of the script, or is he revealing his true feelings? Liao Yuan's scenes have wrapped up. The crew members were very satisfied with his performance. Liao Yuan bowed his head and thanked each person, but where did Song Anya go? It turned out that her scene was not yet completed, and she was concentrating on acting with the second male lead, Xuan Ge. The staff couldn't help but admire how well the two of them worked together. Even the kiss scene was completed in just one take. Looking at the two of them chatting happily, Liao Yuan was no longer in the mood to talk, and quietly left. Have I gotten too immersed in the role? Could it be that I have to lose to Xuan Ge in real life too? Liao Yuan was packing his luggage in his room when Song Anya arrived. She wondered why Liao Yuan didn't say goodbye to their master, but Liao Yuan didn't look up, continuing to pack his clothes. Seeing this, Song Anya stepped forward fiercely, only to find Liao Yuan looking pitiful, as if she was bullying him, so she quickly changed the subject. Instructing him to act well and review the notes carefully, Liao Yuan had landed a new role and got the second male lead. Song Anya was happy for him. Because his co-star was a rising young actress, Liao Yuan sarcastically retorted, as harmonious as you and Xuan Ge. Song Anya was ambitious, because her goal was to become the female lead, but what Liao Yuan cared about was whether the female lead would have kissing scenes. With that said, Song Anya began to instruct him on how to film kissing scenes, grabbing Liao Yuan by the collar and pulling him close. The distance between them was only inches away. She also conveniently placed Liao Yuan's hand on her waist. Liao Yuan's breathing grew heavier and heavier, constantly swallowing, but Song Anya suddenly let him go, saying, "The last lesson is over." Liao Yuan was teased until his face turned red. Staggering onto the bed, he turned his face away. Why is she always like this? He's clearly a man too. Before Anya could react, Liao Yuan turned and pinned her down. At this moment, she still didn't understand what was happening. Liao Yuan was going to kiss her. She quickly covered her mouth out of embarrassment. Liao Yuan asked with a playful expression, "Why is master avoiding me handing in my homework?" I said to breathe without moving. Liao Yuan pinned Song Anya on the bed, his expression as if he didn't want to stop. He wanted to practice one more time. Song Anya warned him, "Don't take an inch and want a mile," Liao Yuan retorted. Do you usually practice kissing scenes with Xuan Ge like this? At this moment there was a sudden knock on the door. It turned out to be a staff member urging Song Anya to go to dinner. However, Liao Yuan still had no intention of letting her go. Seeing his angry expression, Song Anya had to explain, as a professional actor, every scene must be done with all your strength, and without mixing any personal feelings. She also added, I only have Liao Yuan as my disciple. Hearing this, Liao Yuan immediately changed his expression, telling the staff member outside that Song Anya wasn't here. Song Anya got up and adjusted her messy hair, telling him to leave the room later. Otherwise, it would cause misunderstandings for others, Liao Yuan said. It's just the master coming to the disciples' room to teach. There's nothing to misunderstand. With that said, he gently adjusted Song Anya's hair and clothes. Song Anya, who was usually used to teasing others, felt like a lamb entering a tiger's mouth. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly ran out of the room. Liao Yuan grabbed her again. Resentfully, she said that Song Anya could only be his master. Half a year passed. Liao Yuan and Song Anya hadn't seen each other since the movie wrapped up. They immediately plunged into new film crews. Filming for months on end, Liao Yuan's new film had very strict requirements, and during filming he was basically isolated from the outside world. Song Anya also worked hard to win the leading female role, and couldn't afford to be careless. Therefore, the two tacitly understood not to disturb each other, only on the chat app. Liao Yuan still often shared new songs, new advertisements, and even emojis with her. Hua Shan looked like she was immersed in happiness. Hua Shan and Lu Yan's long-distance relationship had also lasted for half a year. Her work principles had been signed, and it would be released soon. Song Anya hurriedly interrupted. Because what she cared about wasn't Hua Shan's work matters, Hua Shan said calmly. She and Lu Yan were like all other long-distance couples. The content of their daily conversations was just, good morning, good night, drink more water. but they would seize the time to video call. Even if each of them was doing their own work, they would feel very at ease. Occasionally, she would also receive food that Luyan ordered from abroad, and moreover, their current relationship was just right. Neither too intense nor too bland. Song Anya asked when Luyan would be back. She suddenly looked out the window. What is that? What did Huashan see after all? It turned out to be a marriage proposal. The boy was nervously confessing his love to the girl of his dreams. Huashan looked at them, remembering the first time she met Luyan. The weather was like this. At that time, he was still unknown, forced to go outside. The buskers around didn't stop to watch. Completely unlike now, there were many people standing watching downstairs. Huashan recalled every moment with Luyan, suddenly feeling a little sad. Song Anya recognized her lie just now and gently hugged her. Huashan said that she actually respected Luyan's choice because music was very important to him. After sending Song Anya away, Huashan received a call from Luyan. He had just finished writing a new song and wanted to send it to her right away. Huashan listened to the music through her headphones, recalling what Song Anya had just said to her. Actually, only she thought that Luyan went abroad to study music, but everyone knew he went for Huashan. Huashan was the choice he gambled his entire future on. Later, Huashan's work was successfully published, and her career gradually became clear. As for Song Anya and Liao Yuan, they were both busy with their own activities, although they both constantly had CP marketing and often appeared on hot searches, but they both maintained an indifferent attitude towards the rumors, causing the rumors to automatically die down. Ye Suyang traveled around participating in music activities at home and abroad, periodically urging Huashan to release new works. During this time, the works of a net singer named FIC spread rapidly. Each update swept the music charts. His identity was very mysterious, attracting countless fans. 2.5 years later, one day, Huashan was in a particularly good mood because today was the day Luyan returned. Before meeting Luyan, Huashan had to repay a debt of gratitude. It turned out that Song Anya, as the host, had invited her to attend the annual New Chinese Star Awards ceremony. She and Luyan had agreed to meet him after the awards ceremony. At the ceremony, Huashan overheard people discussing that FC was also attending the award ceremony. Today, Huashan was extremely surprised. She carefully observed the guest area and spotted a strange person wearing a rabbit mask. She texted Luyan to confirm. At this moment, the man wearing the rabbit mask indeed picked up his phone. Huashan thought this rabbit was very suspicious. At this time, the host, Song Anya, announced the nominees for the new Promising Singer of the Year award, and Frangxi was among them. Huashan was a little annoyed. Because FC was actually Luyan, he was clearly attending the award ceremony, yet he lied to her, saying they wouldn't meet tonight. When FC's first song was released, Huashan knew this person was Luyan because she was most familiar with his voice. At that time, Luyan was starting from scratch. The FC account didn't have many fans. Huashan suggested using her main account to share and promote him, but Luyan wanted to do it himself because the work itself was the best way to promote. Unsurprisingly, the new Promising Singer of the Year award went to the mysterious singer FC. The man wearing the rabbit mask stepped onto the stage to express his acceptance speech, and Song Anya immediately asked him when he would take off the mask and reveal his identity. The man wearing the rabbit mask said that the time was now. He took off the rabbit mask. It was indeed Luyan. Big news! Luyan is FEEC. Immediately, all the cameras in the venue turned to him. Unexpectedly, Luyan secretly returned to the country without telling Huashan. Watching him chatting enthusiastically with others in the guest area, Huashan felt a little upset. Why didn't he even glance at me? She endured and endured. She had already waited 3 years. She didn't mind waiting a few more hours. Finally, the award ceremony ended. Huashan squeezed through the crowd and ran to Luyan's side, but Luyan pretended not to know her and brushed past her. Luyan. He seemed different. Song Anya and her manager were resting in the waiting room, and the manager praised Song Anya's performance with satisfaction. Next week is the audition for director Zhao's new film, On the Dunes. The female lead is set to be a news anchor. Having experience hosting such a major event, her chances of successfully auditioning will be much higher. This film is an important opportunity for her to transition to the big screen. As she spoke, a small assistant brought in a bouquet of flowers, but no one knew who sent them. Only a card with the initials QY. This bouquet was very special. It was a bouquet of blue daisy fleabanes. Song Anya had received roses many times, but this was the first time she had received such a special bouquet of small daisy fleabanes. Inside the bouquet, there was also a small package. a pack of candies. Tang Ai-ning immediately knew who had sent the flowers. Even though she was supposed to be avoiding sweets, she opened one, decided to make an exception for this goofy idiot. At that moment, Luyan had finished his award ceremony schedule. He called to cancel all interviews. Tonight, the fans were too enthusiastic, and Luyan's departure was proving to be a problem because no matter which exit he chose, countless fans were waiting for him. Just then, a figure suddenly pushed him into a corner. It was Hua Shan. Luyan was tightly embraced by her, unable to move. Hua Shan looked up at him with pitiful eyes. Before Luyan went back, she wanted to see him a little longer. Hua Shan hugged Luyan tightly. They had clearly made plans to meet after it ended. At this moment, driver Liu Gei arrived, and fans not far away also noticed Luyan's van, frantically running towards it. Hua Shan hurriedly said goodbye, urging him to get in the car, but he pulled Hua Shan into the car instead. Escaping the large-scale fan chase, Luyan held Hua Shan tightly in his arms. Liu Jie, sitting in the driver's seat, had a flushed face. Being the understanding guy he is, Liu Jie adjusted the rearview mirror, giving the young couple some privacy. After being with Luyan for so long, this was Hua Shan's first time at his place, but before she could even change into slippers, Luyan kissed her. Hua Shan's mouth was blocked by him, and she couldn't say a word. From the door to the dining room she was kissed by Luyan until her legs went weak. Luyan looked at her tenderly. Because he really missed her so much, Hua Shan felt strange. He was so cold at the venue, even pretending not to know her. She almost thought that Luyan didn't like her anymore, Luyan confessed. Actually, it's because you were too beautiful tonight. If he looked any longer, he would go crazy. Now that they were home, he didn't need to restrain himself anymore. He started doing what he wanted. Before Hua Shan could react, she was carried to the bed by Luyan and his passionate kisses rained down on her. She hurriedly stopped him. Luyan, is this the kind of kiss that wants to devour someone? Luyan said, I really want to. Is that okay? For the small couple's first meeting after 3 years, Hua Shan blushed and hugged Luyan. She really wanted to be with Luyan tonight. Luyan gently kissed her, taking off her coat. In this situation, seeing Luyan's body, Hua Shan's heart pounded. At the crucial moment, he took out the necessary item from the drawer. Hua Shan immediately blushed. Why did you prepare this? Luyan said, I planned it a long time ago. Hua Shan suddenly understood that he had prepared in advance. What happened afterward became blurred. Hua Shan only knew that it was the best sleep she had had in the past 3 years. Early in the morning, Hua Shan, who had been tormented all night, was still sound asleep. Her phone kept receiving messages. Hua Shan tossed the phone to Luyan, asking him to help her reply to the editor. Luyan looked at her simple friend list and realized that her entire social circle consisted of only a few people. He looked at Hua Shan on the bed with heartache. He could hardly imagine how Hua Shan had lived in the days without him. Luyan hugged her with pain. Today, I will be by Hua Shan's side all day. As he spoke, Luyan pressed Hua Shan under his body again. It turned out that he was hungry again, Hua Shan cried out aggrievedly. She had only slept for a few hours. At this moment, the doorbell rang. It was Shen Mo coming to check up. As soon as Shen Mo saw Luyan, he started scolding him, asking why he didn't come home to visit him, and then he noticed something unusual on Luyan's neck. What's this? Even on your chest? Luyan quickly lied, saying he had an allergy. Shen Mo, of course, didn't believe it. At this moment, Hua Shan poked her head out of the bedroom to greet Shen Mo. Her expression immediately changed, greeting Hua Shan enthusiastically. Seeing the young couple whispering sweet nothings to each other, Shen Mo immediately understood, so Luyan was allergic to adults. Hua Shan was wearing clothes Luyan had bought for her. She looked beautiful. Luyan's closet was full of women's clothes, with different styles for all 4 seasons. Actually, these were all things Luyan bought for Hua Shan. Every time he went shopping abroad, if he saw something that suited her, he would buy it and leave it at home. Luyan would tell her the origin of each outfit, and Hua Shan was very happy. As if she had also strolled through those stores, she suddenly remembered that she was so happy that she forgot she had promised the editor to finish the outline. Today, Luyan had tormented her all night, and now she couldn't even stand steadily. Her legs were weak. It seemed that Luyan really had no self-control. Luyan apologized, but his hand reached for her waist again. She hurriedly pushed Luyan away. Mom is still here. Luyan arranged everything for her so she could work on the bed in peace, while he went into the kitchen to help his mother cook. Hua Shan looked at everything before her, and felt like she was about to burst with happiness. In the kitchen, Shen Mo asked Luyan while chopping vegetables. Did you misbehave? Shen Mo asked Luyan if he had done anything to Hua Shan, because she didn't want Hua Shan to get pregnant before marriage, and even more didn't want her to take medicine because of it, as it wouldn't be good for her health. Shen Mo held up the knife. warning Luyan not to harm other people's daughter. Luyan assured her that he would protect Huashan well and not let her suffer. Shenmo suddenly chuckled. So Luyan's sappiness has surpassed old Lu's. Truly, the son surpasses the father. Shenmo looked at the adorable Huashan, her face full of smiles. Because she really liked Huashan from the first time she met her, Shenmo felt she resembled Byron, especially now that she had long hair. Her eyes, her expression, even her personality were gentle. This was a little bit of Shenmon's own selfish desire. However, Shenmo suddenly felt uneasy. Her son was really lucky to get Huashan, such a good girl. At the opening ceremony of On the Dunes, Song Anya was so weak because she was dieting too much. The male lead has arrived. Song Anya had never worked with him before. She had only seen his work. He was an actor of real strength. Under the scorching sun, Song Anya was a little dizzy and couldn't concentrate, so she could only lean against the wall to rest. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly came over. Unexpectedly, it was the little devil, Liao Yuan. He enthusiastically called her master. But this time in the script, she had to call Liao Yuan brother. At the fan meeting, the host asked, "What is Anya's ideal type?" Anya didn't want to answer. Under the host's questioning, she still gave a specific person, the male lead, Chen Mian, in On the Dunes. On the set of On the Dunes, the male lead desperately rushed into the fire to save the dying female lead. His eyes were firm as he picked up the female lead and took her away from the fire. Liao Yuan asked the director about the difficult points of the emotions in the next scene, so the director arranged an acting coach for him. This time, he was replacing senior Liu Yue as the main actor. Seeing Liao Yuan asking others for guidance, Song Anya felt a little sad. But now she really didn't have the qualifications to teach him anymore. Were they friends or master and disciple? After all, this feeling seemed like a distance. Song Anya remembered how Liao Yuan used to follow her like a shadow and felt a little regretful, so everything had changed. To avoid making herself sad, she told herself, they're just colleagues. On the first day of filming, Song Anya was waiting for the elevator at the hotel when she met Liao Yuan, who was also waiting for the elevator. The two greeted each other dryly. The atmosphere was a little awkward. It was still Liao Yuan who took the initiative to break the awkwardness, asking her if she wanted to practice lines together. Song Anya refused him because the two of them didn't have any scenes together tomorrow, and besides, his abilities were very strong now. The 19th floor arrived, and Song Anya stepped out of the elevator. In the moment the elevator doors closed, Liao Yuan chased after her. His face flushed as he asked, "Do your previous words still count? I'm 23 years old now, and you said you would wait for me." In Liao Yuan's perspective, he had gradually fallen in love with Song Anya like this. Liao Yuan came from a wealthy family and had always been protected in a safe environment from childhood. Everything went smoothly. No matter how big the matter was, as long as he called out brother, he wasn't afraid of anything. His life motto was to just grow up happily. Whether it was joining his brother's band in high school or joining ZMK after graduation, everything happened naturally. He didn't know what he liked, but it was enough to play with his brother. Then, he noticed that girl, because even his brother couldn't do anything to her. At first, his brother judged her to be a stubborn girl. Because his brother didn't like her, he didn't like her either. He couldn't understand why this girl had to compete with others in everything. Liao Yuan asked why, but she said, "Adult matters, you shouldn't interfere, adults." Adults secretly ran out to cry alone. No. This girl, who claimed to be an adult, still ended up letting him coax her. At that time, Liao Yuan still didn't understand why she was so persistent with that goal, because she obviously already had so much. It wasn't until later that he learned what that so-called goal really was. Seeing the girl shyly tell Luyan, "I like you," Liao Yuan seemed to finally understand. After confessing her feelings, the girl cried and drank a lot of alcohol alone on the rooftop. Liao Yuan carried her back to her room, and she cried all night. When they met again, she reverted to her old self, appearing to have reconciled with her past. But Liao Yuan knew she was a person whose words didn't match her true feelings. That day, she came out of Huashan's room and took Liao Yuan to the sea, telling him decisively, "Don't waste your time on people who don't like you. It's not worth." From that day on, Liao Yuan no longer liked being called Little Devil. His feelings for Song Anya finally started to change. When did it start? Maybe it was when he started getting extremely close to the men around Song Anya. He began to become selfish, wanting her to only smile at him. In a moment, he felt like he was no longer just a younger brother. That day, hearing Song Anya evaluate him as just a child, he felt a little angry. He began to cross the line, burying his face against her, telling her he wasn't a child. Even when practicing kissing, he wanted to prove that he was special in her heart. He had changed, becoming unlike himself. But at the rap party, she maintained her distance as usual. At that moment he understood that whether beside Song Anya or in Song Anya's heart, there was no place for him. Therefore, he secretly strived for roles and signed up for courses, all just to meet her at the top. However, at this time, Song Anya was still hung up on the age issue because he had lied about his age. Seeing Song Anya's indifferent expression, Liao Yuan got a little angry and pinned her against the wall. Because I'm serious. Lu Yan, as a special guest, participated in the trainee competition, but he faced the beautiful girls with an impartial attitude, showing no mercy. Hua Shan, watching Lu Yan on TV, felt her stomach rumble with hunger. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who would be delivering something so late? Unexpectedly, the delivery person was Lu Yan himself. He had just gotten off the plane and took a taxi to see Hua Shan because he missed his girlfriend terribly after 2 weeks apart. And a few days ago, Hua Shan said she wanted to drink strawberry smoothie, so Lu Yan thoughtfully brought strawberries to make it himself. At this moment, Hua Shan suddenly received a message from her cousin. It turned out that his daughter had been born, and the invitation to the 1-month celebration and housewarming party made Hua Shan quite hesitant. She really wanted to visit the baby, but she had grown accustomed to living alone and found it difficult to adapt to large family gatherings, and she also had to face questions from relatives about marriage and children. The deepest fear in her heart was having to meet her father. Lu Yan comforted her, saying that he could go home with her. Seeing Hua Shan even needing to find reasons to convince herself to go home, Lu Yan felt even more heartbroken. Hua Shan happily hugged him, feeling very secure with him by her side. As she spoke, Lu Yan gently kissed Hua Shan's lips. She was as sweet as a strawberry milkshake, and Lu Yan was captivated. Hua Shan was kissed by Lu Yan to the point where she didn't dare to go home and meet anyone. At this time, manager Ashi was reporting on recent work updates to Lu Yan, but he suddenly asked Ashi, "What gift should I bring when meeting my future in-laws for the first time?" Even though he asked under the guise of someone else, Ashi almost dropped his jaw. Just then, the assistant suddenly announced, "There's a change in the schedule for the weekend. The morning recording has been changed to a live broadcast, and the afternoon schedule needs to be rearranged." Late at night, the wrap party of the film crew had ended, and Song Anya was a little dizzy. Suddenly, a groping hand landed on her shoulder, demanding that she drink 2 glasses with him. That groping hand belonged to General Manager Chen, and Anya reluctantly had to comply. She could only force a smile and clink glasses with him a few times. As time passed, Song Anya became even more drunk. General Manager Chen praised her for her high alcohol tolerance, but this was actually a skill she had developed to deal with gossipy men. As she was thinking about how to escape, Liao Yuan suddenly appeared, taking her glass of wine. He told Song Anya to pour him a drink. He wanted to clink glasses with General Manager Chen. Song Anya looked at him with force, suddenly feeling that he was completely different from the innocent boy he had been before. She couldn't understand Liao Yuan anymore. Unexpectedly, as soon as General Manager Chen saw Liao Yuan arrive, he made an excuse and slipped away. Song Anya then realized that Liao Yuan's feelings for her were not simple at all. Liao Yuan took Song Anya back to the hotel. Unexpectedly, she grabbed his face, warning him not to interfere in her affairs because she could handle them herself. Looking at Song Anya's hazy eyes, wanting to drink water, Liao Yuan's heart felt like it was about to explode. He domineeringly held her tightly, saying that he just wanted to interfere. Then, he gently bit Song Anya's lips, savoring them. At this moment, the sober Liao Yuan suddenly appeared, ordering himself to stop this fantasy immediately. It turned out that the excessive actions just now were just his imagination. Liao Yuan suppressed his feelings, telling himself to restrain them, especially since she didn't like him anyway. Looking at Song Anya sleeping soundly, he turned into a well-behaved little wolf, lying next to her bed. He hoped that Song Anya wouldn't always act so strong, because he could also protect her. As he spoke, he placed his head on Song Anya's hand, wanting to be petted. Seeing that Song Anya had fallen asleep, Liao Yuan quietly left the room, not knowing that Song Anya was only pretending to be asleep. At the On the Sand Dune film set, Tang Ai-ning had the day off, but unexpectedly showed up, thoughtfully bringing coffee and pastries for the crew. However, as soon as Liao Yuan saw her, he blushed. It turned out that the jacket Tang Ai-ning was wearing was the one he had left in her room last night. Tang Ai-ning came to return his jacket. It was a reversible outwear, and she wore the inside out, so no one recognized it. Liao Yuan felt Tang Ai-ning's scent and warmth lingering on the jacket. Blushing even harder, he quickly explained to her that he only took her home because he saw she was drunk. Seeing her calm expression, Liao Yuan felt a little disappointed. It seemed that Tang Ai-ning really didn't have any feelings for him. He told himself that he had to quickly give up these wishful thoughts, but Tang Aining suddenly asked him, "Do you want to practice the scene together tonight?" At the same time, Hua Shan received a message that Lu Yan canceled on her, so she could only attend his daughter's one-month celebration party alone. At the party, facing relatives constantly asking questions, she almost wanted to shrink into herself. As expected, relatives asked about her boyfriend, and she honestly replied that Lu Yan was just a younger colleague who makes music. The relatives automatically assumed that makes music meant a music teacher, urging her to quickly bring her boyfriend home to meet them. At this moment, Lu Yan appeared on TV. Her boyfriend was on her TV. Unexpectedly, not only children liked him, but also the aunts and uncles really liked Lu Yan. He was loved by all ages. Hua Shan enthusiastically helped the elders download Lu Yan's songs to their phones. She suddenly felt that the distance between her and her relatives was inexplicably shortened. He suddenly showed up and said that Lu Yan and Hua Shan had participated in the Together program, and their relationship was not normal. The aunts heard this and asked Hua Shan to get autographs for them. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Looking at Lu Yan at the door and Lu Yan on TV, the whole family fell into contemplation. Lu Yan carried several large and small bags, politely greeting the aunts and uncles. It turned out that the live broadcast was 2 hours later than the filming, so Lu Yan got off work early and came to her house. Hua Shan officially introduced Lu Yan as her boyfriend. Just a few minutes after entering the house, Lu Yan won over the aunts with gifts. He coaxed the children, chatted with the adults, and helped in the kitchen, a true model boyfriend. All the relatives were very satisfied. At this time, his family ran out of seasoning, and Lu Yan and Hua Shan volunteered to go buy some. Looking at her thoughtful boyfriend, Hua Shan felt very secure. As she spoke, Hua Shan snuggled into Lu Yan's arms affectionately, but Lu Yan suddenly froze. It turned out that Fu Jiyao had arrived. The party began, but Hua Shan's father, Fu Jiyao, suddenly visited, and Lu Yan, who had been very confident, suddenly became flustered. Even when Hua Shan cared about him, he had to keep his distance from her. She told Fu Jiyao to try the sweet and sour grouper made by Lu Yan, but Fu Jiyao commented that the dish was too oily and not good for health. Fu Jiyao coldly said that this was not the first time he had met Lu Yan. Lu Yan recalled the first time he met his father-in-law. He just wanted to time travel back to the past and strangle himself. One sentence from his father-in-law almost made him drop his chopsticks. Hua Shan was very dissatisfied with her father's critical tone, because he was unhappy with anything related to her. Her uncle, a master of mediation, suggested that everyone drink a few glasses. At first, Fu Jiyao coldly refused, but after a few rounds, the father-in-law and son-in-law started clinking glasses noisily. Her uncle added fuel to the fire, urging Lu Yan not to call him uncle anymore, but to call him dad directly. At this time, Fu Jiyao was so drunk that he couldn't even walk. She told Lu Yan that his alcohol tolerance was not good, and that he drank with Lu Yan, meaning Lu Yan was an important person to him. Lu Yan could tell that Fu Jiyao was hostile towards him, but not because of his aloof personality, but because he really cared about his daughter. Fu Jiyao drunkenly rambled that Hua Shan had suffered a lot, so he should treat her well. Back home, Lu Yan told Hua Shan to rest early, but Hua Shan was a little silent. Her feelings for her father had changed, because she discovered that her father still carried photos of her and her mother with him. She never believed in a happy ending, because irresponsible parents had caused irreparable harm to their children. She always thought that not being related to each other was the best solution between her and her father. But today she suddenly discovered that her father was getting old and very lonely. Lu Yan reminded her that she hadn't opened her mother's belongings yet, the package that he had sent her earlier. In fact, her mother's belongings were memories that she had sealed, because she thought that doing so could let go of the memories and step into a new life in the future, but in reality she was instinctively running away. Lu Yan's gentle companionship gave her great encouragement, and she decided to open the belongings, opening the knot in her heart. It turned out to be a CD. This was her mother's blessing video for Hua Shan. That day was Hua Shan's 7th birthday, and the mother in the video sent her warmest blessings. Then the mother awkwardly pulled the father into the frame. In fact, the father had done a lot for her. He had signed up for a cake-making class to make it for her himself, and every time he scolded her, he would secretly stuff snacks into her bag, but the father was stubborn and didn't know how to express his love. Looking at the gentle mother and the stubborn father, Hua Shan cried non-stop. She seemed to have grown up a lot in just one night. Hua Shan cried all night, her eyes swollen, but her mood was much better, and Lu Yan was finally relieved. Mother silently reminded Lu Yan to bring some Jingju local specialties back as New Year's gifts. Hua Shan suddenly had the idea of going back to her hometown with Lu Yan for the new year. As the new year approached, Tang Aining on the film crew made a video call to Hua Shan to wish her an early new year. Hua Shan curiously asked about the filming situation with Liao Yuan. Tang Aining casually replied that it was okay. Liao Yuan suddenly chimed in, saying that they were not only okay, but also very compatible. Tang Aining quickly hung up the phone and coaxed Liao Yuan. It turned out that every morning, Liao Yuan would make excuses to appear in Tang Aining's room along with the makeup artist. Just then, the backstage camera operator suddenly appeared, and Tang Aining immediately pretended to be gentle and fed Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan stuffed food into her mouth and said that he only ate cherry tomatoes that she didn't like. The backstage camera operator, "Don't you feel sweet?" Not long after, the official account of On the Sand Dune posted the photo from just now. Liao Yuan secretly went to see it, liked all the comments praising the couple, and frantically deleted all the negative comments. After the owner, Tang Aining, personally reposted it, Liao Yuan was so happy that he felt like he was going to explode. Looking at Tang Aining in front of him, who had asked him to come to the conference room to practice, Liao Yuan knew that she had left him with more than just her back. Early in the morning, Tang Aining wore a loose shirt to prepare breakfast. When the man suddenly pulled her back and kissed her, the alarm clock suddenly rang. Turns out this was Liao Yuan's dream. He didn't know when he started having dreams like this all the time. Ye Su-yang was video chatting with Liao Yuan. He asked if that girl had feelings for Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan wasn't sure, but he felt her attitude towards him was different from years ago. She no longer kept her distance, nor called him little devil anymore, Ye Su-yang heard years ago, so Liao Yuan had been pursuing her for years. Liao Yuan felt like he'd been stabbed, and still felt unworthy of her. Ye Su-yang said something important. Maybe her change in attitude is her way of being proactive, so Liao Yuan has to be even more proactive than her. Ye Su-yang continued to ask curiously who this girl was. Liao Yuan didn't want to reveal it, only telling his brother that she wasn't a normal girl. Ye Su-yang said no one was weirder than Song Anya. Just then Song Anya arrived. Liao Yuan immediately turned off his brother's phone. During outdoor filming, the crew temporarily camped outside. Liao Yuan brought barbecue and cocktails to Song Anya's tent. Just as he was about to enter, the power suddenly went out. Song Anya, wearing a face mask, came out from inside. She saw a figure in the dark. Liao Yuan saw the weird woman, wearing a mask. Both were so scared they screamed. So the barbecue that Liao Yuan painstakingly prepared was devoured by the rest of the crew. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Song Anya instinctively pressed close to him. Liao Yuan's internal drama script started running. Song Anya was close to him. However, Song Anya still stubbornly said she wasn't afraid of ghosts, nor afraid of the dark. Liao Yuan was about to get up and leave when she grabbed him. Song Anya fiercely ordered, "You're not allowed to leave before the power comes back, Song Anya." He was overjoyed. Because it was too cold outside, Liao Yuan invited her to sit in his car. Afraid that Song Anya would stubbornly deny it again, he had to whine, "I'm afraid of the dark, and afraid of ghosts. I need Song Anya by my side. It's snowing." In Liao Yuan's van, Song Anya watched the snow fall with him. This was the first snow of the year. Recalling Song Anya's scared look just now, Liao Yuan couldn't help but laugh, because he had witnessed Song Anya's adorable side. Actually, Song Anya's hometown was in the north, where the snow was very thick. Song Anya was curious to know what kind of person she was in Liao Yuan's eyes. Liao Yuan seriously commented, "You are confident, generous, cool on the outside but warm on the inside, and willing to help others. In short, a very good person." Song Anya curiously asked again, "What are my shortcomings?" Liao Yuan said, "Your shortcoming is being too much of a perfectionist, and no one can stop you. It's too tiring, and Liao Yuan doesn't want you to be so tired." Song Anya then asked him, "What have you been doing in the entertainment industry all these years for?" Song Anya told a story about her childhood. Actually, she had been an inconspicuous person at home since she was little, not crying, not fussing, not competing, not fighting. Because cake, school supplies, snacks were not shared with her, she was the one who was not favored. Therefore, she had to use achievements and honors to get the attention of others. As a result, she soon understood a truth. Only when you become better are you worthy of better things. That was how she proved her existence, and she was used to it. Liao Yuan sincerely said to her, "As long as you exist, there will be people who love you." Song Anya felt Liao Yuan overestimated her. Actually, she wasn't cool or confident before. Moreover, she also competed for resources with others, and marketed a mature image herself. She mocked herself. Too fake, but compared to judging whether she was a good person or not, Liao Yuan wanted to understand her more, wanted to get closer to her. The snow was falling heavier and heavier, and Liao Yuan wanted to understand her more. Just like that, he got closer and closer, even saying sorry before kissing her. Looking at the hesitant boy in front of her, Song Anya took the initiative, gently biting his lip. If Liao Yuan had managed to retain some semblance of rationality, that rationality was thrown to the back of his mind. Once Song Anya made the first move, Liao Yuan had been a child with a sweet tooth since he was young. The more his mother hid sweets, the more he tried to find them. And he couldn't restrain himself when eating sweets. Song Anya's kiss completely flipped his switch. He immediately took the initiative, pinning Song Anya down, forcefully kissing her lips. Song Anya hurriedly cried out, "Forest!" She was about to be kissed to the point of suffocation by Liao Yuan. Song Anya asked him, unsatisfied, "Where did you learn your kissing skills?" Liao Yuan honestly replied, 3 years ago you taught me." Just then, the power came back on. Song Anya prepared to leave and go back to sleep, to maintain her beauty. Liao Yuan thought about what had just happened, still not daring to believe it. But Liao Yuan knew this time it was real. There would be no alarm clock ringing to tell him it was all just a dream, because dreams don't have taste, and Song Anya's taste was sweet. Song Anya told him to take her back to the campsite, and he happily agreed and followed. To Liao Yuan, Song Anya was like candy, irresistible. At the same time, Hua Shan had finished choosing a gift and was preparing to visit her father. Lu Yan couldn't go with her because Shen Mo took her to a sister's gathering. However, as soon as she heard Hua Shan say she was going to see her father, Shen Mo slapped her thigh and decided to have a meal together. She hurried home and came quickly. She stood in front of the villa. It had been a long time, and she was very uneasy. She knew this knot needed to be untied by herself. Hua Shan opened the door, only to find it empty inside. Even the decorations were different from before. The large room felt so cold, as if no one had ever lived there. Hua Shan felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Then, she went to her room. Unexpectedly, the room was kept exactly as she had left it, even so clean that there wasn't a speck of dust. She noticed many photos of herself on the wall, all kept by her dad. These memories were preserved here intact. Hua Shan turned her head and found her works on the bookshelf. Even the special edition of her Qingqian comic, How Could It Be? She clearly remembered that her dad had always been unsupportive of her career. Then, she discovered a collection of drawings. Inside were the drawings she had made since she was little, each carefully kept by her dad, with his comments on each one. Only then did she understand that the recognition she had always longed for had been there for a long time. She recalled what Lu Yan had told her before going to perform. "Actually, every month when you had no income, it was your dad who used my hand to give it to you. Even the house you rented was chosen by him and me together." She finally understood her dad's care for her, but he had never said it out loud. How could she mend this relationship? Hua Shan unconsciously walked to the backyard, and a cherry blossom tree appeared before her eyes. This was the tree she and her mother had planted together, and it had actually grown so big. At this moment, her dad came over with a watering can. It turned out that he had been taking care of this cherry blossom tree for all these years. The father and daughter awkwardly greeted each other and then fell into silence. Just then, cherry blossom petals fluttered down. The two of them sneezed in perfect unison. Hua Shan smiled, because she had prepared countless words in her mind for this moment. But when the moment actually arrived, she realized that those things were no longer important. It was enough for them to stand there and smile at each other. Hua Shan was very happy to meet her dad. In the evening, Lu Yan came to pick her up. Seeing the young lovers hugging each other tightly, Fuji Yao smiled contentedly inside the house. On New Year's Eve, Hua Shan went to Lu Yan's house for the reunion dinner. She raised a glass with Lu Yan's parents to celebrate, while their own son Lu Yan had to be on the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala with everyone. Lu Yan had promised them that he would return home immediately after the show. As for Hua Shan's dad, Fuji Yao couldn't attend the dinner because of work. He had flown abroad. Shen Mo said that she really wanted to meet her future in-law and even wanted to cook for them herself. Old man Lu quickly stopped her, because everyone had witnessed Shen Mo's cooking skills. Hua Shan sat next to her and texted her dad to buy her an original book. The feeling that the two of them needed each other like this made her very happy. This year, neither of them had to celebrate the New Year alone anymore. It was already midnight when Lu Yan returned home. Hua Shan was already fast asleep. He tucked Hua Shan in, but Hua Shan couldn't sleep anymore. She turned over and pinned Lu Yan down. This time, she took the initiative, gently kissing Lu Yan. Lu Yan suddenly woke up. Her punishment is only this much. Taking advantage of Hua Shan's slipping clothes, he took the lead. Today, Hua Shan seemed to miss him especially, because she just wanted to tell Luyan that she liked him very much. That day, the boy group ZMK was having a video conference to discuss the activities for their 4th anniversary. Unexpectedly, Liao Yuan and Lu Yan couldn't agree on anything, each saying something different. Ye Suyang had no choice but to let Liao Yuan, as the leader, give his opinion. Suddenly called upon, Liao Yuan was still quietly munching on a blueberry bagel, looking like he was lost in thought. Lu Yan and Ye Suyang, seeing that he seemed absent-minded, both guessed if it was because he still couldn't get over the girl he used to like but couldn't pursue. After all, this kid wasn't very smart and had no experience in love. Pursuing girls wasn't so easy. Thinking of this, Ye Suyang sighed like a father, about to say something to comfort his younger brother, when Liao Yuan naively scratched his head and declared to the two of them, "I think I'm in love." Ye Suyang almost jumped up when he heard this. Liao Yuan was 4 years younger than him, yet his progress in this matter was so much faster than his. Thinking of this, Ye Suyang just wanted to bang his head against the wall. Now it was official, he had become the only single person in the group. Lu Yan then did a special hand gesture with Liao Yuan that only brothers would understand. Of course, besides acknowledging his brother, he couldn't forget to help his little girlfriend watch movies. Lu Yan opened his phone and started recording. After gossiping, he began to ask about how much progress Liao Yuan and Song Anya had made. Being asked about this, Liao Yuan shyly covered his face and stammered, We went that far." Seeing his appearance, images that couldn't be broadcast immediately flashed through Ye Suyang's mind. Lu Yan hurriedly coughed twice. "Keep it PG, Ye Suyang said. Liao Yuan had been pursuing that girl for years without success, so why is the speed so fast now? Like a rocket. Unbelievably fast. Liao Yuan also felt it. "It's a bit fast, actually. I don't even know what I did that night. I didn't even confess, but everything just happened like that." Lu Yan, after hearing this, wiped his sweat and exclaimed, "This progress is indeed a bit fast." Ye Suyang frowned, thinking, "This kid is no longer innocent," he still asked. What was her reaction? Liao Yuan seriously described the details, how the other party was rarely gentle and he couldn't restrain himself. Causing Ye Suyang to blush crimson, he hurriedly cut him off. "You idiot, I'm asking about her attitude." Liao Yuan still didn't understand. Lu Yan had to explain, "Ye Suyang wants to know if that girl likes you." Hearing this question, Liao Yuan puffed up like an angry cat and answered without hesitation, "My Song Anya, of course she likes me." They read the script together, went back to the campsite together. Lu Yan hurriedly interrupted and asked, "Did Song Anya acknowledge their relationship?" It seemed that Song Anya had never mentioned this, but she also didn't reject it. At this moment, Liao Yuan became unsure again, and he cautiously asked, "So, is it considered dating?" In the blink of an eye, it was Liao Yuan's birthday, and everyone in the film crew had specially prepared a birthday party for him. Liao Yuan was very grateful that everyone worked so hard to prepare these things during work, but his eyes pierced through the noisy crowd, looking towards an empty seat. "It's been almost an hour. Song Anya has been in the bathroom for an hour. Now he just hates not being able to be by her side." So Liao Yuan acted. Inside the women's restroom, Song Anya was on the phone. She had been very busy lately, often one call hadn't ended before another came. At this moment, Liao Yuan suddenly hugged her from behind. Like a big puppy, he rested his head on her shoulder, nuzzling her and inhaling her scent. Song Anya couldn't stand it, hurriedly lowered her voice and told him to get off, while still having to continue answering the phone. Finally, the call ended. Song Anya put her hand on his head and asked, "Are you not having fun at the party?" Liao Yuan sadly nodded. Before, Liao Yuan thought that barely maintaining the relationship was good enough, that the immersion in love makes people greedy. He began to desire her response. Therefore, Liao Yuan pretended to be spoiled and told Song Anya to hand those things over to her manager. "Today is my birthday." Birthdays in Song Anya's memory were lonely, bleak days from when she was young. She never had a proper birthday. Her mother was always too busy. Her mother thought that they were never short of clothes or food on normal days, so it didn't matter if they were missing a birthday cake. She always wanted Song Anya to be obedient and not make a fuss. A boiled egg was the small ritual for Song Anya, but her younger brother got to eat birthday cake, her older brother's old clothes were given to Song Anya, and the school supplies her younger brother didn't need were also given to Song Anya. She seemed to be the least important person in the family who could be treated casually. Looking back at the past, Song Anya always expected herself to learn how to yield and endure, but those expectations were constantly shattered. That endless expectation had been exhausted long ago. From the past to the present, Song Anya Hia has been constantly running away from her old self, From now on, she wants to live only for herself forever. In the parking lot, Song Anya got into Liao Yuan's car. She was still complaining that Liao Yuan didn't say anything in advance, so she didn't prepare a birthday gift for him. Liao Yuan isn't lacking gifts at all. Song Anya looked in surprise at the trunk full of gifts that he received. At this time, Liao Yuan took out a small roll of strawberry cake and said that he hadn't made a birthday wish yet. Song Anya thought to herself. He didn't make a wish with the big cake just now, and now he's making a wish with this tiny cake. Liao Yuan bowed his head. Not knowing what he was doing, he said emotionally, I remember when Song Anya was little, she didn't have a birthday cake. I don't want Song Anya to have to look at it with envy, so I want to share half of my wish with Song Anya. After speaking, the 2 candles on the cake were lit. The left one was for Song Anya, and the right one was for Liao Yuan. Song Anya stared at the small cake, thinking that this guy was really childish, and even wanted to make a wish together. But seeing him so serious, Song Anya reluctantly wished that she would win the Golden Lion Award in the next few years. As a result, she accidentally said her wish out loud. Liao Yuan initially felt regretful, since wishes won't come true if you say them. A moment later, he looked at the girl in front of him with sparkling eyes. I didn't expect her wish to be so strong. She said that it's not difficult, she has confidence in herself. Then she became curious about Liao Yuan's wish, but only saw Liao Yuan's face turn red, constantly coughing to hide the embarrassment in his heart. Under her questioning, Liao Yuan still shyly opened his mouth. I want to go to the supermarket once, drive home, and cook a delicious meal. Song Anya didn't expect his wish to be so simple, but Liao Yuan retorted, this wish is not simple at all because I want to do these things with Song Anya. Hearing this, Song Anya's eyes turned cold. She avoided Liao Yuan's passionate gaze and quietly ate the cake. She wanted to change the topic to cake, but Liao Yuan still refused to let go. He asked if the birthday gift she promised was still valid. He wanted to know everything about Song Anya, about her family, about the places she had lived, and even the things that had never been mentioned. He wanted to understand everything. Seeing that she was still the same, Liao Yuan spoke up again. It turns out I have a friend who was a classmate of Tang Anya, and he sent me a group graduation photo. These words instantly infuriated Tang Anya, as she felt her deepest wound had been exposed. She demanded that Liao Yuan delete the photo. It's so ugly. However, Liao Yuan affectionately felt that the photo wasn't ugly at all. He even kept rambling on, wanting to say something more. Tang Anya suddenly flared up, telling him to delete the photo, arguing that there was no need to delve into the past. It seemed Liao Yuan still didn't understand Tang Anya back then. Liao Yuan became dumbfounded. He didn't know why it was like this. He explained that he just wanted to understand her better. But Tang Anya, being angry, said that their relationship wasn't that deep yet, a statement pushing him away. Hearing this, Liao Yuan had no choice but to delete the photo in front of her. Tang Anya wanted to add more, she said. Forget about this gift, let's exchange it for something else. Liao Yuan asked. Anything is fine except for this, right? In the next second, Tang Anya's eyes widened, and, of course, hadn't even been fully uttered before he pushed her down onto the chair. He leaned down, intending to kiss her, but she dodged, so he had to grasp her chin, forcing Tang Anya to look at him. Hearing his breath close by, Liao Yuan asked Tang Anya, so, what exactly is our relationship right now? Tang Anya looked at him, then turned her face away, neither refusing nor responding. In the end, Liao Yuan softened, intending to take Tang Anya home. But Tang Anya called him back, saying that she was hasty that day, and having someone enter her life wasn't in her future plans. This was the last thing Liao Yuan wanted to hear. Tang Anya gently called out to him from behind, telling him to give her more time to accept it. When she got home, Tang Anya felt very tired. But on her phone, Liao Yuan asked her, am I just a backup option? Tang Anya didn't expect Liao Yuan to ask that. She slowly typed a question mark. Liao Yuan replied, if you don't have feelings for me, then don't give me hope. After that day, besides the necessary work, Tang Anya always felt Liao Yuan's clear avoidance. Liao Yuan didn't eat with everyone after work, and you couldn't even see his face when he delivered things. From these things, Tang Anya sensed a coldness that was completely different from before. Once, during an outdoor shoot on a helicopter, Tang Anya accidentally pressed down on Liao Yuan's hand. She wanted to see what was up, but he retracted his hand. At that time, Tang Anya thought that their relationship had probably reached a freezing point. Frustrated, Tang Anya told Huashan everything. When she came to visit, Huashan concluded that it was all because of a kiss. Tang Anya realized she had just told Huashan everything. Was she pretending like she already knew everything and trying to change the subject? The fire of gossip in Huashan's heart burned fiercely, impossible to extinguish, so Tang Anya had no choice but to tell her about her misfortune. It turned out that night, she was drowsy when Liao Yuan came to comfort her, saying that even if she didn't change, there would still be people who loved her. In that situation, even a saint would have trouble restraining themselves, Huashan asked. You just couldn't restrain yourself. Tang Anya had to obediently admit that she felt like she liked Liao Yuan. But in her heart, there was a boundary, which was her private territory. If anyone crossed that boundary, she would be agitated. But Liao Yuan was too enthusiastic. He stepped on Tang Anya's tail, intending to rush in, which made Tang Anya panic. But when he really became cold, Tang Anya felt very lonely. Romance is such a hassle. Tang Anya felt that she was still better suited for a single life. Focusing on her career, Huashan hurriedly comforted Tang Anya. Actually, I've had similar thoughts before. Huashan was also independent from a very young age, and in the past, she even labeled herself as autistic and reclusive, like building a small house for herself, not wanting anyone to enter. For a long time, Huashan felt that it was good like that, until Luyan appeared. After he appeared, Huashan suddenly felt that she had someone to trust, a feeling of being healed. At this time, she realized that the previous labels were just excuses for her to escape. She could step out of the past. The bad memories from before couldn't affect every minute and second of the future. As long as she wanted to, she could also be happy. It turned out that Luyan knocked on the door outside not to rush in, but to wait for her to open the door herself and then lead her into the light. In fact, the feeling of stepping out of that small house was amazing, things that she didn't dare to think about before. Huashan was now willing to try. Song Anyan Yan seemed to realize something, but she only sighed. Luyan really loves Huashan, and he also works very hard. Hearing this, Huashan continued to advise her. Actually, Liao Yuan is also always trying to keep up with Anya's pace. In fact, Song Anya used to think that behind those accidental collaborations was Liao Yuan's effort to improve his acting skills. He ran shows and attended acting classes at CA University. Due to lack of sleep, he once fainted on the set. He persisted with such efforts for 3 years. During those 3 years, he played many small roles. In the movie playing a worker in a black brick kiln, he lost a full 20 pounds. And during that time, he even cut out sugar. This time, the movie on Dune Island is also the result of his constant efforts. Everyone says Liao Yuan comes from a good background, so why bother so much, he replied. Song Anya only looks forward and never looks back. He has to get close to her to hope for a glance from her. So why did Liao Yuan act on Dune Island with her? Why did he become the male lead? What Song Anya thought was a coincidence was actually what he achieved with all his efforts. At this moment, Song Anya only felt that she was surrounded by an overwhelmingly heavy love. Isn't this a sense of security? She recalled Liao Yuan's birthday wish on his birthday night, so things were really not that simple. So Liao Yuan worked so hard to get to her side. Because she had experienced it, she could empathize. The past few years that Song Anya spent in showbiz were all for herself. While Liao Yuan's past 3 years were really for her, she suddenly wanted to go out and breathe fresh air. She didn't know if all of this was worth it. The next day on set, Song Anya seemed to have something on her mind, and she couldn't get into the role, causing the director to call cut many times. As an excellent actress, she rarely made this mistake. She quickly apologized to the director, assuring that she would adjust immediately. This is the last scene. I won't mess things up. Very quickly, the lights were ready. Song Anya immediately got into character. Seeing Liao Yuan in front of her enduring the excessive fake wounds on his back, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Perhaps only Liao Yuan understood all the bitterness of the past 3 years. Remembering that she had also done similar, silly things, when Song Anya was just a trainee, she frantically seized every opportunity to rise. Even when she fell due to a stage accident, her first reaction was, "He will see me." At that time, she was just like Liao Yuan now, not afraid of anything, only afraid of not catching up with him. But favoritism is never gained through effort. Don't waste time on someone who doesn't like you, Song Anya muttered the lines on the set, as if she was talking to the Liao Yuan of the past. She didn't expect that even after experiencing those things, he could still be like the beginning. Song Anya also didn't expect that, as long as she turned around, someone would come to her side, bringing the favoritism just for her. So what confused her was the feeling of insecurity. While Liao Yuan was always clear and didn't hide it, eyes are hard to lie. Undeniably, now Song Anya wants Liao Yuan's attention, his touch, and his favoritism. Perhaps her mentality has changed. In the past, when acting with Liao Yuan, Anya was completely in charge, but now it's completely the opposite. Next is the climax scene. The female lead asks the male lead, "Will you come back?" Thinking that after the movie wraps up, the two of them might lose contact again, Song Anya couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't want that. She wanted Liao Yuan to still find ways to step into her life. She wanted only her in Liao Yuan's eyes. The last scene ended very smoothly. Suddenly, the lights on the set went out, and the entire scene was plunged into darkness. Everyone was in an uproar, constantly guessing what had happened, and some people rushed to check the power lines. Song Anya is afraid of the dark. She fumbled in the dark. Suddenly, she touched a familiar embrace. It was Liao Yuan, so he was always there. At this moment, the noisy crowd became the background. Song Anya pulled Liao Yuan into his arms. This action made even the foolish Liao Yuan blush. He blushed, but seeing the tear stains on Song Anya's face, he smiled and asked, "Did I scare you to tears?" Song Anya buried her face in his chest, not letting him laugh, and said that it was just movie tears and she hadn't had time to wipe them away. Yes, whatever you say is right. It's you who doesn't remember that I'm not afraid of the dark." Liao Yuan hugged Song Anya, his heart pounding. He suddenly recalled his uneasy mood before. Someone had told him that the premise of two people being in love was an equal relationship, at least not the one-sided love he felt. But at this moment, those things no longer mattered. So what if the relationship wasn't equal? So what if it wasn't reciprocated? He just wanted to be by this person's side? Unexpectedly, the person in his arms called out to him again. He leaned down and kissed her. This kiss was different from the last time. This time, it was an answer. So it turned out that Liao Yuan had finally waited for Song Anya's response. In Song Anya's memory, when she was little, she always encountered a puppy on her way home from school. It looked very clean. She didn't know if it had an owner. The old woman next door told her that this dog was very picky about food, but it really liked her food. The puppy was very well behaved, never fighting for food. But as long as Song Anya gave an order, it would scare the other dogs away. Although such a comparison was a bit far-fetched, Liao Yuan was very much like that well-behaved puppy. In the hotel, Song Anya was kissing him, her boyfriend, Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan casually took off Song Anya's coat, domineeringly pinning her against the wall. The atmosphere here was truly extremely romantic. Their lips intertwined, and it was hard to separate. Liao Yuan raised Song Anya's face, smiling happily. He hugged her, affirming that she was his. Its free expression made Song Anya pout. She's not Liao Yuan's. Liao Yuan had no choice but to take her hand and touch his head, declaring, "My whole person is Song Anya's. I like Song Anya the most. I want to be with her forever." Song Anya really couldn't stand his talkative nature, and pulled him back in for a kiss. The two kissed all the way to the bed, the passionate and gentle kiss like a flame lighting up Song Anya's heart. In fact, Song Anya had imagined this feeling many times. The feeling of being possessed, so it turned out that the previous collaborations were all just excuses. In fact, Song Anya's heartbeat had been showing signs for a long time. Just when the two were about to continue into the important moment, Song Anya pushed Liao Yuan away. There was no other way. They still had to go to the wrap-up party. Liao Yuan wanted to linger a little longer, but the main actors couldn't be late. With no other choice, Liao Yuan had to obediently get up and get dressed. He originally only intended to taste a little, but he couldn't control himself. Song Anya hurriedly picked up her phone to see if there were any messages urging them. As a result, she saw Liao Yuan's phone lock screen, which was actually her high school graduation photo, and he even thoughtfully added stickers. Being discovered, Liao Yuan could only weakly justify that he had already deleted the photo, then added softly, "Anya didn't say I couldn't restore it. He wanted to say that he didn't want to miss anything about Anya." However, this time, Song Anya wasn't angry at all. She just helped him adjust his suit jacket, and then declared, "After we get back, Liao Yuan can come to my place." This showed that she had accepted Liao Yuan's feelings. She continued, "The last time the cake in the car was very delicious. I still want to eat this unexpected sweetness." It almost made Liao Yuan lose control. He hugged Song Anya again, continuing to caress her. Finally, Liao Yuan said that, "I am willing to be a little puppy, willing to be led by Song Anya, just so that you can be assured of staying by your side forever." When she was little, Hua Shan often sat on her mother's lap, watching her mother draw pictures. And her mother praised her for drawing beautifully, saying that she might be able to open an exhibition later. At that time, Hua Shan didn't understand what an exhibition was. Her mother told her that an exhibition was a very powerful thing. Many people were attracted by her talent and flocked from all over to see her. Opening an exhibition was something to be proud of. But Hua Shan, at this book signing event, felt a little different from what she had imagined. When she wore a beautiful dress and appeared in front of a large audience, she finally did what she had always dreamed of, but didn't dare to do. Hua Shan's comic books were very popular, and readers lined up to wait for her to sign their copies, although the signing event was very joyful. Signing her name continuously made Hua Shan feel a little bored. At this time, a reader from Yangcheng said that he started knowing Hua Shan through the Rosa Doujinshi. He wanted Hua Shan to draw another picture of her original character. Hua Shan naturally didn't refuse any requests, quickly completing a drawing of a handsome man showing off his abs. Sure enough, witnessing Hua Shan's drawings in person was different, directly touching the hearts of the viewers, so she was asked by hardcore fans to draw a Luyan doujinshi version, then all sorts of Luyan in maid outfits. Some fans even shouted, "Sister Hua Shan, you are my god!" At this moment, Hua Shan felt that exhibitions were so much fun. She wasn't nervous at all anymore. It seemed that Ruo Sha was indeed her little angel. Suddenly, a book appeared in front of her, held in the opposite direction. Luyan's voice sounded, "Since Ms. Shan is so talented, please draw the most realistic portrait you want to draw." It turned out that Luyan had personally come to her autograph session. The surrounding fans also felt that this voice and figure were very similar to Luyan's. The crowd began to stir, but some still thought it was impossible. If it really was Luyan, his identity couldn't possibly go unnoticed. The next second, Luyan took off his mask and said with elegance, "I'm also a fan of Ms. Shan's comics." The crowd instantly erupted. Everyone realized that it really was Luyan and rushed forward to get a clear look. Some also speculated about the relationship between Luyan and Hua Shan. Wondering when they had gotten so close, Hua Shan only felt that this guy was crazy. Playing with fire and not afraid of getting caught, Luyan looked at her with a doting gaze and said, "Of course, I have to come to my girlfriend's first autograph session." Then, he generously greeted the fans, saying, "I was just in the area for a recording, so I stopped by to ask for an autograph," and also helped Hua Shan promote her work. Please support artist Hua Shan's beautiful comics a lot. Everyone who comes here today will also receive Luyan's digital album. Scan the code to get it right away. This promotional effect was really soaring to the sky. The fans were all excitedly shouting, wanting to get autographs from both of them. Hua Shan secretly kicked Luyan under the table. He hurriedly told Hua Shan to introduce the theme song of the adapted movie. Luyan skillfully put on a social smile, but in his heart he was thinking, "Little comrade, we'll talk clearly when we get home." Hua Shan wasn't to be outdone, saying that Luyan was done acting. This harmonious interaction was also fully recorded by Luyan's mother. Looking at Hua Shan, smiling happily in the camera, Luyan's mother couldn't help but think of Hua Shan's mother. These two, mother and daughter, were really like two peas in a pod. Today was such a rare, lively day. Luyan's mother decided to take lots of photos. Suddenly, she saw a handsome, middle-aged man in the camera. It was Fu Zhiyao. Luyan's mother didn't expect to meet an old friend here. She didn't know how many years it had been since they last met. They were both old when they met again. In the end, she still asked, "Have you been doing well lately?" Fu Zhiyao was still the same, only replying with a faint, "Pretty good." Silence fell between the two again. Luyan's mother asked again, "Why are you wandering around here alone? Is no one with you?" It seemed that Fu Zhiyao was also very lonely now. While Luyan's mother was thinking, it suddenly started raining outside. She then saw her son leading his daughter-in-law back. Hua Shan and Luyan were sheltering under Luyan's jacket, looking very intimate and harmonious. Today, Luyan also specially came to his wife's autograph session. His wife is now a famous comic artist. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Hua Shan turned her head and saw her father was also looking at her. She immediately recognized him, stepped forward, and took Hua Shan's hand, saying, "You've worked hard today." Seeing his father-in-law, Lu Qian also became a little nervous. He awkwardly turned his face away. Mother Lu enthusiastically wanted to introduce them, but Hua Shan directly called Fu Zhiyao Dad. Fu Zhiyao replied faintly, It was truly majestic, scaring Luyan so much that his hair stood on end. Mother Lu also felt embarrassed, but she still had to keep smiling. Back home, Mother Lu held Hua Shan's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. There was no other way. She and her mother were indeed cast from the same mold. No wonder Mother Lu felt a connection with her the first time they met. It was truly fate. Luyan was bored. His mother had been nagging for almost an hour. He nudged his mother to tell her to stop. Unexpectedly, Mother Lu immediately got angry, blaming Luyan for not telling her that Shanshan's surname was Bai, making her lose face. Hua Shan also felt it was a coincidence. She didn't expect that Mother Lu and her father were old friends. Mother Lu said apologetically that if she had known earlier, she would definitely have treated Shanshan even better. Mother Lu turned and saw Fuji Yao leisurely drinking tea, so she turned to scold him too. Fuji Yao must have known that Huashan and Luyan had been in love for a long time, yet he still kept it a secret. Fuji Yao calmly drank tea, not wanting to ruin his image, but the slight upturn of his lips betrayed him. Indeed, he had known all along. Today was a rare day for everyone to gather. Mother Lu hurriedly called everyone to raise their glasses. Before Father Lu He could stop her, Mother Lu He was already drunk. She even offered a glass of wine to Fuji Yao, but it was blocked by her precious son, Lu Hian, advised Uncle Fu not to drink. Hearing this, Mother Luke stomped her feet in anger. This kid hasn't even married yet, and he's already on his father-in-law's side. It's so unfair. This statement made Luyan blush, but he still had to stand on Fuji Yao's side to maintain harmony in the family. Father Lu had to coax Mother Lu, saying that he would teach Luyan later. Mother Lu was too happy today, drinking one glass after another. Fuji Yao looked at Shenmo, and remembering his wife, Byron, he couldn't help but feel a bit lonely. Shenmo also felt uncomfortable in her heart. She knew she shouldn't have blamed Fuji Yao before. No one was more heartbroken than Fuji Yao for Byron's departure. After a satisfying meal, Shenmo grabbed her son's hair and left. Luyan, sweating profusely, told Fuji Yao not to mind today's incident. Fuji Yao said, "It's good like this. It's been a long time since it's been so lively." Seeing that the children have all grown up, the two old men couldn't help but sigh how quickly time flies. Old Man Lu also assured Fuji Yao that his son would definitely put his mind at ease. If Luyan dared to let Shanshan suffer any grievances, the whole family would criticize him. Fuji Yao had also witnessed the young couple's relationship from the beginning. He naturally believed that Luyan would protect Shanshan well. When he got home in the evening, Luyan found a photo that old Mrs. Lu Gi had posted in the family group many years ago. In the photo were old Mrs. Lu Gi, Shenmo, and their friend Byron. This feeling was so magical, like the fate of a previous life being continued in their generation. Lu Yan thought so too. In fact, the two families had a marriage agreement before, and he could have met Shanshan sooner. Actually, Shenmo and Byron had discussed it in the past. Shenmo planned to have a daughter, so she had prepared a lot of dresses, but she ended up giving birth to Luyan, a son. Fortunately, those dresses weren't wasted. Luyan looks even better in dresses than a girl. Seeing Huashan happily telling stories, Luyan felt very relieved that his wife had finally gotten over the past. Suddenly, Luyan grabbed Huashan's hand and started settling accounts. "You were very enthusiastic with the autographs today, huh? Little nurse this, made that." Huashan immediately felt like she was being strangled by fate. Luyan leaned closer and asked, "Do you want to live stream your husband's body to the whole country?" The words "your husband" made Huashan blush. At this moment, Huashan realized she had been set up. She began to switch to offense, asking Luyan, "Aren't you afraid people will find out about our relationship when you publicly ran to the autograph session today?" Luyan looked at Huashan with a surprised expression and asked back, "Does my identity affect your work?" Huashan was naturally not afraid of her work being affected. She was afraid Luyan would lose fans. Luyan believed that the fans he might lose were just female fans, CP fans, or government fans, which were not important. He hoped that everyone would understand and recognize him through his work, rather than using his image to tie down his life. If that were the case, what was the point of them breaking up for so long? To reassure Huashan, Luyan opened his Weibo for her to see everyone's opinions. Huashan discovered that, in addition to doubts and objections, there were many people who understood and supported them, Luyan explained. Fans care more about the work than whether their idol is single or not. Then, Luyan looked at Huashan sincerely and said, "In the artist information section on Baidu Baike, there is an item that displays relationships. I want to add a partner by Shanshan tag to it so you will be a part of my personal introduction." Huashan remembered that she was also considered a public figure, and she also had her own information sections. If it could really be like that, the two of them could check each other's information, which felt like being officially recognized. She half-jokingly said, "Let me dream for a while." Luyan pinched her cheek and said that this was not a dream. He was about to go public with Huashan. After saying that, he pinned Huashan down. As night fell, Huashan was blindfolded, making her sense of touch extremely sensitive. Luyan took her hand and slowly slid it down, from her Adam's apple to her abs. The little puppy instantly turned into a little wolf, and he asked seriously, "Huashan, do you have a better understanding of my body now?" Huashan touched carefully and discovered that there were 2 more abs. Could this person really have trained 10 abs? Huashan wanted to continue touching, but she was stopped. The night is still long. Elsewhere, Song Anya saw Luyan publicly showing his affection on Weibo and blurted out, "Those two should just go public already." At this moment, her doorbell rang. Liao Yuan stood outside the door, holding a bouquet of flowers. Song Anya was very happy. You came as soon as I called. This was the first time Liao Yuan had come to his girlfriend's house, and he was a little embarrassed. Song Anya was very proactive tonight. She had to join the film crew tomorrow, and she wanted Liao Yuan to be by her side tonight. Liao Yuan not only brought flowers, but also brought the strawberry cake that Song Anya liked last time. It just so happened that she hadn't eaten anything this afternoon, and was hungry now. Hearing that his goddess was hungry, how could Liao Yuan let her just eat cake? He immediately put on an apron and transformed into a family man, but in less than 3 seconds he was scolded by the goddess. It turned out that this silly boy had put a whole egg in the microwave, planning to blow up the kitchen. Seeing the goddess yawning from exhaustion, Liao Yuan asked with concern, "Why do you have to join the film crew so early? Will you be filming for a long time this time?" Then he asked a lot of trivial questions, such as whether he could visit, whether he could call, and so on. Song Anya was really busy, so the answers were all no. Hearing this, Liao Yuan was so disappointed that his ears drooped. To comfort Liao Yuan, Song Anya promised that when her movie wrapped up, it would coincide with his corner show inviting her, and they would go to California together for a few days, as a vacation. Hearing this, Liao Yuan immediately perked up, and quickly replied, "Okay." Liao Yuan ate the cake that Song Anya fed him, thinking to himself that even though he knew she had more important things to do, he was never her top priority. Even though he had long been aware of this, he still felt disappointed. To lessen the feeling of disappointment, he hugged Song Anya and kissed her, then pushed her onto the table. His lips grazed her neck and chest until he tasted the sweetness in his mouth, and he suddenly realized they had ruined the cake. Regarding this, Song Anya only said, "This man is such a dog, it's like he's tearing down the house." Liao Yuan consciously took a towel to clean up. He really didn't understand why his brain always lagged behind his actions when he was with Song Anya. Suddenly, his hand froze. It turned out that there was his signature on the cleaning towel. Then he remembered that this towel seemed to be a free gift when buying laundry detergent that he endorsed, but it was a limited edition. Wasn't it said that it sold out in 1 minute? Liao Yuan shook his head. How could Song Anya have snatched his cleaning towel? But in the process of tearing down the house, he kept discovering the robot he once advertised, the tissues he sold on livestream, and even special flower tea with his picture printed on it. Finally, Liao Yuan used his not-so-smart brain to think, so many products couldn't be a coincidence, so it turned out that Song Anya had been secretly supporting him all along. This realization made Liao Yuan deliriously happy. So Song Anya had just finished showering and came out of the bathroom when he picked her up, lifting her high and spinning her around. Song Anya really didn't know what madness had seized him again. Liao Yuan started to act spoiled, saying that he was very happy. It turned out that Song Anya had always been paying attention to him. He wasn't the last in her heart. Liao Yuan happily hugged Song Anya and said, "So you do care about me, you're so good to me." Song Anya disliked his dirtiness and pushed him into the bathroom. After he finished, he didn't forget to turn around and ask Song Anya if she really didn't know what nonsense he was talking about. But seeing him so happy over a small matter, she decided to change her image to capture this little wolf dog. So Song Anya changed into a sexy silk nightgown and lay on the bed, waiting for Liao Yuan in an extremely alluring manner. As a result, she fell asleep. While waiting, Liao Yuan came out of the bathroom and saw his goddess sleeping soundly on the bed in revealing clothes. Afraid that Song Anya would get cold, he put a blanket on her. As a result, when he turned around, he saw a scene that made him blush, along with condoms lying on the floor. Everything showed that the girl had prepared in advance. But our Liao Yuan didn't take advantage of the situation. He politely put the blanket back on Song Anya. He would wait for her to go and enjoy the West Coast sea breeze together. After all, waiting for her was what he was best at. Time passed quickly. Afterwards, both of them implicitly focused their lives on work. Luyan began his 20th tour, busy every day with practice or moving between performance locations. Song Anya's new movie had a long shooting schedule, and she stayed in Hengdian all the time. Beautiful behind-the-scenes photos and natural acting made her new on-screen pairing go viral on all social media platforms. She was indeed the luckiest. Every time she collaborated, she made the male actor she starred with famous. Liao Yuan participated in a restaurant-themed variety show, revealing his silly personality, which attracted quite a few fans. After a series of shows, he also went from someone who knew nothing about cooking to a trainee chef. As for Ye Su-yang, his artistic activities were infrequent, and he was temporarily in a state of disappearance. Hua Shan was still busy creating comics, also filling the void when Luyan wasn't by her side. In the blink of an eye, the busy period quietly ended. Hua Shan finally had a short break, and she went to yoga. After a class, Hua Shan was exhausted and couldn't help but complain to Luyan that she was really too lacking in exercise. And after just one class, her whole body wanted to fall apart. On the other side, Luyan had just finished his practice. Hua Shan had never missed any of Luyan's performances before, but now she hadn't been able to attend any of his tour dates. This was the last performance of the tour, and it just so happened that Hua Shan's comic was also completed. Luyan suggested that Hua Shan come and watch, as a vacation for himself. Soon, it was their 4th anniversary, and they both wanted to meet. Hua Shan no longer needed anything material, so this performance was the best gift that Luyan could give. Hearing Luyan say, "I want to see you," Hua Shan couldn't wait to fly to his side. Hua Shan quickly arrived at the concert venue in her home state of California. Unexpectedly, Luyan had so many fans in the United States. How were seats allocated for this kind of outdoor performance? Just as Hua Shan was trembling in the crowd, she was unexpectedly recognized by fans. It turned out that many of the people present were not only fans of Luyan, but also fans of Hua Shan's comics. They all felt that Luyan had specially invited Hua Shan to watch the performance and had even arranged a VIP room for her. They really didn't understand what was going on. Then, the fans began to discuss Luyan's secret girlfriend. Unexpectedly, the person in question was the comic artist Hua Shan. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Just as they were talking about Luyan, his phone rang. Of course, he had arranged a VIP seat for Hua Shan. After answering the phone, Hua Shan said goodbye to the fans. The fans were still marveling at how kind Hua Shan was. That voice on the phone just now sounded so familiar. Could it be Luyan? Hua Shan smiled and rushed straight to the VIP room prepared for her. But Luyan wasn't there. Outside, it was just twilight. The red-purple sky highlighted a figure on the balcony. Incredibly beautiful. Hua Shan didn't see Luyan, but Luyan saw her. Over the phone, he praised Hua Shan. "You look really beautiful today." Hua Shan didn't want him to change the subject. She wanted to ask more. "Where are you?" But her words were drowned out by the loud sound of fireworks. Fireworks lit up half the sky and then faded into darkness. Suddenly, in the darkness, a figure stepped onto the stage. It was Luyan. He emerged under the dark rain, like the boy in white when he first debuted, as if returning to where the dream began. Luyan looked up at Hua Shan. "The gift I carefully prepared is about to be revealed." Revealed, it's today. Luyan will finally reveal the identity of his girlfriend to the world. In this world, some people like to live in crowds, while others like to enjoy solitude. In the past, Hua Shan felt more accustomed to being alone, having her own little world, her solitary life and little hobbies supporting her. She could enjoy loneliness without having to please anyone, living very well alone until he appeared in her life. The trainee, with 2.5 years of training, a smile blooming on his face, said to her, "Listen to me sing." From that moment on, Hua Shan's wheel of fate began to turn. They began to experience laughter and tears together. They just took it step by step, seriously, moving forward on the ladder of life. Although she could live very well alone, it's better to have that person by her side. At this moment, Luyan on the stage happened to turn his head to look at Hua Shan. So it turns out that where there is love, light also has a shape. At the concert, the fans' cheers never stopped. After Luyan's opening, the 3ZMK members stepped onto the stage together. It was a great gift for the band's fans present here. They cheered excitedly. How long has it been since they last saw all 3 of them appear together? This concert is really worth every penny. Next, Song Anya, as a special guest, formed a perfect couple with the team leader, Liao Yuan. Hua Shan saw it and exclaimed, "How sweet! Even my ear tips are turning into hearts." Only Ye Su Yang quietly watched from a hidden corner, with the eyes of a lonely person. The 3 of them still performed in perfect harmony as before, pushing the concert atmosphere to a small climax. Looking at them, Hua Shan seemed to return to the days when they filmed Soaring to the Sky together. She really likes this 4-year anniversary gift. I know everyone is eager, but don't rush. Let Luyan hype the stage first. Only to see the white stage in the darkness. The spotlight followed Luyan in a white suit as he walked to the center of the stage. He stood in front of the piano, slowly telling the audience below, "I'm going to sing a love song to commemorate this special day, and someone very important is here." Then, he lifted the cloth covering the piano and said softly, "This song is dedicated to that person." These words caused a stir among the fans below, everyone assuming that this important person was his legendary girlfriend, with some fans exclaiming, "Don't tell me he's already married." On the other side, Hua Shan watched this scene with mixed feelings. Luyan sat before the piano. His slender fingers gently touched the keys, and a melodious tune flowed from his fingertips. Luyan began to sing softly. I walked through the bustling crowds, and finally came to your side. I am your silent support. This is the song that accompanied me through the long, long days. Suddenly, a spotlight on the stage lit up, shining on Hua Shan's seat, and the large screen began to play their shared moments. Looking at those photos, the fans at the scene were excited. Is this the rhythm of going public? Hua Shan looked at the photos, covering her face in excitement. She now realized that Luyan had invited her to the concert for this very reason. At this moment, Luyan ran off the stage straight to her. As it turned out, he knew Hua Shan didn't like being on stage, so he had to come find her. Hua Shan was deeply moved. She threw herself into Luyan's arms, blaming him, making a scene. Aren't you afraid this surprise will turn into a shock? Luyan hugged her and comforted her, saying that he was indeed making a scene, but he also wanted to try this official way of going public to see if she would be satisfied. With that, he released Hua Shan and took out a necklace with a pendant, asking, "Can I win this gamble?" This romantic gesture moved Hua Shan to tears. At this moment, the fans below also noticed that Luyan had disappeared from the stage. After searching for a while, some sharp-eyed fans spotted two small heads in the distant stands. Seeing that Hua Shan was ready, Luyan signaled for the stage lights to turn on and introduced his lover, Hua Shan, to the fans, causing the entire audience to erupt once again, bringing the concert atmosphere to a climax. The fans were buzzing, some feeling that Luyan was truly too brave, while others suddenly understood, no wonder his songs have been so sweet lately, so he's in love. Then, Luyan's voice rang out once again. I hope to receive everyone's blessing. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hua Shan threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. The fans were completely won over by this couple. Actually, Luyan still wanted to say something, but seeing Hua Shan crying so much, he decided to go down first. At this moment, Hua Shan mustered all her courage and unexpectedly stopped him. As it turned out, she also had something to say and also wanted to introduce Luyan to everyone, as the guy she was seriously dating. She then said, I will definitely supervise Luyan well, and I will definitely be fair and impartial. This sister-in-law is so adorable. Lucian patted her head, replying that he understood and would definitely try to listen to her supervision. There were indeed some magical connections between them. These connections were not accidental, but the result of countless times they trusted and chose each other. Amidst laughter and tears, they grew up together. Hua Shan loved him even more now. For them, companionship was the longest confession of love. Under the fireworks, Luyan and Hua Shan passionately embraced, completely oblivious to the three heads behind them. Liao Yuan suddenly remembered hearing Song Anya crying and saying, It's been 5 years, I'm letting go. Thinking of this, he hugged Song Anya tightly and left, leaving only Ye Su Yang, the sole singleton at the scene, standing dumbfounded in the wind, force-fed with dog food, suddenly realizing he was like a glaring light bulb in their little group chat of 5. After the concert, Ye Su Yang blurted out, How did you two get together? He strongly suspected that Song Anya had cast some kind of spell on Liao Yuan. Hearing this, Song Anya simply pulled the drunken Liao Yuan closer and asked, Were you forced into this? It took Liao Yuan a few seconds to react in his drunken stupor. He wrapped his arms around Song Anya's waist and shouted, Nonsense! I volunteered! Hua Shan witnessed this fate and Lu Yan recorded it. It turned out that only Ye Su Yang was the outsider. Ye Su Yang had no idea what he had missed. How did these four suddenly align so perfectly? Liao Yuan whispered to him, You told me I had to be proactive. I listened to you. Ye Su Yang was stunned, his jaw almost dropping. Turns out he wasn't an outsider but a matchmaker. Then, adopting the air of an older brother, Ye Su Yang warned Song Anya, You have to treat my little brother well, don't bully him. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Anya ordered him to fetch water to make a scene. Not even 3 seconds later, Ye Su Yang exploded. Why is Song Anya ordering me around? I'm not her boyfriend. Song Anya retorted, Aren't you Liao Yuan's brother? The reluctant older brother grabbed a bottle of water and handed it over. Ye Su Yang now felt truly redundant. The whole room reeked of the sour stench of love. Looking around, he suddenly remembered that Ye Su Yang was never around throughout the year, and he had many friends, so why couldn't he find love? Ye Su Yang glared and declared magnanimously, Not everyone needs love. Then, he began to list a million reasons for being single. For example, he lacked nothing, so naturally he didn't need dopamine. Singleness is so free. Love is suffering, he kept talking to himself, completely unaware that neither of the two couples were listening to him. A moment of pity for the uncle, and the remaining 59 seconds to laugh at him. Suddenly, Luyan noticed that Huashan seemed sleepy, and was about to take her to bed. But Huashan wanted to stay a little longer. Luyan naturally indulged her. Ye Suyang thought to himself, this is suffering. Early the next morning, Ye Suyang woke up very early, intending to sneak away. When Huashan called him back, she came down the stairs wearing Luyan's shirt. Ye Suyang turned around and explained that he had an appointment today, and apologized for waking Huashan. Huashan waved her hand. I wasn't woken up, I just wanted to get up to drink water. Ye Suyang suddenly noticed a piece of fluff on Huashan's hair. He was about to reach out to remove it, when he saw her wide eyes, and stopped. Huashan didn't understand. What's wrong with you? Ye Suyang only said, nothing, and was about to leave, but in the end he turned back and said to her, Huashan, long hair looks very beautiful on you. Huashan stroked her long hair. Thank you, Ye Suyang. Looked at her finger, the ring was shining, and he felt that he could finally let go completely. After the concert, Huashan and Luyan decided to go on vacation to Boston. They picked up their luggage and got into the car, preparing to leave. Song Anya saw them off. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind. Now, only she and Liao Yuan remained. Song Anya felt like she had received a strong signal from the little wolf pup. The following is an entry from Liao Yuan's diary. Today, she did a lot of fun things. He and Song Anya strolled through the local supermarket. There were no paparazzi or fans here. They could temporarily be ordinary people. Moreover, Song Anya blushed when he said a few suggestive things. It was nice not having visited a supermarket in a while. They played for a long time. Liao Yuan discovered that Song Anya liked the color pink and soft things. Even the tissues had to have patterns. She was indeed still a young girl at heart. He thought he would find out more about her in the future. Afterwards, they drove along the coast, and thinking about their destination, the temporary house that belonged to them, he was happy. Back at the house, Liao Yuan had specially learned cooking skills from variety shows, and was finally able to show off his culinary talents. However, Song Anya was still worried about leaving him alone in the kitchen, and insisted on helping, even though her knife skills were truly unbearable. Liao Yuan thoughtfully prepared in advance, making a table full of seafood. At first, Song Anya doubted whether the food was edible, but then she revealed her gluttonous nature, devouring everything. After they were full, they sat together on the beach to enjoy the scenery. Liao Yuan liked this very much, being able to comfortably be alone with her like this. You'll get to see a Song Anya that you normally wouldn't. This is all a reward. Of course, a workaholic still has to work even on vacation. Song Anya had just finished a video call with a co-star and collapsed on the sofa, exhausted. Looking at the beautiful figure in the bathroom, she was still very satisfied. Liao Yuan pulled open the bathroom door, wrapped tightly in a bathrobe. This time, he finally found the belt, so she couldn't see what she wanted to see. Song Anya couldn't help but think, this guy wears more at night than during the day. Is he planning to become a monk directly? Song Anya thought to herself, let's see how I deal with your chastity. She coaxed Liao Yuan to massage her feet. It has to be said that Liao Yuan's skills were really good. The massage made Song Anya feel very relaxed, and all the fatigue of the day disappeared without a trace. Song Anya teased, is Liao Yuan jealous? Liao Yuan didn't understand what she was talking about. Song Anya brought up the past, how he used to be jealous whenever she even flirted a little with Luo Quan. This time, she was on a video call with someone else for so long, but Liao Yuan didn't make a fuss at all. Liao Yuan said that he understood very well, because he was also an actor, and he knew it was all work. Compared to the male actor, this is what makes him angry. As he spoke, Liao Yuan suddenly pressed hard on a spot. Song Anya immediately felt ticklish. It turned out it was the place she injured last time. Liao Yuan said with heartache, you have to pay attention to a foot that's been injured. Don't wear such high heels. This concern made Song Anya feel that Liao Yuan had really grown up, completely different from the naive boy he used to be. She promised that she would pay more attention in the future. He knew that Song Anya didn't like children. Song Anya suddenly remembered the efforts he had made to pursue her. She realized that he used to be a rigid person, but later she discovered that those standards didn't seem to matter anymore. Now she liked him no matter what he was like. Then, she gently nudged Liao Yuan's chest and said, little boy, you used to say you wanted to understand me better, but it seems like you're not nearly enough. So Song Anya gave Liao Yuan a chance to understand her better. That was the drawing game. Liao Yuan looked at the blush-inducing slips of paper in the box, wondering, is this something that can be broadcast? He felt like something might happen tonight, So he asked Song Anya, "Are you sure you want to play this?" Would Song Anya ever let herself suffer a loss? Absolutely not. She told him to rest assured. Liao Yuan seriously said that he takes games very seriously. Who knew that the first slip of paper they drew would be so stimulating? It turned out to be to play with a favorite part of the body for 3 minutes. Liao Yuan's favorite thing was her slender waist. It was the deadly charm. He hugged her small waist, leaned in for a kiss, but discovered that it was completely different from what he imagined. It turned out that Song Anya had a mole below her waist. He understood her better now, but his warm breath made Song Anya unbearably ticklish, and she quickly stopped Liao Yuan's interrupted actions. Liao Yuan asked, "You can't even last a minute before you can't play anymore?" Song Anya explained that she was very ticklish. Liao Yuan seriously asked again, "Were those words just now a confession?" Song Anya couldn't help but curse inwardly. This guy is really an idiot. Can't he figure this out himself? But Liao Yuan didn't want to figure it out. He wanted to hear Song Anya say it. Song Anya had to admit that her change was partly due to Liao Yuan. From that time in the van, she had begun to look forward to more possibilities with him. She took Liao Yuan's arm and said she wanted to have more possibilities with him, and she was very satisfied with all aspects of Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan excitedly wanted to kiss her, but Song Anya playfully stopped him. 3 minutes are up, it's my turn. Song Anya drew a fairly ordinary slip of paper, asking a difficult question, but who told her she was Sister Song? She immediately thought of a good question. She took the initiative to attack and asked, "Liao Yuan, why do you like me? Was it love at first sight?" As she spoke, she ambiguously wrapped her arms around Liao Yuan's neck. How could little wolf Liao Yuan stand this? He pushed Song Anya away and questioned, "Are you playing a game or are you playing with me?" Song Anya, who had been pushed away, couldn't help but reach out and grope again, then continued to ask the question. Liao Yuan had no choice but to grab her mischievous hand and tell her that it was because he saw her crying. Song Anya didn't expect the answer to be like that, and felt it was really beyond imagination. Liao Yuan hugged her and said frankly, "Song Anya is definitely the girl who cries the easiest that I've ever met." Song Anya really didn't expect that her image in Liao Yuan's heart was a crybaby. Liao Yuan continued to describe Song Anya in his eyes. "Before, I thought you were an arrogant and annoying person. But later I found out that deep down you're actually a young girl. I just wanted to protect that girl." Later he realized that Song Anya didn't need to rely on anyone. She just needed expectations and praise. Liao Yuan said that, from now on, being with him, Song Anya didn't need to prove anything. She was good enough as she was. He didn't know what he could do for Anya. Maybe all he could do was love her. This little wolf's sweet confession made her laugh, of course, out of being touched. Then, Song Anya pinned the little wolf down, her fingers hooking into Liao Yuan's pajama pocket. Asking seductively if he liked her that much, Liao Yuan honestly answered that he did. As a result, just as he was about to kiss her, Song Anya dodged, and he suspected Song Anya had started game mode again. He could only helplessly say, "Song Anya, actually, I've long discovered that you really like teasing me like it's a game." Before he could finish his sentence, Song Anya also responded with one, "I like you." Perhaps this was the first time Liao Yuan had heard those words from Song Anya's mouth. He wasn't sure, so he asked again, and as a result, Song Anya spelled out each word, "I've liked you for a long time." As soon as the words came out, Liao Yuan became excited. He pushed her away and said, "Don't play this stupid game anymore." He wanted to happily kiss her and leave a kiss mark on her neck. Song Anya still pushed him away. She wanted to go to the bedroom. Liao Yuan carried her to the bedroom, and he eagerly laid her on the bed. The two were kissing passionately. In this moment, it seemed like time had stopped, and their love was like this kiss, pure and burning. Liao Yuan's hand glided over Song Anya's body. He wanted to take off her clothes, but the clothes were tangled in a chain, and all he could do was pull. Song Anya had no choice but to guide him herself, and even provocatively asked him, "Why do I have to teach you everything?" The beauty's appearance was truly too off the charts. Liao Yuan's wolfish nature was completely stimulated. He pinned Song Anya down and bit her. He suddenly felt that Song Anya smelled very sweet today, Song Anya replied. Of course, she gave up sugar for so long for one person and specially used a candy-scented perfume. Normally, she wouldn't use such a sweet perfume. Liao Yuan didn't expect Song Anya to change for him. Song Anya then said with a shy expression, "This was specially chosen for Liao Yuan." At this time, Liao Yuan regretted it. He regretted saying just now that he didn't care about Song Anya and the other male artists working together. It was all a lie. In fact, he just wanted to hold on to Song Anya tightly, not letting go like a child hugging their candy box. Even if others said they couldn't eat candy anymore, the child still wouldn't let go. At this moment, he hoped that Song Anya belonged to him. Unfortunately, the little wolf didn't even have 2 seconds to be strong before she kicked him off. There was no other way. Since Song Anya had decided to commit, she could only take responsibility to the end. Liao Yuan used to think that he couldn't live without Song Anya. But in fact, she also needed him very much. He would never leave Song Anya first. Song Anya needed him. The next day, they woke up in the embrace of sunlight and fresh flowers. Song Anya turned over, discovering that her whole body was aching, especially her back. It seemed that this little wolf's physical strength couldn't be underestimated. She thought she definitely had to rest well today, but ended up being hugged tightly by Liao Yuan in her dream. He called out, "Tong Tong." That was Song Anya's nickname. Representing her past, very few people knew it. At this moment, Song Anya made a decision. She texted her assistant that for the next few days, "Don't contact me anymore." Anya's assistant exclaimed, "This is really the first time ever. What is Sister Anya busy with?" And even uses an exclamation mark full of meaning. Song Anya was, of course, with Liao Yuan. At this moment, Liao Yuan's work was about to pop up again. "Let's go on vacation! Let's go on vacation!" The two young couples both started a sweet period of rest. Early in the morning, Song Anya sat in front of the dining table, happily waiting for the breakfast made by the little wolf himself. Liao Yuan even thoughtfully prepared sugar-free juice for her, and even the pancakes were only under yogurt. Song Anya needed to manage her figure, and felt this was great. Looking at the bite marks on Liao Yuan's collarbone, Song Anya remembered last night, and couldn't help but blush. She rarely cared, and asked Liao Yuan, "Does it still hurt?" At first, Liao Yuan didn't understand what she was talking about, and then realized she was asking about the blue-purple scratches on his back. Hearing this, Liao Yuan also blushed and replied with one word, "No," then hurriedly lowered his head to eat breakfast in embarrassment. Song Anya then looked at her nails with a bored expression and said, "I'll be more careful next time, and try not to hurt you." Liao Yuan secretly raised his head to look at her stunningly beautiful face, and all the things that happened last night flashed in his mind again. He blushed again. To dispel the embarrassment, Liao Yuan hurriedly looked for a topic to talk about. He asked, "When do you plan to return to the country?" Song Anya planned to return to the country in a week, and then she discovered something was wrong. Why? The vacation just started, and this guy is already calculating the end? Liao Yuan continued to ask about her upcoming work schedule. Tang Aya decided not to return home for the time being, and went straight to Atlanta to film Fast and Furious. Unexpectedly, it was this movie, a truly massive project. Liao Yuan's eyes lit up. He really wanted to flatter her immediately. Tang Aya calmly said that she was only playing a guest role as a Chinese face. Then she also curiously asked about Liao Yuan's work schedule. The manager had given Liao Yuan a few scripts, but he hadn't decided which one to take. Tang Aya told him to follow his heart. Liao Yuan looked at Tang Aya in front of him with the appearance of a goddess. He couldn't help but recall her allure from last night. He quickly stopped himself from thinking further and began to flatter. "Tong Tong, you're really amazing. You do everything the best. No matter how difficult the task is, it doesn't faze you. How are you so good?" Liao Yuan said so much in one breath. Tang Aya confidently said that she already knew all of this. Then Liao Yuan lowered his head in frustration. Since he was little, he had been a slow learner, taking a long time to grasp anything, so he had to work 3 times as hard to keep up with Tang Aya. But he really wanted to keep up with her. Tang Aya teased that, although he was slow, he had self-taught himself in some areas. How was he so good at socializing? Liao Yuan shyly wanted to bury himself in the ground. He felt so useless, lacking talent and charisma, and even worse when it came to acting. No matter how many times he acted, he would probably only reach the passing grade, and he was very worried about disappointing Tang Aya. Hearing this, Tang Aya soothed him, caressing his face and comforting him. Doing your best is very difficult, but not everyone has the goal of doing their best. Actually, whether it's an international award or a delicious dinner, as long as you follow your heart, it's not useless. Little Yuan is already great as he is. Perhaps that's what love is like, capable of softening the hardened parts in people's hearts. It just so happened that the weather in California was beautiful these days, and Tang Aya planned to go to Santa Barbara for a few days as she was getting a little bored here. Looking at her lover's silhouette standing by the window, Liao Yuan couldn't hold back anymore and directly stepped forward to hug and kiss her. Today he didn't want to go anywhere, he just wanted to seduce her. Sure enough, Tang Aya was also very sweet today. On the other hand, On the streets of Boston, Huashan and Luyan were strolling, and fans recognized them as soon as they passed by. They simply held hands in public, feeling so good not having to be secretive since going public. There have been blessings and criticisms, but Huashan believed that they could handle these things well. Luyan took Huashan to the place where he used to study. The main building of the school was truly magnificent. Luyan led her through each classroom as if riding on a time machine, taking her to the places where she couldn't be with him in those years, gradually filling the regrets and gaps. Finally, Luyan led her to the study room, which was filled with musical instruments and sheet music, truly a place to relax and compose. Suddenly, Huashan saw the sheet music for What's Your Name, the song that stirred her heart, and she asked Luyan to play it for her. Luyan: "Of course I obey. But today I've been a tour guide all day, so I want to collect some fees, so I want Huashan to sing this song for me." Recalling after the kindergarten art performance, Huashan gave the chubby boy a small painting, and the boy held her back and asked, "Will you come again later?" The boy really liked this friend and wanted to learn music with her. She also wanted to ask what the boy's name was, but before she could ask, the boy followed the teacher away. They had promised to go to the children's palace together and would definitely meet again. The memories ended, and Huashan's clear voice rang out with the music, like a cool stream flowing through the heart, making people feel comfortable and relaxed. "What is your name? Have I seen you before?" Her voice seemed to have magic. Each note was filled with emotion and power, making people immerse themselves and unable to escape. This sweet voice also won the praise of other students. Huashan felt that her stage fright was about to recur. Luyan generously introduced Huashan as his girlfriend. Leaving the school, Huashan still covered her face and said, "Embarrassing." Luyan praised her for singing very well. Then he changed the subject and asked, "Is Huashan the kind of person who believes in childhood sweethearts like this movie?" Huashan was surprised that Luyan knew the origin of this song. Luyan sighed that the movie was the one Huashan dragged him to watch. But she fell asleep halfway through. Seeing that the con artist had such a great attraction to Huashan, Luyan had to watch it through. He even wanted to ask if Huashan had a crush on any boy when she was little, but Huashan arrogantly said that she was very popular when she was young, and it was obvious that other boys liked her. However, when it comes to the opposite sex she liked when she was young, as a former fan, Huashan had quite a few dream guys. For example, Ji Yuqi, Xing Lingfeng, too many to count. Luyan felt it was better not to have asked. However, Huashan's admiration for anyone only lasted for 3 minutes, and she rarely pursued a star for a long time. Except for Luyan, he was not only Huashan's dream guy but had long been her one and only. Speaking of her first love in childhood, Huashan was also very curious about Luyan's first love. After all, he was a guy in his 20s, so it was impossible not to have a first love. But he actually didn't have one. Huashan was very interested and rubbed her hands, wanting to hear Luyan's story. But everyone knew that Luyan was a bully at school and had also gone through a rebellious period. At that time, he and his close friend were influenced by the saying, "I'm just a legend, I don't believe in loves." So now that he'd met the girl he liked, Luyan racked his brains but could only remember memories with his underlings. This candid conversation was so difficult. Luyan had to talk about the little girl who taught him to play the piano. However, they weren't together for long, and that little girl disappeared just like the male lead in the movie Flipped. It's only when some things disappear from life that you realize what you really want. That girl was really a guide on Luyan's musical path. Without her, Luyan didn't know if he would still be a singer. Luyan's words also made Huashan unconsciously think of that little boy. He was also her first fan. At this moment, Luyan suddenly realized that he had said so much. Was Huashan angry? He was about to probe when Huashan's stomach growled. Luyan had no choice but to take her to eat steak. He even wanted to take Huashan to his old dormitory, where he still had a lot of his things. Before long, night fell. Huashan took a fragrant bath and came to Luyan, wanting to see what he was doing. It turned out that Luyan was sorting out the songs he had kept before, but unable to resist the fragrant, soft little girl Kiwachi Kim, he decided to take a shower. Huashan immediately took this opportunity to help him sort out the songs Luyan composed, recording every bit of their relationship. Sky Sky is for him, and also for her. Sunun represents her and is his son. It's 11:30 records his longing. Every stroke contained Luyan's love, and Huashan was also happy for him. Huashan was also very grateful to the little girl who taught him to play the piano. That little girl must be a little angel. Just as she thought this, Huashan suddenly discovered the small painting that Luyan treasured. It turned out that little angel was Huashan. Huashan's memories suddenly flooded back to the chubby figure chasing after her, calling, "Big sister." Now that figure had grown up and become a handsome guy with 8-pack abs, calling her baby, asking if she could help him get his pajamas. At this moment, Hua Shan suddenly saw Luyan's body. A surge of heat rose to her face, and her mind went blank. She casually grabbed a set of clothes and handed them to Luyan. Luyan was not satisfied with her shy look, thinking that it's not like she hadn't seen his body before. What was there to be shy about? Suddenly, he discovered that what he was holding in his hand was not pajamas at all, but a little dress. Finally, the two of them changed their clothes and sat next to each other. Luyan looked at Hua Shan with a thoughtful expression, asking her what was wrong. Hua Shan hesitated for a moment, still not knowing how to open her mouth. Luyan wouldn't let her go, and kept asking, but at this time Hua Shan's mind was in a mess. She thought this was so exciting, really raising him from a young age. Then, Hua Shan finally opened her mouth. She said that in her memory, there was also an important little boy. That little boy was very cute, and his soft face was fun to pinch. Hearing this, Luyan was a little jealous. He pushed Hua Shan down, but Hua Shan continued to tell the story of that little boy. That little boy always clung to Hua Shan, making people couldn't help but want to protect him. That little boy was very talented in music, and Hua Shan liked being with him very much. At this time, Luyan's expression had become gloomy. Hua Shan continued to tell. She couldn't forget the story of that little boy. Luyan was completely angry at this time, and he asked, word by word, "Are you sure you can't forget?" At this time, Hua Shan took out that small painting, saying that she had now found that little boy. How could Luyan not recognize Hua Shan's style of painting? Suddenly, Luyan remembered that that little girl was Hua Shan. He also realized it. Luyan hugged Hua Shan tightly and said in surprise, "It really is you." After that, the two happily kissed. It turned out that Luyan had always been tightly held in Hua Shan's palm. It turned out that it had always been her. They had said that they would meet at the children's palace, but Hua Shan had given Luyan the cold shoulder for more than 10 years that year. Now Luyan had to get it back. Hua Shan also didn't understand clearly. When he was young, he was such a cute little boy. Why did he become so horny when he grew up? Luyan aggrievedly buried his face in Hua Shan's body and asked, "Am I not cute now?" This was too rule-breaking. Lu Tain also looked up and pretended to be a puppy, calling, "Big sister, big sister." After a deep exchange, the two went to take a shower together again. Hua Shan once thought Luyan's appearance was like a ray of light, illuminating the abyss within him. But now he realized that he could also be the first light to shine on Luyan. Hua Shan and Luyan were enjoying everything in the bathtub. Fireworks bloomed brilliantly outside. Hua Shan was still thinking about the day's events. She wanted to take a walk down 14th Street. Luyan, on the other hand, was staring intently at the ring on Hua Shan's hand. He wanted to get married. Perhaps from the moment their eyes met, Hua Shan was everything to him. Having her meant having everything. Holidays always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Golden Lion Awards ceremony. Anya wore a gorgeous green gown, stunningly beautiful. Even her assistant couldn't help but praise her beauty for overshadowing all the other stars. Just as Song Anya told her assistant to find her shoes, Liao Yuan knocked and entered. He had specially brought a pair of green earrings to match the gown. Seeing him arrive, Song Anya told her assistant to go downstairs first. Liao Yuan politely sat down and helped her change her shoes. He noticed the shoes were a bit tight, making it easy to fall, but there was no other choice. Shoes sponsored by brands were often not the right size. Song Anya was used to this, and besides, with Liao Yuan by her side now, she believed he would support her firmly. After changing her shoes, the two of them entered the elevator together, not forgetting to share a sweet kiss. Not long after, they stepped out of the elevator. Liao Yuan held Song Anya's hand, telling her to hold on tight. Suddenly, Song Anya slipped, and Liao Yuan quickly stepped forward to support her, giving her a sense of absolute security. Liao Yuan looked at their intertwined hands, comforting her. "Just confidently move forward. I'll take care of everything." Then, the host announced their names, and they entered the hall as the lead actors of On the Dunes. The reporters at the scene immediately turned their spotlights towards them and snapped photos rapidly. Liao Yuan held the female lead's hand. This time, he was no longer an outsider. Recalling his earlier days as a newcomer, he could only watch Song Anya collaborate with other actors, but now he was finally standing beside her, with no distance between them. He had truly become a part of Song Anya's life. Hua Shan and Luyan also saw them from below the stage. The red carpet event quickly ended, and the award ceremony finally began. The nominees for Best Actress this year were Suzy for Crazy Merchant, Song Anya for On the Dunes, and Ah Ran for Disciple. The presenter slowly announced the list of nominees. Song Anya appeared very relaxed, while Liao Yuan, sitting beside her, nervously held her hand tightly. Finally, the presenter announced, "The winner this time is Song Anya for On the Dunes." Images of her in the film began to play on the big screen. To be honest, Song Anya was also a little surprised, but she quickly regained her composure and walked onto the stage to accept the award. Liao Yuan, worried she might fall, carefully adjusted her dress for her. Song Anya shone brilliantly on the stage. All her friends sent their congratulations to her. In her acceptance speech, Song Anyayake said, "I also want to thank someone, my male lead, Liao Yuan. Actors support each other. From our first collaboration in his debut work, Wu Jingcheng, to On the Dunes now, he has been steadily progressing and improving. I'm truly grateful for Liao Yuan's persistence and effort." Then, she continued, "In the future, we will have even more collaborations. On the Dunes is not our stopping point." The awards ceremony ended, and the five of them gathered together. Hua Shan sighed. Tang Anya is truly beautiful today. But she noticed Tang Anya limping, and asked with concern if she was all right. Tang Anya replied that she was fine, and invited everyone to the celebration party tonight. Hearing this, Liao Yuan displayed his boyfriend's gallantry, lifting Tang Anya up high. "I can't wait any longer. I want to see that sparkling trophy already," Tang Anya reminded him. "Be mindful of your behavior, everyone is watching." Liao Yuan congratulated her and kissed her for a long time. Liao Yuan was like a flower in a greenhouse, living without purpose until he met Tang Anya, and his life gained a goal. The brighter her light, the more infatuated he became. Suddenly, Liao Yuan remembered the wish they had discussed during their previous birthday, and it turned out that their wishes had both come true. Since Hua Shan and Lu Yan went public with their relationship, they have always maintained a low profile to avoid excessive public attention. Because they rarely appear together in public, and seldom show affection openly, there are frequent rumors about their strained relationship. However, Hua Shan doesn't care too much about this. She believes that happy moments together are enough, as long as they know it themselves. They are active in their respective fields in their own ways. Time flies by. The person who was once the best rookie in the music scene has gradually grown up and matured. Today, Lu Yan neatly combed his hair and stood solemnly in front of his future father-in-law. Suddenly, he bowed 90 degrees and said, "Please rest assured, Dad, marry Shan Shan to me." Hearing this, Fu Ziyao, who was leisurely drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of water. Today, Hua Shan's work, Feng Yu Lai, was also honored. Hua Shan wore a light yellow long dress to attend the awards ceremony. At this moment, Hua Shan felt like she was standing at the pinnacle of her life. She once thought that the Tianshao Award was the most glorious moment of her life, but now it seems that it was just the tip of the iceberg. A few years later, Hua Shan's work Feng Yu Lai was adapted into a movie, and she herself was invited to personally revise the script. Her best friend Anya and Liao Yuan played the male and female leads of the film. Reuniting for work, Hua Shan felt that there could be no more wonderful moment than this. It would be even more perfect if the singer of the theme song, Lu Yan, could also attend. Just thinking of Lu Yan. Reporters began asking Hua Shan about the rumors of discord with Lu Yan, and some reporters asked if they were getting married soon. Regarding the issue of marriage, Hua Shan hadn't thought about it seriously yet, so she didn't know how to answer. Tang Anya helped her deflect the question in time. The media needs to have evidence before they can draw conclusions. Then, they were about to invite the singer of the theme song, Lu Yan, to the stage. At this moment, Hua Shan only felt her eyes light up. Because Lu Yan had previously told her that he might not be able to attend because he was elsewhere. The fans below were also constantly speculating whether the two of them would appear on stage together. However, the next second, an image of Lu Yan appeared on the big screen. It turned out that he sent his congratulations directly via video. Hua Shan was a little disappointed, while Liao Yuan and Tang Anya looked bewildered. Taking advantage of the break, they asked Lu Yan why he didn't come in person. Lu Yan helplessly held his head and said, "Due to a sudden heavy rain, the plane was delayed. What bad luck." Originally, he had planned to propose to Hua Shan today, and the location had been prepared. Liao Yuan and the others had also rehearsed for a long time. It seems that he can only find another opportunity. What a pity that Hua Shan's shining moment today was wasted, Tang Anya reminded him. Think back to your grand public announcement of your relationship. The proposal can't be worse than that. Lu Yan patted his chest to assure them, "I will definitely give Hua Shan the most memorable and perfect proposal. That is his responsibility." Hearing this, Liao Yuan looked at Tang Anya with sparkling eyes. This guy probably wants to propose too, that's why he's saying such confident things. Careless talk. Saying it before doing it is bad luck, otherwise heaven will punish you. The second time, Luyan prepared to propose on a romantic Ferris wheel. Unfortunately, the maintenance staff announced that the equipment was undergoing maintenance that day. Tang Anya, who was responsible for inviting Huashan, had no choice but to go out for supper with her. The third time, Luyan planned to use 500 luxurious drones to form a proposal message in the sky above the river, but he received a phone call reporting that the 500 pre-ordered drones had encountered an accident. Tang Anya, who originally invited Huashan to go for an evening run, ended up having to go out for supper with her. The fourth time, Luyan chose to propose in a beautiful flower garden, but they encountered a sudden, unstoppable rain. Luyan and Liao Yuan kept running around in circles like that and could only hold their heads and cry, "Why is proposing so difficult?" Ye Suyang stood beside them and calmly asked, "Why not find a suitable location nearby to decorate? This idea is great." On a clear and sunny day, Luyan wore a neat suit with his hair neatly combed. After making sure everything was prepared properly, he planned to go and call Huashan. However, when he arrived, he found Huashan dozing off because she was drawing. Luyan asked, "Did Huashan stay up all night again?" She admitted it, and apologized for forgetting their 6-year anniversary, then asked, "Does Luyan have any surprises?" Luyan coaxed her to sleep first, telling her to talk about anything after she woke up, but secretly worried that today's proposal would be ruined again. While Huashan was asleep, he casually washed the dishes. Luyan had just left the living room when he found Huashan on the balcony, so he hurriedly fetched a coat for her and asked, "Why aren't you resting properly?" Huashan pointed to the large screen opposite and said, "I want to watch a bit. After all, this is considered a rare moment for the two of us to appear together," and loudly praised Luyan for being talented. Looney told her to pull her coat tighter, afraid she would catch a cold. Huashan couldn't help but sigh. About 6 years ago, when Luyan was still an unknown idol, and she was a reclusive girl immersed in the online world, Luyan immediately asked, "Why did you admire an unknown idol like me back then?" Huashan frankly said, "It's because Luyan was cute. At that time, I just hoped you would become famous, so I kept drawing you, hoping more people would know you." Huashan also said that Luyan often shared her drawings back then. Pressing further, Luyan asked, "Was it because of these drawings that I knew you? Did I really like your drawings?" Luyan recalled that he was very resistant to these drawings at that time, but his manager required him to share them, to ride the wave of popularity. But under Huashan's persistent questioning, Luyan still said he liked them very much, and incidentally changed the subject, saying Huashan was very enthusiastic about being his fan mama back then. Huashan explained that she liked being a fan mama at that time. Luyan asked her if she still found him cute. Now, Huashan said that for her, Luyan's cuteness had nothing to do with age. No matter how long they were together, she would always find him cute. Luyan felt a little embarrassed after hearing that. Huashan reminded him that the clip on the big screen had changed. The two looked at the big screen together, each with their own thoughts. Luyan recalled that his connection with Huashan was also because of a cute saying of hers, but he wasn't strong enough to stand by her side at that time, so he always reminded himself to do his best. But Luyan felt that these efforts were nothing compared to what Huashan had put in, feeling that Huashan had created him, and Huashan had always firmly chosen Luyan. But she didn't expect to reach the end with Luyan in this way. Huashan looked at the screen and felt that she had waited too long for this moment. The atmosphere had been pushed to a climax. Luyan decided that no matter what the rituals were, he couldn't let Huashan continue to wait for him any longer. Luyan was about to take out the engagement ring when Huashan took the lead and proposed to him first. This time, Luyan couldn't calm down anymore. The proposal he had prepared had vanished into thin air, not to mention that even the proposal line was stolen. Huashan was even surprised that Luyan wasn't happy. Luyan immediately said, "The line should be mine to say." As a result, before he could finish his line, Huashan hurriedly replied, "Yes." Luyan put the engagement ring on her finger. Huashan hugged Luyan, moved to tears, and said she had guessed that he was going to propose a long time ago. Luyan admitted it, but explained that he didn't want to be so hasty at first. Huashan didn't feel it was hasty and was even glad that Luyan didn't propose in front of everyone, otherwise she would be so embarrassed that she would want to dig a hole and bury herself. She comforted Luyan, saying that this was good enough, and there was no need to let others know. At this moment, the big screen lit up, showing the proposal that Luyan had prepared. Before Huashan could even see the screen clearly, Luyan kissed her. While the two were lost in their romance, a crowd of curious people had gathered under the big screen, discussing the proposal. Luyan also directly made this public. Wow! Huashan changed into a formal dress, and someone behind her praised her beauty. Turning around, she discovered that it was her future mother-in-law. At this time, her future mother-in-law was as emotional as if she were marrying off her own daughter. She held Hua Shan's hand, saying that she had always treated Hua Shan like her own daughter. She also said that she had seen Hua Shan's growth all along. Hua Shan lowered her head shyly. Her future mother-in-law stepped forward and hugged her, and by the way, reminded her to change her form of address. Hua Shan shyly called out, "Mom." Soon, it was time for the wedding ceremony. Into the hall, Hua Shan walked hand in hand with her mother-in-law. This wedding was something the bride's father paid great attention to. The groom enters the hall. Lu Yan told his father-in-law many times that he would take good care of Hua Shan. However, his father-in-law didn't agree very happily and then prepared to leave. Hua Shan looked at her father's back, remembered so many old stories, and ran to his side to comfort him. "Dad, please rest assured." Her mother-in-law also immediately said that she would protect Hua Shan and not let anyone bully her. Only then was her father-in-law relieved. Song Ya suddenly felt jealous of Hua Shan's relationship with her father, and then sighed that Hua Shan's whole family was very harmonious. At this moment, Liao Yuan came over to wipe her tears, but Song Ya pushed him away, reminding him to keep his distance in public, and casually explaining that she wasn't crying. As soon as the two separated, someone came to chat with Song Ya. But at this moment, she was busy looking at the message Liao Yuan sent. He said he wanted to marry Song Ya. Song Ya arrogantly replied, "Dream on." At this time, a girl also came to chat with Liao Yuan, but he didn't care because Song Ya said that she would have to see his performance for another 5 years before considering marriage. Song Ya was quickly called away by the bride, and before leaving, she looked back at Liao Yuan. The wedding had reached a new part. Under the guidance of the emcee, Lu Yan kissed Hua Shan, and friends and relatives also sent their blessings. Hua Shan reminded Lu Yan to pay attention to the occasion. Lu Yan said, "Forget about them," and continued kissing, secretly resolving to protect Hua Shan in the future. Everyone took a group photo as the wedding was about to end. Next was the honeymoon. Hua Shan was still taking a shower. Lu Yan knocked on the door, reminding her, "It's been over an hour." Hua Shan shouted at Lu Yan, "Don't open the door." While blaming Lu Yan for dragging her onto the plane right after the wedding, Lu Yan explained that he didn't want to be bothered by the media, so he took her away that night. Hua Shan continued to blame Lu Yan for not getting a good look at her in her wedding dress. Lu Yan said, "I remember every moment clearly, and the whole process has been filmed, so you can rest assured." She was about to mention Plan B when Hua Shan interrupted her. Hua Shan changed into a new wedding dress, saying that she liked this one before, but it was too revealing to wear outside, so she modified it herself, wanting to wear it for Lu Yan to see. She was still happy that she had brought this dress, otherwise she wouldn't even have a change of clothes, when in the next second, Lu Yan picked her up and threw her straight onto the bed. While the two were deeply in love, Hua Shan still didn't forget to remind Lu Yan not to tear her dress. She even criticized Lu Yan's actions as wolfish and tigerish. Lu Yan also knew how to grasp the key point, immediately asking her to call him husband. Hua Shan decisively changed her address, saying one thing that made Lu Yan shy. Lu Yan picked up Hua Shan and said, "Wife, take your husband shopping tomorrow. Something seems wrong with this gender." Afterwards, Lu Yan said he wanted to take a closer look at the dress. The two had a happy honeymoon. At this time, Lu Yan was about to wake Hua Shan up. Hua Shan sleepily asked, "What time is it?" Lu Yan said, "It's 9 a.m. While gently tying her hair, Hua Shan said, "I can never get enough sleep these days." Lu Yan comforted her that it might be because she hadn't recovered from the long trip. She smelled the scent on Lu Yan, knew that Lu Yan had made breakfast, and began to nag. Telling Lu Yan to pay attention to rest, she could just eat cereal. Lu Yan said, "I ordered spare rib soup last night. Now cooking noodles is just a side thing." As a result, as soon as Hua Shan heard about the spare rib soup, she started feeling nauseous again. This made Lu Yan worried, and he began to look for all kinds of reasons. Lu Yan paced anxiously back and forth in the living room. Hua Shan came out of the bathroom and nodded shyly. Lu Yan started to panic, saying, "I clearly took safety measures." Well, Hua Shan blushed and blamed him. "Our honeymoon was too passionate." Lu Yan immediately picked Hua Shan up and placed her on the sofa, apologizing to her, saying that no matter what choice she made, he would be by her side. Hua Shan asked, "Don't you really like children?" Lu Yan said, "I do, but I have no right to decide this." He felt that his wife's choice should be prioritized, but he would also take responsibility and try to minimize the harm as much as possible. Hua Shan comforted him, saying that she wanted to keep the baby, that her career was stable anyway, and that she could handle everything well. She also affirmed Lu Yan's efforts all this time, saying that together they could definitely raise the baby. Hua Shan felt that this baby was a gift from their new family, and they should accept it. Lu Yan was moved to tears, and then took responsibility for raising the child and taking care of his wife after childbirth. Hua Shan smiled and asked, "How do you know all this?" Lu Yan said, "This is the responsibility of a husband who loves his wife." Soon, they were both immersed in this joy. At this time, the father-in-law had also arrived at the door, and both sets of parents had arrived, and the future mother-in-law was even more excited. Hua Shan was still munching on a biscuit, looking at her mother-in-law with some confusion. Lu Yan hurriedly stood in front of Hua Shan, reminding his mother not to startle her, and as a result, was scolded by his mother. Lu Yan's mother instructed Hua Shan, "You must take care of your health these days. I don't want you to suffer like I did back then." She also fondly said that her daughter-in-law had grown up. Hua Shan reminded her mother-in-law that she was already 28 years old. The mother-in-law didn't think it was important, and pulled Hua Shan to look at a pile of fruits she had chosen. She bought all nourishing things for Hua Shan, and also enthusiastically instructed how to use them, with dosages for both internal and external use, and said that she was going to stew bird's nest for her daughter-in-law. The father-in-law was afraid that she would blow up the kitchen, so he hurriedly took over this task. Hua Shan looked at these gifts and said to her mother-in-law, "You don't need to bring so many gifts next time. If I need anything, just tell Lu Yan to buy it." As she spoke, she invited her father into the house, rejoicing that he hadn't brought anything, but the next second her father waved his hand, and workers began to carry things into the house. Hua Shan said, "We don't even know if it's a boy or a girl yet. There's no need to buy these things." Seeing this, the mother-in-law hurriedly explained, "When your father and I went to the shopping mall today, he bought all the supplies for the mother and baby." Then, the father pulled Lu Yan away to assemble the baby supplies. Hua Shan wanted to help, but was quickly ordered to draw posters on the sofa. The mother-in-law was in the kitchen stewing bird's nest, thoughtfully instructing the father-in-law to put less sugar for Hua Shan. The other two men in the house were studying how to assemble the baby supplies. Hua Shan felt that at this moment, the whole family was looking forward to the birth of the little life. Before going to bed, Hua Shan coquettishly wanted Lu Yan to sing for her. Lu Yan agreed without hesitation. Liao Yuan sat sadly in the living room. Because the new film of Song Aya and Lu Yan was popular, the two were paired up as a couple. Seeing this, Lu Yan hurriedly explained to Hua Shan, but Hua Shan didn't care, and even generously voted for the two of them as a couple. Liao Yuan immediately said that he wasn't angry because of being paired up, and that being angry because of work was childish behavior, and was just about to explain the real reason he was unhappy, when Song Aya's appearance interrupted him. Hua Shan was very happy to see Song Aya. Song Aya also said that the first thing she did after getting off the plane was to ruffle Liao Yuan's hair. "Your hair has grown longer." However, Song Aya quickly ran to Hua Shan's side. The two chatted happily, and during this time, Lu Yan didn't forget to rub Hua Shan's waist. Song Aya also made space for the two of them. In the middle of the conversation, everyone learned that the reason Liao Yuan was unhappy was because his family had arranged a blind date for him. Hua Shan immediately imagined the scene of Liao Yuan being forced to marry because of family relations, but he immediately asked the crucial question, "Does your family still not know about your relationship with Song Anya?" Liao Yuan looked at Song Anya a little awkwardly, but Song Anya was still busy with work, saying she still had to post on Weibo. Liao Yuan saw her Weibo post and comforted himself that Song Anya was just working. Only kids would get upset over these things. After Song Anya finished working, she heard that Liao Yuan had to go on a blind date and seemed very calm. In the evening, Liao Yuan waited for Song Anya in the private parking lot while reviewing her Weibo post from earlier. Looking at the fans' comments, Liao Yuan was very unhappy. Song Anya walked over from a distance, happily telling him that the toys he bought for Hua Shan's baby were a hit, and casually praising Hua Shan's loving marriage. Before she could finish speaking, Liao Yuan grabbed her and kissed her neck. She immediately realized that Liao Yuan had been drinking and was in a bit of a mood. She even reminded Liao Yuan to stop, afraid of being photographed by others, and proactively took over driving duties. Song Anya considerately helped Liao Yuan buckle his seatbelt, but the necklace accidentally fell out. Liao Yuan saw the necklace and suddenly remembered the fans' comments and Song Anya's indifference to the news of his blind date. Liao Yuan frantically kissed Song Anya, even leaving a hickey on her neck. Song Anya didn't know why Liao Yuan was so strange today, but still intended to take him home. As soon as they entered the door, Liao Yuan aggressively attacked Song Anya. Song Anya felt that Liao Yuan was even more ferocious than he had been in the car, blaming herself for teaching him too well before. Soon, Song Anya was thrown onto the bed. She took the opportunity to point out Liao Yuan's strangeness, asking, did Liao Yuan also want to have a child with her? Liao Yuan grabbed her foot, brought it to him, angrily called her real name, saying that he didn't like children and that he didn't want anyone who could share Song Anya. Song Anya also said that she didn't want children, saying, having Liao Yuan, this one child, is enough. As a result, she angered Liao Yuan and was tormented by him. Song Anya felt that tonight the initiative was completely in Liao Yuan's hands. At this moment he was like a wild beast that hadn't been fed enough. Liao Yuan said that he didn't want to be treated like a child by Song Anya anymore, and as a result he was kicked mercilessly and told that it was because of her emotions. Liao Yuan immediately asked her, "Why didn't you react when you heard about my blind date?" Song Anya said that it was Liao Yuan's business, and she had no right to interfere. She also wouldn't make a fuss with him, and told Liao Yuan not to make a fuss either. Liao Yuan wanted Song Anya to worry about him more. Song Anya said she would worry about him, but not in this matter. She also said that giving Liao Yuan enough trust was how she loved him, and hoped he could trust her too. Song Anya fell asleep in Liao Yuan's arms. Liao Yuan felt that only at this time was Song Anya so obediently by his side. When Liao Yuan woke up, Song Anya had already gone to work, leaving him only a cute sticky note and a kiss. Liao Yuan angrily called her real name, also blaming her for only being with him for one night, but then he noticed the small cookies he loved, and all resentment vanished. Liao Yuan rejected the blind date arranged by his family, but his family said the other party had already gotten off the plane. Hua Shan was suddenly hungry in the middle of the night. Lu Yan hurriedly got up to make food for her, carelessly lost his balance, and fell flat on his face, and struggled to finish making it. Hua Shan thought it looked alright, and Lu Yan immediately said, "These dishes are light and nutritious and balanced." But very quickly, Hua Shan wanted to eat ice cream again, and Lu Yan didn't allow it, saying it was a special time, so she teased Lu Yan. Lu Yan couldn't stand being teased, and had to agree. Hua Shan muttered while eating, "Lu Yan has gone from a cute little brother to a nagging husband." But Lu Yan only stared at the ice cream in her mouth, making sure every piece of ice cream melted before it was swallowed. Hua Shan scolded Lu Yan for being a bad person, but still said she would be good. On the other side, Liao Yuan still went to the blind date, but always kept an unpleasant expression. The other party looked at his appearance and felt that he would definitely be abusive in the future, so she decided to say it directly. "I was forced to go on this blind date, and I'm not interested in Liao Yuan." Before she could finish speaking, Liao Yuan interrupted her. Liao Yuan also said directly that he already had someone in his heart. The other party couldn't help but curiously said a series of names, and when she mentioned Song Anya, the other party noticed Liao Yuan's frown. But the other party was a fan of Song Anya. Completely disbelieving that her goddess would be into this annoying kid, she even said, "The purpose of my trip is to chase my idol?" Liao Yuan was a little stunned, asking, "Is it a fan meeting?" Upon hearing this, the other party eagerly wanted to pry some information about the goddess from Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan immediately said he didn't know, but was quickly defeated by the other party's reverse psychology, so he admitted to knowing a little. The other party immediately asked Liao Yuan to take her to meet the goddess, even flattering Liao Yuan. The flattery didn't hit the mark, but the other party quickly offered a more attractive condition. The other party said, "As long as Liao Yuan helps me successfully chase my idol, she will step in to stop this blind date," giving Liao Yuan back his freedom and guaranteeing to chase the idol in a civilized manner. At the same time, Song Anya was preparing for the fan meeting. Her assistant reminded her, "You still have to post a Weibo about the CP pairing later." Song Anya asked her assistant, "Is there a corresponding clause in the contract?" Feeling that there would be no benefit from promoting the CP later. Anyway, she told the assistant to help decline, intending to grab the script from the car before the fan meeting started, and took out her phone halfway to see if her puppy had texted back. As a result, he hadn't said a word all morning. Song Anya thought Liao Yuan was still angry, but found it quite amusing. Song Anya was looking for the script in the car, determined to take on fewer dramas that need CP hype in the future so that Liao Yuan would be less heartbroken. When she heard a noise outside, Song Anya instinctively hid. When she realized there was no need to hide, she happened to see Liao Yuan and his blind date. Song Anya texted Liao Yuan, asking, "Are you here for the fan meeting too?" Liao Yuan said, "I'm bringing a fan to see you." Song Anya didn't understand why he was bringing her fan to her fan meeting. Liao Yuan sent her a cute sticker, saying, "I won't bother you, just take a picture and leave." Song Anya immediately became jealous, feeling that she had given Liao Yuan too much freedom. Her manager reminded Song Anya to go backstage. The assistant asked her, "Is something wrong?" Song Anya said, "There's a kid acting up." But she still decided to act unconcerned. The fans at the venue were all cheering for Song Anya. Song Anya quickly got into character, asking her assistant to help check the banners again. Song Anya happily went to work, only to discover that Liao Yuan had brought his little fan. She was furious, but still kept smiling. The blind date thought the goddess was smiling at her. and quickly praised Liao Yuan for being capable. Song Anya immediately turned her back to Liao Yuan, gesturing for him to come closer with her hand. Liao Yuan was on cloud 9, but was pulled back by his blind date. The blind date told him not to bother the goddess while she was working. Liao Yuan thought about it and agreed. Anya was furious, feeling that Liao Yuan was really too much, but was quickly distracted by the gossip of her colleagues around her. Two colleagues were guessing that the person next to Liao Yuan was his girlfriend. Song Anya went on stage, and the audience below kept shouting, asking her and her co-star to do intimate actions as a fake couple. Liao Yuan and his blind date were secretly watching backstage, furious. Amidst the lively complaints, the two united their front, finding soulmates in each other. While the two were still complaining, the male co-star suddenly hugged Song Anya's waist. Song Anya felt the sudden interaction and turned her head to see Liao Yuan's reaction, only to find that Liao Yuan was still talking and laughing with someone else, choking with anger. The fan meeting ended. Liao Yuan hurriedly texted Song Anya, asking which lounge she was in, intending to find her. Just as he was about to call the blind date, Song Anya pulled him into the room. Song Anya was listing Liao Yuan's offenses. But Liao Yuan didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the issue, and even said he wanted to get back together. Song Anya angrily pinched his ear, feeling like she had given him too much freedom, making him deliberately bring girls to test her. Liao Yuan then realized the atmosphere was a bit off. Thinking he might have said something wrong, Song Anya was still scolding him. Liao Yuan saw that Song Anya had only taken off half of her performance costume, suddenly feeling embarrassed and wanting to push Song Anya away. Song Anya deliberately moved closer, also blaming him for smiling and talking to fans earlier. Liao Yuan was so worried he couldn't say a word. The blind date was still looking for Liao Yuan outside, mistaken by Song Anya for Liao Yuan's little fan. Liao Yuan was a little dazed. Song Anya was still lecturing him, even deliberately asking him, "Want to bring your little fan in here?" The assistant knocked on the door to bring sparkling water to Song Anya. At this time, the blind date was still looking for Liao Yuan. Behind the assistant, Song Anya opened the door to receive the water. The assistant told her to rest well, and the door closed. Liao Yuan also guessed that Song Anya was jealous, hugging her tightly. At this time, someone outside the door reminded the blind date that Liao Yuan's resting room wasn't here. The blind date said Liao Yuan was her friend, taking her here for a visit, and also said she would wait for Liao Yuan here. Song Anya was so angry she was speechless. As a result, looking up, she saw Liao Yuan smiling, making her even angrier. Song Anya pushed him away forcefully, telling him to quickly go and resolve his mess. Liao Yuan said he knew why she was angry, not forgetting to lock the door, adding, "I'm so happy." Song Anya was a little embarrassed and angry, but in the next second she was hugged tightly by Liao Yuan. Pinned against the wall, Liao Yuan asked her, "Are you jealous?" Song Anya's sparkling water spilled on her, feeling a bit cold. As a result, Liao Yuan directly kissed her. Outside the door, people were gossiping about Song Anya, talking about her and another male actor, making Liao Yuan angry, directly tearing Song Anya's clothes. Very quickly, the gossip shifted to the two main characters in the room, the murmuring gradually fading away. Song Anya gestured for Liao Yuan to stop, but Liao Yuan immediately used the words Song Anya had just used to teach him a lesson in response. Song Anya angrily hit him once, then asked about the girl he brought. Liao Yuan said, "That girl is Song Anya's fan, has nothing to do with me. The reason there was any interaction was because I was tricked by my brother into going on a blind date." The blind date was still waiting for Liao Yuan outside the door. Ye Suyang told her, "Liao Yuan isn't here." At the same time, Liao Yuan was apologizing to Song Anya, saying he should have made it clear to her beforehand, while also guaranteeing not to make her angry again. The misunderstanding between the two was also resolved. Liao Yuan also became extremely happy, because Song Anya was jealous. At this time, the assistant outside the door reminded Song Anya, "There's an interview." In 30 minutes, Liao Yuan was startled by the sudden knock, kicking Song Anya's leg. Quickly changing into a formal dress, Liao Yuan chased after her, intending to have dinner together. Song Anya said it might end very late. Liao Yuan didn't give up, continuing to ask, "Want to make plans for the next day?" But Song Anya said she also had activities. Liao Yuan thought surely she'd have time on the weekend. While Song Anya was still thinking, Liao Yuan said, "A kiss is probably enough then." Song Anya said nothing, directly stepping forward to kiss Liao Yuan. Lu Yan and Hua Shan were at the door to welcome Liao Yuan and Song Anya. Both sides greeted their good friends. Lu Yan prepared a pile of ingredients. Song Anya asked them, "Are you planning a big feast?" Hua Shan explained. We originally planned to have a barbecue, but Luyan suddenly found out that pregnant women shouldn't eat barbecued food, so he thoughtfully prepared hot pot. Luyan also said there were many types of light hot pot to choose from. Song Anya and Liao Yuan said they wanted to eat spicy food, directly ignored by Luyan. Anyway, my wife comes first. Luyan comforted Huashan. We can eat in a bit, go play over there. Liao Yuan volunteered to help. The two men busied themselves in the kitchen. Song Anya and Huashan were chatting on the sofa in the living room. They both said this moment was truly relaxing, clinking glasses in celebration. Song Anya felt that Luyan must be a great cook, because Huashan had been fattened up by Luyan until she was plump and fair. Huashan also affirmed Luyan's cooking skills, saying she had gained a lot of weight, asking Song Anya, "How do you stay in shape?" Song Anya recalled the times she sped with Liao Yuan, and couldn't help but blush, nervously saying, "Probably from exercising a lot." Huashan still didn't understand, saying, "I hate exercise the most." Song Anya quickly changed the subject, asking her, "Is it tough right now?" Huashan said she didn't have any morning sickness. The only thing that made her suffer was Luyan managing her every little thing, because Luyan had even specially requested maternity leave, from her diet to her rest, all managed by Luyan, and she even had to exercise. Apart from Luyan, the whole family revolves around her. She felt like she was a monkey. Luyan loudly corrected from afar, "She's a treasure." Huashan collapsed on the sofa, lamenting, "We have to go back to my parents' house for dinner during the new year. I can't avoid the torture from my aunts." Song Anya said their family atmosphere was very good. Huashan affirmed this, but she didn't want to be the center of attention anymore. At this time, Song Anya received a message from her mother, asking if she planned to go home this year. Huashan stood up and asked Song Anya, "Any plans for the end of the year?" Song Anya hurriedly turned the phone screen to the side, hesitating, not knowing what to say. At the same time, Liao Yuan suddenly became interested in cooking, which made Luyan feel a little puzzled. After all, Liao Yuan didn't even know how to cook instant noodles. Before, Liao Yuan explained that he had tricked himself that it was dry noodles, and while speaking, he took on the task of grilling food. Luyan asked him, "Why aren't you chasing after Song Anya anymore?" Liao Yuan recalled before the interview. He had asked Song Anya if she could take him home, but the other party hadn't replied yet. He felt he might have been pushing too hard. Liao Yuan was lost in thought, and accidentally burned himself with the grilled food, yelling, "Ouch! Ouch!" After everyone clinked glasses and celebrated, they suddenly felt like someone was missing, but they quickly reacted. In these times for couples, it's really not suitable for Ye Suyang to appear. As they were speaking, Ye Suyang appeared, blaming everyone for starting to eat without waiting for him. Luyan said, "You get to eat ready-made food as soon as you arrive, and you're still acting aggrieved." At this time, a short-haired girl suddenly appeared behind Ye Suyang. The blind date politely greeted the sisters present. Ye Suyang was surprised why her voice had changed so suddenly. Remembering when they first met, when the blind date was still waiting for Liao Yuan, Ye Suyang kindly told her, "Liao Yuan is not in the lounge." The blind date was stunned. Ye Suyang then introduced himself. The blind date laughed at Ye Suyang for knowing nothing about Liao Yuan. Ye Suyang felt this woman was a little impolite, and prepared to slip away quietly. After receiving a phone call, the blind date understood the whole situation, grabbed the culprit who was about to run away, and questioned him. "How many more substitutes do you want to find?" But at this time, this woman became sweet again, trying to please the sisters present. Ye Suyang couldn't help but feel she was two-faced. The blind date politely bowed to everyone, expressing her gratitude. Everyone said there was no need to be polite, and invited her to sit down and eat together. As soon as she sat down, Song Anya enthusiastically picked up a chopstick of food for her. After tasting it, the blind date praised it, asking, "Did Sister Anya make this delicious dish?" Liao Yuan replied, "I made it." The blind date suddenly remembered Liao Yuan's identity. Her expression changed, and she angrily scolded him. "You damn two-timer! Damn it, these two brothers are both suffering because of blind dates." Liao Yuan also finally recognized this girl. Ye Suyang thought to himself, "This girl changes her face faster than flipping a book." Seeing the blind date was so cute, Song Anya immediately told Liao Yuan to take a group photo of them. Being close to a beauty, the girl was overjoyed. It's a pity that Liao Yuan, whose mind is only on romance, only photographed his girlfriend Song Anya in the photo. Forgetting about the blind date, Ye Suyang felt something was wrong, so he took the initiative to take a photo, but this guy only had himself in the camera. He found a cool angle to take a selfie. At this time, Luyan's parents also arrived. Everyone cheerfully greeted them. Luyan's mother then took out the dishes she brought. Seeing the lavish spread, Ye Suyang couldn't help but praise her cooking skills. There were even more dishes now. Ye Suyang suggested everyone have a drink together. Liao Yuan said he had to drive, so he wouldn't drink. The others ordered what they wanted. Lu Yan ordered beer. Hearing that, Lu Yan's mother exclaimed that she wanted to drink black wheat whiskey. Lu Yan's father tried to dissuade her but failed. In reality, he was just there to liven things up and didn't participate in the young people's activities. The thoughtful uncle brought Huashan pumpkin soup, made with pumpkins grown by Lu Yan's father himself. At this time, the blind date finally got her hands on her phone. Looking at the photo, she couldn't help but criticize Ye Su-yang's photography skills. So bad. Seeing this, Ye Su-yang slammed his glass down next to her. This woman is too much. The blind date began to probe Song Anya about Ye Su-yang's weaknesses. Before long, she subtly noticed that Ye Su-yang treated Huashan differently. He even cared about the temperature of Huashan's drink and carefully wiped the bottle's mouth for her, saying it was for Huashan's food safety. Actually, Huashan wasn't that fussy, but Ye Su-yang secretly protected her, his gaze gentle. The blind date seemed to have seen through the situation between them, and she sighed. Sure enough, everyone has a weakness. At this moment, Lu Yan's mother draped a small blanket over Huashan. Looking at the happy and complete family before her, Song Anya suddenly thought of her own family. Her weakness was her family. At this moment, Song Anya's mother was still complaining on WeChat. You're not coming home again this year. I wish you were half as filial as your younger brother. Song Anya downed a mouthful of strong liquor. Liao Yuan reminded her that it was strong liquor, but she ignored him and directly replied on WeChat, anyway, my precious younger brother at home can't do anything except spend money, and he's still called obedient. Seeing this, the blind date also kindly said she wanted to drink with Sister Anya on WeChat. Anya's mother continued to list her faults. Song Anya smiled faintly and typed a question. Why don't I hear you say that when you need money? Seeing this reply, Song Anya's mother immediately got angry. She criticized Song Anya for not doing anything for the family except giving money, and after saying that, she added, you're still so selfish. Song Anya became even more depressed, drowning her sorrows in alcohol, drinking one glass after another. Liao Yuan wanted to stop her but was pushed away, her attitude very bad, telling him not to interfere with her. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Lu Yan quickly came to mediate. Unexpectedly, Liao Yuan directly picked Song Anya up and left. The blind date still wanted to say something, but Ye Su-yang covered her mouth. On the way, Song Anya kept struggling to get down. Liao Yuan carried her into the car before putting her down, then took off his jacket and wrapped it around her waist. He was really worried that Song Anya would catch a cold if her waist was exposed in this weather. Moreover, he didn't want her to act strong in front of others. In front of Liao Yuan, she could be herself. Liao Yuan raised her face and comforted her. Because you love yourself enough, you taught me how to love you. Otherwise, how could Song Anya stay with a boring person like him forever? These words were like a warm ray of sunshine, illuminating Song Anya's world, and she was moved, embracing Liao Yuan. Now it seemed that Song Anya's weakness was no longer her family, but him. The gathering ended, and Ye Su-yang secretly looked at the photos taken today. In the car, he was most satisfied with the photo that fully captured Huashan. The blind date suddenly appeared from behind and stated directly that she had guessed correctly. Ye Su-yang was using taking photos as an excuse to long for someone else's wife. Ye Su-yang told her not to meddle in his affairs. These were all his own matters. Although he was a little unwilling, he admitted that, after all, Lu Yan had invested more than him. The blind date then exposed his self-consolation. Love doesn't depend on who invests more to determine victory or defeat. It's just two people who are pleasing to each other and come together. Hearing the blind date's tone, Ye Su-yang guessed that she probably had some story. This girl felt that love was not essential. Currently, playing with gemstones and earning some money was also very good. Ye Su-yang suddenly realized that this woman had pretended to be drunk just now and wasn't really drunk. He lit a cigarette and cursed her as a swindler. Unexpectedly, she also lit a cigarette from his cigarette. The blind date felt very compatible with Ye Su-yang and decided to treat him as a drinking buddy. Early in the morning, Song Anya woke up in the bathtub, her memories of last night hazy. Remembering that she had said some things she shouldn't have, she felt incredibly embarrassed. Liao Yuan was standing behind her. Did you do anything too much last night? Liao Yuan washed her hair and said, nothing too much. Last night, Song Anya kept clinging to me. I deeply felt that Song Anya needed me very much. Saying that, Liao Yuan forcefully pressed her head down. Hearing this, Song Anya shyly escaped from Liao Yuan's large hand, saying she wanted to wash it herself. She playfully said that if she said something last night, would she not fulfill it now? How could that be? Last night, Song Anya agreed to go home with Liao Yuan. She couldn't go back on her word. Liao Yuan threatened to tickle Song Anya if she didn't agree to go home with him. In the past, she was always assigned all kinds of work at the end of the year, but now she didn't need to anymore. She had Liao Yuan. Song Anya still agreed to go home with Liao Yuan. She was a little worried about what kind of gifts his family would like. Liao Yuan joked, "My family likes Song Anya the most." Song Anya hit him, saying, "You can't arrive empty-handed on your first visit, it's impolite." Seeing how much she valued this meeting, Liao Yuan was very happy. He told Song Anya not to feel pressured, just treat it like going home for a meal. But Song Anya still felt very nervous. Liao Yuan told her to relax and leave everything to him. This time, let Liao Yuan be Song Anya's guy. In the past, it was always Liao Yuan trying to step into Song Anya's life. This time, on the contrary, Song Anya also began to step into Liao Yuan's life. After changing clothes, Liao Yuan led Song Anya to his house. He led Song Anya through many turns to a ball. The guests were all dressed in formal attire, their faces radiant with smiles, occasionally chatting with each other. Liao Yuan explained that his parents were both overseas Chinese and especially liked musical instruments, so the ball was considered a family tradition, Song Anya said. This is quite festive for the new year. At this moment, Liao Yuan invited Song Anya to join him in the dance. Song Anya felt that dancing on her first visit seemed a bit abrupt. Liao Yuan suspected she didn't know how to dance, joking that Song Anya was a former idol from FXF. How could dancing be difficult for her? As he spoke, Liao Yuan took her hand, preparing to dance. Following the rhythm of the music, they spun gently and gracefully. Suddenly, Liao Yuan spoke up. "This former member of FXF, you're stepping on my foot." Song Anya was sweating profusely. After all, it had been a long time since she danced, and the music today was too fast. For some reason, as soon as he finished speaking, the music at the scene suddenly became melodious. Song Anya gradually adapted to the rhythm. She noticed a couple providing the music. The man was playing the accordion and the woman was playing the violin. She and Liao Yuan performed this beautiful dance together to the music's highs and lows. Sometimes they spun quickly, sometimes they glided slowly, as if they were using the dance to tell a romantic love story. Their movements were precise and graceful, each spin, each step showing their harmony. As the dance ended, everyone around applauded. Seeing everyone gathering, Liao Yuan called out to announce, "Song Anya is my girlfriend. They have been dating for some time." Song Anya didn't expect them to make their relationship public like this. She was a little flustered and asked, "Where are Liao Yuan's parents?" Liao Yuan pointed to the couple providing the music for them, saying, "Those are my parents." Song Anya was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect to dance in front of Liao Yuan's parents just now. Afterward, the couple talked to Song Anya for a long time. Liao Yuan asked what they had talked about. Song Anya stifled a laugh and recounted a series of Liao Yuan's embarrassing history, such as crying because he couldn't memorize the multiplication table, getting beaten for secretly eating candy, and so on. Seeing Song Anya so happy, Liao Yuan said that their joy tonight was all built on his embarrassing stories. He decided to ask for some compensation. Saying that, he kissed Song Anya, reminding her that there were many elders around so she should restrain herself a bit. Liao Yuan naturally said, "My dad often kisses my mom like that too." Song Anya asked again, "Is it okay for you to stay by my side all the time during the family gathering?" Liao Yuan said, "I love you the most, so I have to be by your side." Seeing him seriously saying these flirtatious words, Song Anya blushed. Just as the couple was teasing each other, Liao Yuan's mother came up behind them. She told Liao Yuan that, "Your dad asked you to help adjust the accordion." Liao Yuan felt he couldn't refuse, kissed Song Anya, and left. In fact, Song Anya was still quite nervous facing Liao Yuan's mother because her family environment always had some aversion to the title of mother. However, Liao Yuan's mother only gently invited her to the flower garden. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, and under the moonlight, Liao Yuan's mother told Song Anya silly stories about Liao Yuan, making her burst into laughter. Liao Yuan was foolish and simple-minded since he was little, and his parents had always protected him too much since he was young. Because Liao Yuan was born prematurely, he was very weak as a child. From then on, they only hoped that Liao Yuan would be happy and healthy. But as their child grew up, new worries appeared. Liao Yuan's mother didn't want him to live in a greenhouse forever. Unexpectedly, one day he suddenly found motivation. At this time, Liao Yuan's mother knew that the person who would bring him out of the greenhouse had appeared. Song Anya understood Liao Yuan's mother's thoughts very well. She knew Liao Yuan had always been chasing after her, but she hoped even more that Liao Yuan could be himself. Currently, this way of getting along where they respect each other is very comfortable. Hearing this, Liao Yuan's mother smiled. Song Anya reminded her of the time before she got married. As they talked, they arrived at the flower market. Stepping into the flower market, Song Anya felt like she had entered a completely different world. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, and all kinds of flowers with different shapes and vibrant colors were displayed on the shelves. Although the space inside wasn't large, it was decorated delicately and romantically. There was also a small coffee table, and one could tell that the owner had put a lot of effort into taking care of the flower garden so well. Liao Yuan's mother led her to a patch of marguerite daisies. This flower has a very long blooming period, and as long as it is well cared for, it will bloom beautifully all year round. Song Anya suddenly noticed that the marguerite daisies looked so withered, only to realize it was because the sun had set. These flowers were like children who were whining to the sun. Song Anya never expected that Liao Yuan's mother could describe such an ordinary flower so eloquently. Liao Yuan's mother continued, "This flower is like the colorist of the flower garden. Every flower has its own advantages and is an important member of the flower garden." Song Anya thought, Liao Yuan's mother cares for flowers as if they were her own children. No wonder she has such a pure son like Liao Yuan. She thought of her own mother, who regarded her younger brother as her precious treasure. Afterwards, Liao Yuan's mother pointed to a patch of marguerite daisies and said to Song Anya, "Those were planted by Liao Yuan." Song Anya really didn't expect Liao Yuan to know how to grow flowers. Marguerite daisies symbolize love and waiting. Ever since his grandfather passed away, Liao Yuan had always planted this flower. Song Anya now remembered that the flowers she had received before were all planted by Liao Yuan himself, and they held a special meaning to him. So Liao Yuan had always been looking forward to her love. Just as she was thinking about him, Liao Yuan hurriedly appeared, so his love had always been there. Seeing that the couple was about to leave, Liao Yuan's mother gave each of them a scarf and personally wrapped it around them. Song Anya didn't expect to receive a scarf as well. Liao Yuan's mother further explained, "This was made by me, exactly the same as Liao Yuan's." This made Song Anya very touched. As they stepped outside, small snowflakes began to fall. Because it was too cold, Liao Yuan thoughtfully wrapped the scarf around Song Anya an extra time. They watched the first snow of the new year together. Song Anya changed into all kinds of beautiful clothes, and the little wolf Liao Yuan kept praising. Beautiful! It turned out they were taking advantage of the holiday to sneak out for a walk. They had never strolled in the country. Tonight, they were the most ordinary couple on the street. Liao Yuan asked, "Are you afraid of being seen?" Song Anya felt that he was really overthinking it. Who would pay attention to them during the holidays? So they strolled around together comfortably, ate ice cream, went to the mall to play claw machines and whack-a-mole, and finally returned with a lot of spoils. Afterwards, they went to the cinema to watch the desert film they starred in. Watching the male and female leads love each other deeply but end up separating, the girl in front sobbed uncontrollably. Her boyfriend had to comfort her. "It's just a movie." The male and female leads in the movie broke up, but the male and female leads in real life are together. After the movie, Song Anya led Liao Yuan to pick up the pair of rings she had ordered in advance. Liao Yuan happily asked, "Is this a gift for me? Can I wear it?" Receiving an affirmative answer, Liao Yuan happily asked someone to engrave letters on the ring. Holding the ring engraved with their initials, Liao Yuan happily put it on his middle finger. Although doing so might easily be discovered by paparazzi, it should be fine. For just this once, Liao Yuan really liked Song Anya's gift. Then, the fireworks began. Song Anya looked at the fireworks, thinking, these past few years, they've avoided using anything together to prevent attracting attention. She also knew Liao Yuan wasn't happy about it. She thought, I know what Liao Yuan wants now. Then, Tang Anya pulled down Liao Yuan's mask, intending to kiss him. Liao Yuan was still worried about the crowd and wanted to cover his face again. Tang Anya had already convinced the manager she was very capable herself and planned to transition into the film industry later, so she was confident enough to bear the consequences of going public. Bang! Fireworks bloomed in the sky, and bloomed in Liao Yuan's eyes as well, because Tang Anya told him she would make their relationship public. This was Tang Anya's gift to him this year. After watching the fireworks, the two returned to the car. Tang Anya was very happy. This is the first time doing something so exciting. Liao Yuan couldn't hold back anymore, hugging her tightly and giving her a light kiss. Tang Anya really didn't expect that after kissing for a while, Liao Yuan would start crying. He still felt like he was dreaming. Could they really go public? Tang Anya gently pinched his cheek. It hurt so much that Liao Yuan cried out. Ouch, I can't say it's a dream anymore, Tang Anya asked. Do you want to receive the gift? Liao Yuan, of course, wanted it. He liked this gift. Since he was the man Tang Anya chose, trending on WOW wouldn't be a problem. Thinking so, she and Liao Yuan posted their public announcement on WOW. It was a photo of them leaning against each other. watching the first fireworks of the new year together. Liao Yuan also told her, "If anything makes you unhappy after going public, you must tell me. We must face it together." Although the new year hadn't arrived yet, he would try his best. He confessed his passionate feelings to Tang Anya in the car. Huashan was pregnant, and Lu Yan was taking care of her at home. Their day went like this: 7:00 a.m. Lu Yan handled work. 9:00 a.m. Huashan woke up. 11:00 a.m. They had brunch together. In the afternoon, they went out together to the bakery to buy delicious pastries. 8:00 p.m. Lu Yan massaged her legs to relax her. 10:00 p.m. Huashan was already sound asleep, and Lu Yan was still handling work. Huashan's pregnancy was already physically uncomfortable, and her mood was unstable. She thought this period would be long and arduous, but Lu Yan was always by her side. Finally, Huashan's delivery day arrived. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. When Huashan woke up, Lu Yan was by the bed. He held Huashan's hand, crying and saying, "Giving birth was too hard. We're only having this one." Huashan wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He really couldn't bear to see Huashan suffer. Seeing that Lu Yan was about to burst into loud sobs, Huashan hurriedly grabbed a tissue, accidentally pulling on her C-section incision. The pain made Lu Yan panic and call the doctor. Something big happened here. Just then, Mother Lu came in, grabbed her son, who was crying miserably, and threw him to the side. "Seriously, Lu Yan's daughter and wife aren't crying as much as you are." Mother Lu carried her granddaughter to Huashan's bedside. Huashan looked at the beautiful child, and her heart melted. She poked her finger at the soft little creature. The little one tightly gripped her mother's finger. At this moment, Huashan felt everything was worth it. She loved her daughter very much. Mother Lu asked, "What is the granddaughter's name?" Huashan then noticed a figure outside the door. It was Fu Zhiyao, silently shedding tears. Lu Yan named his daughter Ying Luo, and her pet name was Xiao Ying Tao. At first, Huashan thought she was fully prepared, but Xiao Ying Tao still left the new mother feeling flustered, while Lu Yan was very good at taking care of the child. Therefore, Lu Yan transformed into a super dad, caressing his daughter's little feet, bringing his daughter along even when working, and was very skilled at sleeping with his daughter and cutting her nails. Lu Yan had truly fulfilled his promise from back then very well. But the young couple also had a worry. Xiao Ying Tao was already 1 year old and still couldn't speak. Grandpa Fu Zhiyao loved playing with Xiao Ying Tao very much. Huashan noticed that since Xiao Ying Tao arrived, Fu Zhiyao smiled more often. This was probably the new hope in the life of the elderly. After all, Xiao Ying Tao was a miniature version of Huashan. Today, Huashan and Fu Zhiyao were playing with Xiao Ying Tao under a cherry blossom tree. Xiao Ying Tao held a cherry blossom petal, looked at Huashan, and made a simple sound. She was calling, "Mama." This surprised everyone, especially Huashan. She loved this magical and happy feeling.